Chapter 1034. Changsheng, you old monk. Garuda's heart ached when he saw the black smoke diminish. Before he could curse, the prayer beads circled around the black smoke nest and slowly fell into the elder's hands. Sigh, how did it end so quickly? Garuda's clear voice was filled with regret. The black smoke nest quickly flew out of Huayu Palace. Disciples of the Shindao sect, please come to Huayu Palace for a chat. Nun Jing-yi raised her voice. Yes, Nun Jing-yi, please. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful middle-aged woman with a beautiful figure flew in from the sky. She was also using the levitation technique. Then, like a gust of black wind, a thin and small man dressed in strange clothes descended from the sky and floated in the air. This man was the Tenryu sect's Garuda Heavenly King. Garuda Heavenly King had a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. His long eyebrows were slanted into his sideburns. He landed on the square and turned to ask the middle-aged woman, "Who are you? Since when did the Shindao sect have its own inheritance?" The middle-aged woman cupped her hands and bowed. "Let me tell you, Garuda Heavenly King. I am a descendant of the Shindao sect. My name is Bai Yanqiu, but, the Shindao sect was removed from the Jianhu thousands of years ago. I have no intention of calling myself the Shindao sect anymore. Now, my sect is called Between the Clouds and the Water, which means that I follow the clouds above the water." Between the clouds and the water? Garuda's small eyes turned. Why is it so troublesome? Shindao sect sounds better. Bai Yanqiu smiled. I am now the sect leader of Between the Clouds and the Water. I came here to meet my brothers in the Jianhu and inform them that Between the Clouds and the Water will be famous in the Jianhu from now on. Nun Jing-yi sneered. If the Shindao sect is related to the incense cult, then I am naturally willing to support them. But what is the origin of Between the Clouds and the Water? How can you take advantage of my sect's return to the Jianhu? Nun Jing-yi, do you think I am willing to do that? My sect has already made preparations to hold the martial arts assembly today and announce our return to the Jianhu to the world. Who would have thought that the incense cult would also announce our return to the Jianhu to the world? Since the incense cult is holding the assembly, there is naturally no need for us to hold the assembly of Between the Clouds and the Water. Let's not talk about the fact that the heroes of the Jianhu have just finished participating in the Assembly of Heroes, so there are no more heroes who would care about the Assembly of Heroes Between the Clouds and the Water. In terms of reputation, Between the Clouds and the Water can't compare to the incense cult. Why don't we use the incense cult's glory and enter the Jianhu hand in hand with the incense cult? When she heard Bai Yanqiu lowering his status, Nun Jingyi looked at Garuda, who was standing next to her, and then at the elder. She could not help but ponder. At this time, many people had also rushed out of Huayu Palace. The current leader of the Righteous Tao Alliance, Zhang San, was watching this unbelievable battle from afar. His face was as dark as water. It was unknown whether he was jealous or had other plans. Alright, Bai Zhangmen is right. Since it is a martial arts assembly, then it is naturally a martial arts assembly for the entire Jianhu. Not only can the incense cult announce this to the entire Jianhu, even if the Shindao sect reappears, we should also be able to. Nun Jing-yi, there is a difference in your words. It is Between the Clouds and the Water, not the Shindao sect. Bai Yanqiu said with a smile. He, Nun Jing-yi laughed and said, whether it is the Shindao sect or Between the Clouds and the Water, they are both sects that have inherited the way of the immortals. How can the incense cult not lend a hand? In that case, thank you, Nun Jing-yi. Bai Yanqiu smiled and bowed. If that is the case, Bai Zhangmen, why don't you call your disciples out? Please excuse me, Nun Jing-yi. Bai Yanqiu did not mind. He waved his hand and made a strange gesture. Immediately, dozens of disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water wielding long sabers appeared around Huayu Palace. They quickly used their qingdong to arrive beside Bai Yanqiu. The expressions of the people in Huayu Palace changed. Their eyes were filled with anger. The disciples of the incense cult were especially angry. Nun Jing-yi, I did not mean to do this. It was just a way to protect myself, hee, it is fine, it is fine. This method is very normal. Nun Jing-yi said nonchalantly. Even if it is the incense cult, we still have a backup plan. As she spoke, she reached into her bosom and took out an apricot yellow flag. She poured her true qi into it and waved it slightly. A few faint clouds floated out of the flag and quickly flew out of Huayu Palace. As they flew, the edges of the clouds became thinner and thinner. By the time they were out of Huayu Palace, they had almost disappeared. Abbess Jing-yi waved the small flag again. Boom! Outside the Huayu Palace, a 30 feet tall wall of fire immediately rose. The flame was more than a foot long and emitted a greenish-yellow color. This. Bai Yanqiu was dumbfounded. Garuda looked at the wall of fire with a dignified expression. Alright, this is just a precaution from the incense cult. It seems that it will not be necessary. Nun Jing-yi smiled and waved the flag again. The wall of fire immediately disappeared. Inside the Huayu Palace, everyone's reactions were different. The heads of the famous sects all looked pensive, as if they were considering something. The other sects all looked enlightened, and then their faces were full of excitement. They were even more excited than when they watched the fight of the immortal Tao. Many people had already begun to secretly look at their feet, or use their hands to touch the small tables and stools, trying to find traces of the immortal Tao magic arts. Of course, there were also many people who looked frightened. They were sects that were not very close to the incense cult. They wanted to use this martial arts circle convention to find out what was going on. But looking at the incense cult, if they wanted to, all they had to do was wave their flag and everyone in Huayu Palace would be buried. Their original plan of using their qing gong to escape as soon as they realized that something was wrong was completely useless. Therefore, everyone understood why the incense cult had held the martial arts circle convention on Huayu Peak. Bai Yanqiu had been operating on the water island of the water cloud sect for decades. She had confidence in her dharma power and magic, and was confident that she had the capital to confront the fragrant cult. That was why she had mobilized so many people to show off at the fragrant cult's martial arts society assembly. Who would have thought that, not to mention magic, she had only dabbled in it, and it was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. She had brought a group of disciples to the Huayu Peak secretly to show off. Who would have thought that, she had still fallen into Nun Jing-yi's trap, a big sect with an immortal Tao legacy. It was not a joke. Bai Yanqiu's expression changed slightly as thousands of thoughts swirled in her mind. After a moment, she came up with a plan. She bowed and said, as expected of the illustrious fragrant religion. This concubine was truly lacking in manners and was like a frog at the bottom of a well. I apologize now. Please forgive me, Abbess Jing-yi. Nun Jing-yi waved her hand and smiled. After the immortal Tao legacy, your Shindao sect, Nun Jing-yi, the Shindao sect is history. Our sect is now between the clouds and the water. Oh, I am confused. I am used to calling you that. Bai Zhongmen, please forgive me. Your sect, between the clouds and the water, has been reborn and has entered the Jianghu. You and the incense cult announced at the same time. This is a grand event in the Jianghu. It is the best of both worlds. How can I not applaud and welcome you? Come, come, come. Garuda King, Bai Zhongmen, please take a seat in Huayu Palace. I was just about to nag you. Garuda laughed and flew into Huayu Palace like a wisp of smoke. Please. Bai Yanqiu was polite and followed the elder into Huayu Palace. However, in the previous Huayu Palace, there was an oval platform at the head of the table. There was a chair on the platform, which was where Nun Jing-yi sat. Elder Chang Sheng and Alliance leader Zhang San sat in the VIP seats below the platform. Garuda entered the Huayu Palace. Without even looking, he flew straight to the platform and sat down. Nun Jingyi's expression changed slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Garuda laughed and said, "Jingyi, the seats in Huayu Palace don't seem to be like this." Nun Jingyi's eyes narrowed. She said coldly, "I thought the Tenryu sect might look down on the incense cult and wouldn't send people here. The Shindao sect and Misty School have been removed from the Jianghu. Wouldn't the 5 seats on this platform be a waste? If I invited the Elder and Alliance Master Zhang San, who else would come? I might as well hide these 4 seats." "Ha ha ha," Garuda said again, "now that the Tenryu sect is here, this between the clouds and the water is here too, Jing-yi, you don't have to hide anymore. You won't have the chance to sit on the platform alone." After a moment of silence, Jing-yi looked at the confused Zhang San and Bai Yanqiu and said with a smile, "Heavenly King Garuda is right. Please wait a moment." As she spoke, she made a hand sign and hit the platform. A faint yellow light flashed. On the spacious platform, 4 more chairs appeared in picturesque disorder beside Garuda's chair. Even Garuda's chair revealed the essence of white jade. In Huayu Palace, everyone was stunned. Nun Jing-yi sneered and said, "Heavenly King Garuda, the chairs are here. Please sit on the Tenryu sect's chair." "Heh heh, I know. Garuda's figure floated up as if he was being carried by an invisible hand. He flew to a jade chair that was slightly blackened and said, "My heavenly dragon divine religion hates doing things that steal the limelight. However, we also hate those who don't care about the dragon god sect." Nun Jing-yi didn't reply. She bowed to the elder and said, "Great master, please take a seat." "Many thanks to you." "Hee, guests should follow the host's wishes. This old monk doesn't mind." As he spoke, the elder stepped onto the platform and walked to the rightmost side, right next to Garuda's chair. Nun Jing-yi glanced at Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San and said with a smile, "According to the rules, my left hand should be the seat of the Shindao sect master." Although Bai Zhangmen isn't the Shindao sect master, he still inherited the Shindao sect's legacy. "The sect master between the clouds and the water can sit on my right hand." Bai Yanqiu was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Nun Jing-yi." With that, he went onto the platform and sat on the second-last jade chair on the left. Looking at the last chair on the left, Nun Jing-yi smiled and said, "Alliance Master Zhang San, this chair belongs to the Misty School's sect master. Now that Misty Peak is in the hands of the Righteous Alliance, this chair naturally belongs to Alliance Master Zhang." Ha ha ha. Zhang San's gloomy mood finally relaxed. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." He stepped forward and sat on it. Chapter 1035. The great sects of the immortal Tao were the originators of martial arts in the world. The 5 sects had been arranged 10,000 years ago, but the vicissitudes of the world had changed. The branches of the other 5 sects had their own lives and deaths, so they were no longer close to the 5 sections. The 5 sects had changed a lot. The incense cult had not entered the Jianghu for a long time, the Shindao sect had been destroyed long ago and was replaced by the sect between the clouds and the water, the Misty School had been destroyed and was replaced by the Righteous Alliance. Now that the 5 sects had taken their seats in Huayu Palace, there was a new order in the Jianghu. Nun Jing-yi was the last to ascend the high platform. She walked to the jade seat in the center and sat down. Just as she sat down, there was a flash of multicolored light on the high platform and the faint sound of bamboo instruments. Although it was faint, it had already spread throughout the Huayu Palace. In the Huayu Palace, there were more than 200 sects and thousands of people. Envy flashed in their eyes as they wondered when their own sects would be able to ascend the high platform of the immortal Tao. "Alright, everyone, please have some tea and rest for a moment. The Wulin Convention will continue with its brilliance." Nun Jing-yi cupped her hands slightly, her voice spreading throughout the Huayu Palace. Immediately, the inner sect disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak held trays in their hands. On the trays were tea and fruits made by lingering fragrance cult. They were delivered to the tables of the various sections. Everyone in the Jianhu had an unruly side. When they saw beautiful women, even the inner sect disciples of the incense cult couldn't help but look lustful. However, when they saw the women's martial arts cultivation, they couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Perhaps on the surface, one couldn't see a person's true martial arts with the naked eye, but which of these sect leaders and elders hadn't been immersed in martial arts for decades? How could they not be able to see the characteristics of powerful martial arts from a few details? How could they still look at these young women with martial arts that weren't inferior to their own? Well, maybe they had some special hobbies, but let's not talk about them. Thus, almost all of the elders couldn't help but look like profound elders because of their status. The young disciples were different. When they saw such beautiful women, how could they maintain their composure? They all had smiles plastered on their faces as they stood up one by one and greeted them politely. Their teachers wanted to stop them, but they changed their minds and didn't say anything. These young disciples of the various sects were all young talents that had been selected by their respective sections. They had come here not only to broaden their horizons, but also to show off their skills in front of the heroes of the world. Their mission was to gain face for their respective sections. When the masters of the various sects saw that the inner disciples of the School of Incense were so outstanding, they must have made some calculations in their hearts. If their disciples were to gain the favor of a female disciple and establish a relationship with the School of Incense, then, not to mention the status of their sects in Jianhu, perhaps, they would even have the opportunity to sit on those jade chairs on the high platform. In the end, even some of the bashful young disciples were secretly kicked by their own teachers under the table, causing their faces to turn red. But, this was just wishful thinking. The female disciples of the incense cult might not be as outstanding as the disciples of Mo Ninggong, but they could not possibly set their sights on the martial world. Cough cough, of course, unless they were like Zhang Xiaohua, who was so infatuated that she could fight her way up to lingering fragrance peak, only then would they consider it. The inside and outside of Huayu Palace was a lively scene, and the high platform was another scene. Abbess Jingyi waved her hand and cast a spell. Immediately, a layer of milky white restrictive spells appeared around the platform, surrounding it tightly. Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San's expressions changed slightly. They didn't understand what was going on, but when they saw that the Grand Elder and Garuda didn't say anything, they looked at each other and didn't say anything. Alright, it's rare for the School of Incense to entertain guests. I hope that everyone will not mind. As she spoke, a few female disciples passed through the milky white restriction. Each of them held a tray in their hands. The one in front had 5 small wine cups on it. Nun Jingyi smiled and said, "This is the chilled ice wine brewed from the chilled ice grass of the School of Incense. We used the recipe of the School of Immortals, and it has great benefits for refining one's vital energy. Please enjoy." As she spoke, Nun Jingyi downed the wine cup in her hand. Then, she closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing, as if she was refining the vital energy in the wine. Garuda saw this and laughed. I didn't expect the School of Incense to be so generous. You even took out such a precious item to entertain your guests. If I didn't come today, I would have suffered a great loss. As she spoke, she tilted her head back and downed the wine. Amitba, the elder chanted. Wine is not wine, meat is not meat. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but Buddha remains in the heart. She also downed the wine in one gulp. Bai Yanqiu looked at the dark green wine in the small wine cup in his hand and couldn't help but hesitate. The wine cup was carved from white jade and should have been warm, but when he held it in his hand, it felt a little cold. However, this coldness was different from usual. It was mixed with the warmth, and there were traces of icy ripples. As he raised the wine cup, a faint fragrance drifted into his nose. The wine swirled left and right with the movement of his hand. Every time it swirled, a faint fragrance would spread out. Bai Yanqiu released his divine sense, and his expression changed slightly. He saw that the small wine cup was overflowing with vital energy. It was many times more vital energy than the immortal tea between the clouds and the water, and this vital energy was faintly dispersed along with the fragrance. Bai Yanqiu didn't dare to be negligent. He tilted his head back and poured the wine into his mouth. Immediately, a refreshing feeling spread out from his mouth, and then a small stream rose from his stomach. This was the essence of the vital energy of heaven and earth. Bai Yanqiu's face turned slightly red, and he immediately used the Shindao Sex Heart technique to refine this vital energy of heaven and earth into his meridians. At this time, Zhang San was different. He saw that the other 4 people treasured this strange-looking wine, and also closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. How could he not know that this was an item of the immortal path? However, when he smelled the wine cup in his hand, it didn't have the smell of ordinary wine at all. There was only a refreshing fragrance that made him feel refreshed, and it had nothing to do with the wine. He hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to use it, Nun Jingyi opened her eyes and said with a smile, "Alliance Head Zhang, this wine was brewed using the Immortal Path's method. If you don't know the Immortal Path's heart technique, you won't be able to refine the essence of the wine. This wine is just an ordinary drink. It won't increase one's inner strength by much, and can be said to be a waste. I think, if there are people in the Righteous Alliance who know the Immortal Path's cultivation method, why don't Alliance Head Zhang bring it back?" Zhang San's eyes narrowed, and his face turned slightly green. However, he quickly recovered and nodded, "Nun Jingyi is right. Good, bring me a jade bottle." "Yes," a voice answered from outside the restriction. A female disciple dressed in light red clothes came in from outside, holding a small jade bottle in her hand. The female disciple had just entered when she saw Garuda, who was sitting on the jade chair and had just opened his eyes. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The female disciple was also stunned. She looked at Garuda in confusion. With a whoosh, Garuda suddenly jumped up from the jade chair. He seemed to have forgotten to use his qigong. He walked in a few steps to the female disciple and grabbed her wrist. "Ah!" The female disciple was stunned. She tried to use her qigong to dodge, but how could she be a match for Garuda? Before she could move, she was caught. With a cry of surprise, the jade bottle fell to the ground. Nun Jingyi was stunned. With a wave of her hand, the jade bottle flew into her hand. She said unhappily, "Garuda, what is the meaning of this?" However, Garuda completely ignored her. He held the female disciple's wrist with one hand and pressed her acupoints with the other. He began to open his eyes wide and carefully examine her from head to toe. Nun Jingyi coldly snorted and handed the jade bottle to Zhang San, saying, "Alliance leader Zhang, put this icy soul wine into the jade bottle. If it is left in the wine cup for too long, the essence inside will disappear." Zhang San took the wine cup and poured it into the jade bottle as instructed. He put it away and said no more. He coldly looked at Garuda, who was not far away. Garuda seemed to have obtained some kind of treasure. He looked at the female disciple from head to toe. He was just short of taking off her clothes to examine her. The female disciple's face was red with embarrassment, but her eyes were filled with fear. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Although she couldn't move, she still looked at Nun Jingyi for help. "Enough, Garuda. Let go of your hand," Nun Jingyi said angrily. "Hee, Nun Jingyi, wait a moment." As he spoke, Garuda stretched out his right hand and pointed between the female disciple's eyebrows. "Humph," Nun Jingyi coldly snorted. Her hand moved slightly, and a gust of wind from her finger attacked Garuda's main acupoint on his back. Hee. Garuda chuckled and dodged the attack. Sigh. Nun Jingyi rose into the air like a wisp of smoke. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the back of Garuda's neck. Garuda didn't turn around. His body flashed, and an afterimage flashed. In the blink of an eye, he floated to another part of the platform, still holding the female disciple in his hand. When Nun Jingyi's figure turned in the air and wanted to continue the chase, Garuda's finger had already landed between the female disciple's eyebrows. Ha ha ha. Garuda let out a surprised laugh. He landed on the ground, let go of the female disciple's hand, and jumped onto the jade chair. However, the female disciple's acupoint hadn't been unsealed. She could only stand there in a daze. Garuda, what is the meaning of this? Nun Jingyi walked to the female disciple's side and looked her up and down. She also used her divine sense to check her. She didn't find anything unusual. Nothing, nothing. Nun Jingyi, please don't blame me. Garuda seemed to be in an extremely good mood. His lean face was filled with a smile as he said, "This one has a presumptuous request. I need Nun Jingyi's approval." Nun Jingyi looked at the frightened female disciple and shook her head. "If you don't explain the matter clearly, this sect won't agree to anything." "Hee, it's actually nothing much." Garuda looked at the female disciple behind Nun Jingyi and smiled. "This girl has a body of true fire. Her meridians contain fire-type true essence. This heavenly king urgently needs to break through a bottleneck. This one has no choice but to be thick-skinned and ask for this girl from Nun Jingyi to be a cauldron for dual cultivation." Chapter 1036. Cauldron. Zhang San wasn't the only one surprised. Jingyi and the other immortal cultivators were also surprised. Jingyi looked at the female disciple beside her, her eyes full of curiosity. She turned around and said, "Garuda, the cauldron is a legend of the immortal path. Could it be that your demon sect's cultivators also need this? Moreover, cauldrons are usually only found among immortal cultivators. Right now, most of the immortal cultivators are in front of you. Although this female disciple has some potential, but..." To his surprise, Garuda waved his hand and laughed. "In the eyes of immortal cultivators like you, of course, this female disciple's aptitude is extremely ordinary. There's nothing special about her. But in the eyes of the demonic sect, oh, this woman's constitution is special. Perhaps it's only useful to my cultivation." He then explained, in ancient times, immortal cultivators were limited by gender. They cultivated yang spiritual energy. As the ancient saying goes, solitary yang doesn't grow, solitary yin doesn't grow. Only by balancing yin and yang can one achieve the Tao. Thus, Sunmi used a lowly woman's body as a cauldron. Using yin and yang intercourse, they guided the woman's yin spiritual energy into her meridians. Of course, this woman had to have immortal cultivation. But my demon sect doesn't need to do that. As long as we can find a woman with a yin physique, we can use a secret technique to directly absorb the yin essence into our bodies. Of course, immortal cultivation emphasizes simplicity in harmony. No matter if it's the caster or the cauldron, both will benefit. But how much the cauldron benefits depends on the caster's intentions. He glanced at the frightened female disciple and continued, "But my demon sect is different. This cauldron can only provide essence to the caster, but not any actual benefits. AI, the world's spiritual energy has greatly decreased. It's rare to find someone with such meridians. This girl's meridians are even rarer. They won't be of much use to others, but they'll be of great use to my imperial wind technique." Afterwards, he cupped his hands towards Nun Jingyi and said, "I've said so much just to ask Nun Jingyi to give me this ordinary disciple of the School of Fragrance. Although this woman has lost all her powers after becoming this heavenly king's cauldron, she is no different from an ordinary woman. Furthermore, this heavenly king guarantees that she will live out her life in glory." Seeing that Jingyi Shirtai didn't say anything, Garuda said, "If Shirtai agrees, I will remember this favor. When the aroma cult needs me, I will do my best to help." "Oh, I have a jade slip here that I just obtained. I haven't looked at it carefully yet. If Abbess doesn't mind, why don't you take a look at it first? As he spoke, Garuda took out a jade slip from his bosom. With a wave of his hand, the jade slip slowly flew to Nun Jing-yi. Nun Jing-yi took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She couldn't help but be startled. However, she immediately threw it back and said with a smile, "What if I don't agree?" "You don't agree?" Garuda looked around and sneered, "This heavenly king is giving face to your fragrant cult by asking for it in person. Although this heavenly king can't do anything to your fragrant cult, to be honest, if this heavenly king wanted to kidnap this woman while your sect protecting formation is open, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. Furthermore, there are so many female disciples in the fragrant cult. Perhaps there are many that suit this heavenly king's taste." Ha ha ha. Garuda was quite unscrupulous, but Jing-yi Shirtai knew that what he said was absolutely reasonable. From the sparring session just now, Jing-yi Shirtai already knew that Garuda's cultivation was inferior to hers. However, Garuda specialized in lightness techniques. His levitation technique was far from hers. It seemed that he had already mastered it and was on the verge of breaking through the imperial wind technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to ask her for a disciple. With the imperial wind technique, Garuda could come and go as he pleased in the fragrant cult. This female disciple in front of her looked somewhat familiar. She definitely wasn't a disciple of Mo Nong-gong. She couldn't keep her by her side at all times. If Garuda had any ill intentions, he could kidnap her at any time. Rather than offending Garuda, why not do him a favor at no cost? Many thoughts ran through Jing-yi Shirtai's mind. She then smiled and said, "We'll talk about this after the martial arts convention. Garuda, please unseal my female disciple's acupoints." Garuda frowned slightly. He looked at the people on the platform and then looked at the people below the platform who were blocked by the restriction and could not see what was happening on the platform. He smiled and said, "Well said, well said. I will wait for Abbess's choice." As he spoke, he waved his hand. A few wisps of smoke, almost invisible to the naked eye, flew out and hit the female disciple's major acupoints. With a cry, the female disciple was able to move. Her first reaction was to wrap her arms around her chest and curl into a ball. She cried out, "Sect leader, save me! Sect leader, save me! And, don't panic. Everything will be decided by this sect. Come here." "Yes, sect leader." The girl trembled as she walked to Jing-yi Shirtai's side. However, her gaze was still timid as she looked at Garuda, who was smiling brightly. "What's your name? Which hall on Lingering Fragrance Peak are you in?" Jing-yi Shirtai asked kindly. "Disciple's name is Zhang Pinger. I'm in Lihua Hall on Lingering Fragrance Peak." The female disciple trembled as she answered. "Zhang Pinger?" Jing-yi Shirtai frowned slightly. She had a faint impression of this name. That's right, this was the person that Great Elder Jing Gang's youngest disciple, Yuzhuchuan, was thinking about. It was also because of her that Great Elder Jing Gang took his anger out on Zhang Xiaohua. In order to hunt down Zhang Xiaohua, he went to Lingering Fragrance Peak and was killed by either the Tenryu sect or an immortal expert from between the clouds and the water. Femme fatale. For some reason, this phrase flashed through Jing-yi Shirtai's mind when she saw Zhang Pinger's lovely and pitiful appearance. This sect leader remembers that you're the disciple of Lihua Hall's Vice Hall Master Yin. How come, you're here? Jing-yi Shirtai was somewhat puzzled. Sect leader, today, there are many guests on Huayu Peak. Yesterday, we received sect leader's decree and sent some disciples from various halls to Huayu Peak. Disciples master and old acquaintances came to receive them. Disciple was curious, so I followed. Zhang Pinger's mood gradually stabilized and her voice no longer trembled. Alas, this sect leader understands. Jing-yi Shirtai sighed. You can leave now. This sect leader will tell your master about this matter later. Sect leader, sect leader. Zhang Pinger's face immediately turned pale. She stretched out her hand and pulled Jing Yi Shirtai's sleeve. Disciple. Disciple, doesn't want to go. Even if I die, I don't want to go. Jing Yi Shirtai looked at Zhang Pinger's hand and frowned slightly. She paused for a moment and said warmly, this sect leader didn't say that you should go. Don't worry, you can leave first. Yes. Sect leader. Zhang Pinger's eyes were slightly teary and her face was increasingly pale. She bit her lips and didn't say anything in the end. She got up and hurried to the restriction outside the high platform. However, before she could reach it, her legs went soft and she almost fell. When she got up again, the tears in her eyes had been replaced by determination. After Zhang Pinger left, Jing Yi Shirtai glanced at Garuda and then at the sect leader who was looking down at the ground. She smiled and said, all right, everyone has already tasted the icy soul wine. Next, there's our humble sect's new radish tea, heavenly ice dates, and green leaf fruit. They're all great for cultivation. As she spoke, the other female disciples offered their trays. However, at this time, everyone was far away from Garuda, afraid that he would see through them again. Garuda still had the same expression as before. He didn't seem to be worried that Jing Yi wouldn't be moved. He only smiled and accepted the tea and spirit fruits. As for the other female disciples, he didn't care at all. If he could find someone with strange meridians, Zhang Pinger wouldn't be so precious anymore. Would he, Garuda, still need to run to the incense sect and lower himself? After the four people finished eating, each of them put away their food. Jing Yi made a hand seal and the restriction on the high platform gradually disappeared. The crowd below the platform, which had been clamoring non-stop, immediately fell silent. All right, everyone, the food and wine are over. Next is the sword competition that everyone has been waiting for. In fact, when the 5 sects of the immortal Tao gathered here in the past, it was mostly to drink and discuss the sword. This time, there are just more sects and more heroes. There's no difference. Of course, since there are more people, the rules need to be changed slightly. I won't say more about the specific arrangements. When the sword competition begins, I'll explain it to Nun Xuezhen. What I'm talking about here won't change during the sword competition. That is the reward. Whoosh! Everyone's emotions were stirred. The people inside Huayu Palace all craned their necks, wanting to see what Nun Jing Yi would take out as a reward. The people in the square outside the palace all pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what Nun Jing Yi would say. Nun Jing Yi was very satisfied with the effect in front of her eyes. She waved her hand and a beautiful female disciple held a jade tray with a thin book on it. She lightly floated to the front of the high platform. Nun Jing Yi pointed with her finger and smiled, this is the result of the sword competition. It's the rarely seen Jianghu's top internal cultivation method, the breaking blade force. Whoosh! Another sound rang out. This time, it was even louder than the previous one. Everyone below the high platform began to talk at once. At this time, a voice rang out from the side, Nun Jing Yi, this is your fault. This breaking blade force is the secret cultivation method of our Shindao sect. How could you take it out as a reward? The one who spoke was Bai Yanqiu. At this time, Bai Yanqiu's face was slightly red and his eyes flashed with incomparable anger. Bai Zhongmen. Don't be mistaken. This breaking blade force is incomparably precious. As long as you practice the 9 layers of this cultivation method to the peak, you'll be able to step onto the path of immortality. It's definitely one of the few internal cultivation methods in Jianghu. However, it's only the secret cultivation method of the Shindao sect. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with between the clouds and the water. Didn't Bai Zhongmen remind me just now that you're between the clouds and the water and not the Shindao sect? Nun Jing Yi explained with a smile. But Bai Yinqiu was speechless. This breaking blade force was the secret cultivation method of the Shindao sect. After the Shindao sect was destroyed, it disappeared. Today, there was only a fragment of the between the clouds and the water. If this breaking blade force was obtained by other sects in Jianghu, perhaps the sixth sect of the path of immortality would be born. Thank you. If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote at Qidian. Calm. Chapter 1037. Bai Yanqiu's eyes burned with anger when she saw the breaking blade force in the hands of the aroma sect disciple, but she had no excuse. She had repeatedly corrected Nun Jingyi, differentiating the Shindao sect from the between the clouds and the water. She didn't expect that she would overreach herself and lose the best chance to ask for her sect's secret manual. Looking at Bai Yanqiu's dejected and angry appearance, Jingyi Nun ignored her and said to the crowd, "This cultivation method is most suitable for men to practice. The hero who gets third place in this sword competition will be able to take away the blade-breaking force." He, of course, how to practice it is none of my business. After that, Nun Jingyi waved her hand, and another female disciple stepped forward. This time, the item on the tray was covered by a silk scarf, so no one could see it. However, there were still some people present who had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Bai Yanqiu was naturally one of them. When the female disciple came to the side of the platform, Nun Jingyi waved her hand and lifted the scarf, revealing 5 fist-sized stones. The stones were of different colors: yellow, cyan, blue, red, and brown. What are these? Most of the people in Huayu Palace were stunned. Since the third place in the sword competition could get the breaking blade force, the second place in the sword competition would get it. It should be more precious than the breaking blade force. But these 5 stones looked very ordinary. What was so precious about them? However, some of the monks of the Dalan Temple, some of the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water, and some of the disciples of the aroma sects Mo Xian Gong stared at the 5 stones with burning passion in their eyes. They were like mice that sow rice. Nun Jingyi looked at Bai Yanqiu, Master Chongsheng, and Zhang San, who was also tempted. She smiled and said, "Everyone, you must know that the breaking blade force is a key to entering the Tao through martial arts. But how do you practice it after entering the Tao? The Tao of immortality is different from the Tao of martial arts. Internal energy can be generated on its own. The Tao of immortality's internal energy is called vital energy. Although some can be generated in the meridians, the normal method is to absorb it from the outside. The absorbed energy is called the Qi of heaven and earth. In ancient times, the world was full of heaven and earth. People of the Tao of immortality could directly absorb the Qi of heaven and earth and refine it in their meridians, turning it into vital energy. Everyone knows the power of internal energy, but let me tell you, vital energy power is 100 times stronger than internal energy. Perhaps it's not appropriate to put it this way. If internal energy is like a baby, then true energy is like an adult. Not only is there a difference in strength, there is also a difference in ability. Moreover, vital energy is the foundation of all cultivators of the Tao of immortality. All magic and divine abilities are based on the control of vital energy. Now, the Tao of heaven and earth has changed greatly. The Tao of immortality has been annihilated. People of the Tao of immortality can't directly absorb vital energy from heaven and earth. So how do they practice? They absorb vital energy from these stones. These stones are called vital stones in the Tao of immortality. The vital energy of heaven and earth contained in these vital stones is purer than that of heaven and earth and easier to refine. That is to say, with the breaking blade force, just now, you can take one step into the Tao of immortality. With these 5 vital stones, you can completely enter the Tao of immortality. Boom! The crowd exploded like a pot of boiling water and began to discuss. Perhaps there were people from the famous sects in Huayu Palace who knew about the Tao of Immortality, but they had never seen 5 vital stones in perfect condition. Needless to say, the sects in the square were even more so. What Nun Jing-yi said just now was basically to let them know what the Tao of Immortality was and how to practice it. This was actually to cater to their curiosity of coming to the Tao of Immortality. With the help of Huayu Palace's formation, Nun Jing-yi's divine sense saw the curious expressions of the people outside the square. She couldn't help but smile. The Tao of Immortality hadn't appeared in Jianhu for a long time, so the sect's fear of the Tao of Immortality had greatly decreased. This time, she took out the Tao of Immortality to broaden their horizons and let them know the power of the Tao of Immortality. After waiting for a while, her voice grew softer and softer. Nun Jing-yi said, "The things in this world are not metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The same goes for vital stones. Yellow vital stones are metal, green vital stones are wood, blue vital stones are water, red vital stones are fire, and brown vital stones are earth. The breaking blade force is a metal attribute technique. Although absorbing the other 4 types of vital stones can increase one's cultivation, if you use the yellow metal vital stone, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. In addition, it's not that I'm boasting, but the vital energy of heaven and earth is scarce, so the vital stones in this world are gradually being worn away. In the 10,000 years since the Tao of Immortality was destroyed, vital stones have become rare. These 5 vital stones with all 5 elements are the only things I have. I only took them out for this martial arts convention to share with you." "Good." The leader of an unknown sect stood up and clapped his hands. The fragrant cult is indeed a great sect of the Tao of Immortality. It lives up to its reputation. This kind of style is rare in the world. My Flat Mountain faction is truly impressed. If the fragrant cult needs anything in the future, our humble sect will not refuse. That's right. The fragrant cult is indeed generous. They share the secrets of the Tao of Immortality with us. We also admire them. For a moment, there was endless praise for the fragrant cult. Of the other 4 people on the stage, Garuda was sitting on a chair. He looked sideways and did not look forward. He was only looking left and right. No one knew if he was looking for Zhang Pinger. The elder still put his palms together and lowered his head without saying a word. Zhang San's face was as calm as still water. He looked coldly at the clamor below. Bai Yanqiu was biting his lips. His eyes narrowed. No one knew what he was thinking. Well, this is the reward for the 2nd place in the Sword Conference tournament. The cult has finished. Everyone, let's see the reward for the champion. This sentence piqued everyone's curiosity. Even Bai Yanqiu and the others looked sideways. They all wanted to know what other good things the fragrant cult could take out on top of the 5 elements primordial stone. The 3rd item was placed in a jade box. Bai Yanqiu and the others' divine senses were blocked by the jade box's restriction. They could not see what was inside. At this time, Nun Jing-yi said, "I just said that the cultivation of the Tao of Immortality relies on the qi of heaven and earth and the primordial stone. But once you have the cultivation, what do you rely on to fight? In martial arts, you can transfer your inner strength to your hands and feet. You can also use your strength to use weapons like sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and so on. Similarly, you can transfer your inner strength to weapons like sabers and swords. In the Tao of Immortality, your qi can be used to form spells. You can also use your qi to activate weapons like sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. It's a bit troublesome to explain these weapons. You can think of them as weapons. By the way, when Bai Zhangmen between the clouds and the water was sparring with me, the elders, and the Garuda King in the air, the weapon used was a magic weapon." Ah! When the crowd heard this, how could they not know that there was a magic weapon inside the jade box? When they thought that if they won 1st place in the sword competition, they would be rewarded with a magic weapon that could be used to fly around in the air. Everyone couldn't help but blush and their blood boiled. Of course, the participants of the sword competition this time are all the younger generation in the world of martial artists. If we bring out our famous enchanted vessel, we will be showing our sincerity, but, the disciples might not be able to use it, and it will taint our sincerity. So, after careful consideration, we have decided to bring out a replica of the purple phoenix hairpin personally created by a senior from the Path of Immortals as the prize for the champion of the sword competition. Everyone present knew about the purple phoenix hairpin. When they heard Nun Jingyi mention it, they were all surprised. However, when they heard that it was a replica, they showed a look of realization. The others were also disappointed when they heard that it was a replica. When Nun Jingyi saw this, she smiled and said, "Everyone, don't underestimate this replica. Its power isn't bad, but it requires a lot less qi. It's suitable for disciples who have just entered the Tao of immortality." As she spoke, she waved her hand and the jade box flew into her hand. She cast several spells and unlocked the restriction on the jade box. Nun Jingyi opened the jade box, revealing a purple phoenix hairpin carved with exquisite patterns. It was exactly the same as the purple phoenix hairpin in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Nun Jingyi held the replica purple phoenix hairpin in her hand and raised her head to look at it. She casually waved her hand and a weak bolt of lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air, following the direction of the purple phoenix hairpin. After a crackling sound, there was a bang sound. Not far from Nun Jingyi, a jade chair was first entangled by the lightning and then exploded into several pieces. The person sitting on the chair had already stood up because he was greedy for the magic weapon in the jade box, but now he was greatly shocked. Ah! The whole place was in an uproar. The lightning was incomparably fast. When everyone saw it clearly, it had already hit the chair. If it had been aimed at a person, there would have been no time to dodge. Moreover, the distance was so far. After being hit, the power was not small. It was simply incomparable to the hidden weapons commonly seen in the Jianghu. It really is an immortal weapon. It's extraordinary. This was the unanimous thought in everyone's mind. However, Nun Jingyi did not stop. She waved the replica purple phoenix hairpin in her hand a few more times, and a small net of electric arcs appeared in the air with crackling sounds. Ah! The people under the net were so frightened that they could only shrink their necks and retreat one after another, afraid that the net would fall and hit them. However, Nun Jingyi smiled. The replica purple phoenix hairpin in her hand swayed slightly. The net of electric arcs seemed to be pulled by ropes and floated around in the air. As the people moved, it also moved and covered their heads. After a while, when she saw that the people's foreheads were covered in sweat, Nun Jingyi no longer teased them. With a wave of her hand, the net of electric arcs fell directly to the empty jade chair that someone had been sitting on just now. This time, the movement was even greater. After a crackling sound, the jade chair exploded. This time, the explosion was smaller than before and there were even more fragments. What do you think, everyone? Although this replica purple phoenix hairpin is not as powerful as the real one, it's still an elementary immortal weapon. It's perfect for new disciples to use. It's also the best weapon to be awarded to the champion of the sword conference. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 1038. Jing Yi's words were to the point. Although the real purple phoenix hairpin was powerful, it required a huge amount of qi. It was impossible to use it unless one was at the middle stage of the qi refining stage. When Zhang Xiaohua was at the third or fourth stage of the qi refining stage, she could only use jade talismans. The first time she used a magic tool was the dragon binding hoop. She was already at the middle stage of the qi refining stage, but she could only activate the dragon binding hoop and use it to trap others. She couldn't release the true fire within the dragon binding hoop. The middle stage of the Qi refining stage was an inconceivable existence in the current era of the immortal Tao. How could the younger generation of disciples from the various sects hope to catch up to her? Therefore, not to mention the real purple phoenix hairpin, even if the dragon binding hoop or the jade talisman were here, they might not be able to use it. In fact, when Jing Yi introduced the imitation of the purple phoenix hairpin, she deliberately avoided mentioning one thing. That was, spiritual sense. While using a magic tool required jinqi, controlling a magic tool relied more on one's spiritual sense. The lightning net created by the imitation of the purple phoenix hairpin required precise control over one's spiritual sense to be able to be executed. As for spiritual sense, unless one was at the late stage of the Qi refining stage or used a sect's secret technique, it was impossible to generate spiritual sense. Although Jing Gang was older than Jing Yi, her cultivation was limited. She only managed to cultivate a weak spiritual sense with the help of the incense cult's secret technique. She was far inferior to Jing Yi. Before the incense cult's defensive formation was destroyed, Jing Yi received the formation and the cult's secret technique. Her spiritual sense was also incomparably powerful. It was even more powerful than Zhang Xiaohua's. Unfortunately, the dragon vein was absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua and the restriction was broken by Zhang Xiaohua. Jing Yi's spiritual sense was immediately beaten back to its original state. But then again, even now, Jing Yi's spiritual sense was much weaker than Zhang Xiaohua's. In the eyes of the Jianghu disciples, she was still an immortal-like existence. She was far from a height they could reach in their lifetime. Jing Yi put the imitation hairpin back into the jade box and smiled, "Wait until the hero here can escape from the top scorer. I'll personally give this hairpin and the manual on how to use it to him." Subsequently, the three female disciples placed the trays in their hands on the jade table beside the high platform, bowed, and retreated. Nun Jing Yi turned around and asked, Elder, would you like to say a few words?" "Amitba." Elder Chang stood up and nodded. "To tell you the truth, the incense cults move this time. It's very generous, far beyond old monk's expectations. Since this old monk is already like this, I'm sure everyone here is tempted as well." Hong. A loud laughter rang out. The people below the stage did not expect Elder Cheng to be so straightforward, and they all roared with laughter. "Isn't that so? My eyes are burning and my hands are itching," someone said boldly. "Yes, everyone wants it. However, there are only 3 prizes. Therefore, I don't need to tell you that the sword competition will be very exciting. Everyone will be nervous." Then, Elder Chang changed the topic. "However, this sword competition is a competition, not a battle of life and death. No matter what grudges you have in Jianghu, when you're here, you must forget the past. Here, old monk will reiterate the principle of the sword competition. You can't kill. If someone is merciless and takes the opponent's life, then you'll be disqualified from the sword competition immediately. You'll be expelled from Huayu Palace." Nun Jing Yi and Garuda's expressions did not change, as if they already knew. Bai Yanqiu thought for a moment, looked at the audience, and asked, "Master Changsheng, what if someone accidentally kills?" "Bai Zhangmen, the sword competition is the sword competition. It's about the word, competition. This rule has been followed for thousands of years without exception. Whether it's intentional or not, you must be expelled," Elder Changsheng said without any trace of politeness. Bai Yanqiu could only nod and look at Zhang San. Zhang San seemed to be thinking about something else and did not pay attention. "All right, old monk has finished speaking. I wish for the sword competition to end successfully and for all of you to have your wishes come true." After Elder Changsheng sat down, Nun Jingyi looked at the other 3 people. They were all silent, so she said, "The sword competition begins." As she spoke, she struck a spell on the high platform. With a bang, the high platform shook slightly. Then, in Huayu Palace and the square, between the gaps of the audience, dozens, and even hundreds of high platforms about 10 feet tall rose gradually. These high platforms were pulled up from the ground and rose little by little until they were about 10 feet tall. The audience below the high platform was stunned at first, but then they understood. They all looked at the high platform that was used as a fighting ring with interest. When the high platform stabilized, a white figure leaped onto the middle one. It was Nun Xuezhen, who was wearing a white palace dress and a mask. Nun Xuezhen stood on the high platform and bowed slightly to the audience. She said, "According to the order of the hierarch, Xuezhen will be in charge of this sword competition. Now, I will tell you the specific rules." As soon as she finished speaking, the female disciple of the aroma sect who had served tea and snacks appeared again. But this time, she was holding a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. She placed them on everyone's table. Nun Xuezhen pointed at the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and said, "In this sword competition, except for the Pai sect, the Tenryu sect, the Dalan temple, between the clouds and the water, and the Righteous Alliance, there are 4 places to participate. The other sects and schools only have 2 places to participate." This has been explained when the disciples of the Pai sect sent the invitations. Please write down the names of the disciples of your sects and schools who will participate in the sword competition. Then, find a fighting ring like the one I am standing on. At the bottom of the fighting ring, there is a small round hole. You can put your name in there. There are 50 fighting rings like this inside Huayu Palace and outside the palace. Inside Huayu Palace, you can put 10 names on each fighting ring. Outside the palace, you can put 20 names on each fighting ring. Once the fighting ring is full, the small hole in the fighting ring will close. There are 230 sects in Huayu Palace. Each sect has 2 people, so there are 460 disciples participating in the sword competition. There are 50 fighting rings, so there are 40 empty spots. There are 512 sects outside the palace, so there are 1,024 disciples participating in the sword competition. There are 24 more disciples in the fighting rings. Please put the names of these 24 disciples into the fighting rings inside Huayu Palace. The small hole in the fighting rings will close after I finish speaking for 30 minutes. Only the disciples who put their names in during this time are qualified to participate in the sword competition. Otherwise, they will be considered as not participating. Each fighting ring will have 10 or 20 people. The fighting rings will be arranged by themselves. The other sects will guarantee fairness. For the sake of fairness, the 4 disciples of the other sect and the 16 disciples of the other 4 sects will not participate in the first round. Once the final winner has been determined in each arena, they will participate in the second round of the sword competition for the top 120 disciples. Nun Xuezhen continued to talk about the rules of each round of the sword competition. In the end, she said, "Just now, the leader of the other sect announced the rewards for the top 3. According to the rules of the sword competition, there will be 100 winners in the first round. These 100 disciples will receive 1 Yuandan pill, 1 small bone congealing pill, and 1 small revitalizing pill from the Dalan temple as a reward. Alright, please write down the names of your disciples participating in the sword competition on the paper and put them in the fighting rings. The first round of the sword competition is about to begin." As she spoke, a disciple of the incense cult brought a lit incense stick to the fighting ring where Nun Xuezhen was. When they heard Nun Xuezhen mention that the rewards for winning the first round of the sword competition were the legendary healing pills of the incense cult and the Dalan temple, the crowd was in an uproar. The 3 rewards that Nun Jingyi had shown were indeed very tempting. Everyone was looking forward to it, but after all, not everyone had the hope to reach the last step. The 3 rewards were very likely to be won by the disciples of the 5 super sects in the end. On the contrary, Nun Xuezhen's words about the rewards for the final winner of the first round of the sword competition rekindled the fire of hope in everyone's hearts. Of course, 1 out of 10 people in Huayu Palace, 1 out of 20 people outside Huayu Palace. All the young disciples present were outstanding disciples of their respective sections. Almost every one of them believed that they would definitely be the final winner. The 3 pills each represented a life, so how could they not be tempted? Therefore, when Nun Xuezhen said that they could begin, the leaders of each sect immediately picked up their brushes and wrote down the names of their disciples as fast as they could. They took one for themselves, and the other elder took one for themselves. Then, each of them used their lightness skills and threw their names into the fighting rings that they had already planned out. That's right, the sword competition was also about strategy. 2 disciples from each sect absolutely could not be placed in the same fighting ring. Moreover, were there any familiar sects nearby? Were there any disciples from other sects that they knew the ins and outs of? This, all needed to be considered in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. The sects that were closer to Huayu Palace had already taken the lead. They ran into the palace and threw the names of their 2 disciples into the fighting rings. Nonsense, the palace only chose 1 out of 10. Although their martial arts might be a little higher, their chances were still much higher. For a moment, the inside and outside of Huayu Palace was in chaos. Occasionally, there were people who used their lightness skills and almost collided with each other. There were also people who had just chosen a fighting ring and were about to throw their names in. In the end, they were thrown in by a hidden weapon technique from far away. Then, the small hole immediately disappeared. This person could only turn around and curse. He did not dare to delay and went to look for another fighting ring. As a result, in the end, more than 10 people ran out of Huayu Palace and shouted, "Where is the fighting ring? Where is the fighting ring?" It was because the smart leaders in the square had filled up the fighting rings in Huayu Palace. These people in Huayu Palace had no fighting ring to throw their names into. They had no choice but to look for the 1 out of 20 fighting rings in the square. The funny thing was, in the square, there were 512 sects and 1,024 people. They were all silent and stood there obediently, adhering to the rule of not speaking during the sword competition. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 1039. The elders and sect leaders of the various sects saw this and knew what these people were thinking. With a stomp of their feet, they split up and rushed towards the 50 arenas in the plaza. 50 fighting rings were not a lot, but they covered the entire square and they had to search one by one. How could they be fast? These 10+ people had a tacit understanding and each of them found a different area. After a while, the burning candles were extinguished and the holes in the 100 arenas disappeared. One of the sect leaders looked on helplessly as the hole in front of him gradually became smaller. His heart grew anxious and he rubbed the piece of paper in his hand and actually used a hidden weapon technique to throw it into the hole. Seeing that the ball of paper was about to fall into the hole that had not completely disappeared, the sect leader's face revealed a smile. But at this moment, out of nowhere, a gust of wind suddenly blew past and blew the ball of paper askew. With a "pa" sound, it hit the spot where the hole had disappeared. The sect leader's face immediately turned pale and he stood there in a daze. He looked at the clear and windless square and then looked at the group of people who were gloating at his misfortune. His face immediately turned ashen. He didn't say anything and just looked at the various sects beside the stage. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and returned to Huayu Palace. "What's wrong with that old man Xiao?" One of them was indignant and said in a low voice, "He didn't go in himself and now he wants to find trouble with others. Look at him, I'm afraid he's blaming us for this. Who knows if he'll attack our sects once he leaves Chuanxiang cult. It's just Qingshan sect. They have some connections with the Righteous Alliance. Now that Chuanxiang cult has appeared in Jianghu, can the Righteous Alliance still control Jianghu?" That's right. The Dalan Temple was a master who ignored the Righteous Alliance and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. Now that Chuanxiang cult has appeared, they will not let the Righteous Alliance be the only sect. Sect leaders, I think sect leader Hu is right. We need to discuss this. Although Qing Shan sect is not big, it's not something any of us can deal with. Why don't we? Brother Yu is right. After the martial arts convention, we need to meet up and leave together. Don't fall into Qing Shan sect's trap. Sigh, when the fragrance spreads, Jianghu is in chaos. The incense cult had only just held a martial arts assembly. They had not even taken a step out of Jianxi Lake, but they had already stirred up a lot of trouble. This didn't include the Misty School that was rushing to Misty Peak. When the sect leaders returned to Huayu Palace with hatred in their hearts, Abbess Shuizhen's voice was heard again, everyone, the name list for each arena has been decided. As for which Xiaoxia and which Xiaoxia will fight, it is up to the arena to decide. The cult of incense will not interfere. However, my perfuming school will send an inner disciple to act as a witness for each battle arena. This disciple will not judge the outcome of the battle arena, but will only place the winner's name back into the arena. As for the outcome of the battle between the two Xiaoxia in the arena, it is also simple. As long as one of them falls out of the arena within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the remaining one will be the winner. If neither of them falls out of the arena within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then I'm sorry, but both of them will be disqualified from the next round. There will be no incense burning in each arena. When the battle begins, the arena will descend by itself. When the arena is level with the ground, it will only take the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Well, sect leaders, is there anything else you want to ask? A voice called out, Abbess Shuizhen, if both of them fall out of the arena, then, will the one who falls out of the arena be the winner? If both of them fall out of the arena, then both of them will be disqualified from the next round, Abbess Shuizhen said firmly. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was asking, Abbess Shuizhen said, okay, then the battle arena will begin now. If there is anything special, please ask the perfuming school disciple in charge of the arena. As he spoke, 100 young disciples dressed in palace attire with veils covering their faces filed in and walked to their respective arenas. Their bodies did not move, but they floated to the edge of the arenas and stood on the edge of the arenas with the tips of their feet. Their entire bodies were outside of the arenas. Good, seeing such a high level of Qinggong, very few people praised. Seeing that all the disciples were in place, Abbess Shuizhen looked back. At this time, the restriction on the high platform where Abbess Jingyi and the others were standing had been removed. Abbess Jingyi nodded slightly. Abbess Shuizhen took out a 3-inch long stick from her bosom and pointed it in the air. Pa! With a crisp sound, the 100 arenas released a pale white screen of light at the same time. After a while, 2 lines of large words appeared on each arena. Su Jingwen of the Firmament Dock, Lu Qing of the Qi Huanmen, beside the arena where Abbess Shuizhen stood, everyone looked at the large words on the screen of light in shock and read them out loud. What? Is it really chosen by the arena itself? One person couldn't believe his eyes. Nonsense, it's already the name. What's there to not believe? The way of immortality is really magical. While everyone was talking, 2 good-looking disciples stepped out of the crowd and flew onto the arena. They cupped their hands and saluted to everyone. Then, they walked onto the arena. One of them cupped his hands and said, I am Lu of Qi Hua Men. While Lu Cheng was complaining inwardly, he suddenly felt the air behind his feet. He was shocked. He was at the edge of the arena. If he took half a step back, he would fall off the arena. Seeing that he couldn't dodge the kick, Lu Cheng of Qi Hua Men clenched his teeth. He didn't circulate his internal energy, but jumped forward to grab the leg of the Heavens Vault Doc's disciple even if he got injured. The Heavens Doc's disciple already had a plan in mind. First, he would reveal an opening and send his leg towards Lu Cheng. This was just a feint. When Lu Cheng's hand reached his eyes, he immediately lowered his body and kicked Lu Cheng's leg that was still standing on the stage. Lu Cheng's upper body was still on the stage, but the lower part of his body was outside the stage. At this moment, Lu Qing didn't have time to grab the disciple of the firmament dock. He stretched out his hand and tried to grab the edge of the arena. Seeing this, the disciple of the firmament dock pointed his scabbard at Lu Cheng's forehead. Seeing that the scabbard was about to touch his forehead, Lu Cheng sighed helplessly and let go of his left hand. He somersaulted in the air and landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, the disciple of the firmament dock stood up and cupped his hands. I am Su Jingwen of the firmament dock. From the moment Lu Cheng cupped his hands to the moment he was kicked out of the arena, only a few breaths of time had passed. The disciple of the firmament dock didn't introduce himself too late. Senior sister of the incense school, this guy, he cheated. Lu Cheng said to the disciple of the incense school who was standing at the edge of the arena. The disciple of the firmament dock, Su Jingwen, stood on the arena with a smile and didn't say anything. The disciple of the incense school looked at him and said coldly, "You have already won. Get down from the arena." "Yes, senior sister." Su Jingwen smiled and jumped down from the arena. The disciple of the incense school thought for a while and said, "Senior sister Xuezhen said that as long as you leave the arena, you lose. You don't have to care about anything else." After saying that, he jumped down from the arena and wrote a piece of paper. He slapped the surface of the arena and a small hole appeared. He threw the piece of paper into the hole and jumped back into the arena. After the small hole was sealed, 2 more names appeared on the white screen. This time, the 2 of them weren't as careless as Lu Cheng from the firmament dock. They fought carefully. Although there were 100 battles, the martial arts of these young disciples, how could they enter senior sister Jing Yi's eyes? She glanced at them and looked at the people beside her. She smiled and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. I will be back soon." Garuda glanced at senior sister Jing Yi and ignored her. The elder smiled and said, "Senior sister Jing Yi, please go ahead." Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San bowed slightly. Senior sister Jing Yi walked down from the arena. Peacock, Chen Chen and the other disciples followed behind her and entered a small hall in Huayu Palace. The moment she entered the small hall, Nun Jing Yi's face immediately became gloomy. She silently walked to a chair, but before she could sit down, she stretched out her hand and slammed it on the table beside her. The table didn't change at first, but after a few breaths, it suddenly collapsed and turned into powder that fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Even Chen Chen shrunk his neck and didn't dare to speak. "This is too much." Senior sister Jing Yi stood in front of the chair with her back to the crowd and said angrily. Perhaps it was because she had vented her anger on the table, but at this time, although senior sister Jing Yi was furious, her tone also seemed to be helpless. "Leader." Peacock looked at the crowd and said, "I wonder, is there anything I can help with? Could it be, because of the sword competition?" Senior sister Jing Yi thought for a moment and sighed. In the martial world, there will always be things that are difficult to settle. If you can't tolerate what others can't, then you must have the ability to do what others can't. Peacock, you must remember this in the future. "Yes, leader, I understand." Peacock answered nervously. All right, all of you, go out and call Yin from the distant fire palace." Deputy Palace Master Yin. Yu Yen was stunned and nodded in response. She was the first to go out and the others followed. "Peacock, Chen Chen, you two stay." Senior sister Jing Yi called out as the crowd walked out. Peacock looked at Chen Chen, stopped and walked back into the hall. The other disciples knew that the 2 of them had different identities, so naturally, they didn't say much and left quietly. After a while, Yin from the distant fire palace still hadn't arrived. Someone else did. She stood outside the small hall and seemed to be thinking and hesitating. A voice came from inside the hall. "Xia Qing. You. What's the matter?" Chapter 1040. When Xia Qing heard the voice of Nun Jingyi, the hesitation on her face turned into determination. She clenched her teeth and walked into the hall. Xia Qing, you've been loitering at the door for a long time. Is there something urgent? Nun Jingyi's face didn't look good. Sect leader. Looking at Nun Jingyi, Xia Qing panicked and stammered, it's nothing, I just came to see if there's anything I can do. Nun Jingyi sneered, Xia Qing, if there's anything, just tell me. I'll make the decision for you on why you peak. This. Nun Jingyi's power had already scared Xia Qing out of her wits. But now, she had no choice but to throw herself on the ground and cry, Sect Master, please show mercy. Disciple. Disciple asks Sect Master to allow Disciple to participate in the sword competition. Ah. Nun Jingyi was stunned. She looked at Peacock and Chen Chen, who were also at a loss and shook their heads slightly. Xia Qing, get up first. Nun Jingyi said with a pleasant face, didn't I already say it before? Let the male disciples of Ruijin Palace go. It's better if the female disciples of Mo Xian Palace don't go on stage. You. Do you have other ideas? Sect leader. Xia Qing stood up straight and looked at the three people in the hall. She sucked her lips and said, Sect leader, since the failure of the refining heart cave, I've been anxious. I want to find an opportunity on the path of immortality. I know I can't compare with Senior Peacock, Senior Chen Chen, and even Junior Yuyan, but my heart is no worse than theirs. The three senior sisters have already obtained the inheritance of the path of immortality. I also want to fight for a chance in the sword competition. This. Nun Jingyi sucked in a breath of cold air. She didn't expect that Xia Qing, a disciple who usually didn't show off, would have such a strong desire for Taoism. After thinking for a while, she said, I've already explained to you about the sword competition before. The blade-breaking force belongs to the Godly Knife sect. Although it's an excellent secret manual for practicing martial arts, it's only effective for male disciples. Female disciples won't have much effect if they practice it. Our aroma cult also has secret manuals on martial arts. Oh, Xia Qing, you want to fight for those 5 elements primordial stones? Abbess Jingyi suddenly realized. Yes, Lord Hierarch. Seeing that Jingyi Shirtai didn't have any angry expression, Xia Qing was secretly happy. She said, Disciple knows that Sir Hierarch is magnanimous. Our Mo Xian Palace also has a lot of secret manuals on martial arts. Once disciples' martial arts reach a certain level, they can be bestowed. Although disciples' internal strength cultivation method can't compare to Senior Sister Peacock's and Senior Sister Chen Chen's heavenly mortal cultivation method, disciple is confident that disciple will be bestowed by Sir Hierarch in her lifetime. So, you want to get the 5 elements primordial stones first to lay the foundation for your future cultivation? Disciple, indeed has such a plan. I hope Sir Hierarch can grant my wish. Hee, how's Elder Jing Fan's martial arts? What level of attainment was the Mortal Heart Sutra that she cultivated? Why didn't our cult give her the 5 elements primordial stones? Have you ever thought about it? Disciple. Disciple knows that the 5 elements primordial stones are very precious. Even our Mo Xian Palace doesn't have many left. And, the rest are for Senior Sister Peacock, Senior Sister Chen Chen, and Junior Sister Yuyan to cultivate. Not to mention disciple, even Elder Jing Fan and the previous Great Elder Jing Gang didn't have any, so. You want to take advantage of this sword competition to get the primordial stones first. But, such a precious thing, why don't we keep it for ourselves? Instead, we give it to outsiders. This. Disciple didn't think too much about it. Disciple. Disciple only thought that the primordial stones are very few. If we don't fight for it now, in the future, there may not be such an opportunity. So, disciple steeled her heart, to beg Sir Hierarch. Good. Nun Jingyi clapped her hands and said, seeking the Tao always has a sequence. If you fight for it first, you'll cut off the path of others. If you don't fight for it, others will fight for it. Since you came to beg our cult, what's wrong with us agreeing to your request? Thank you, Sir Hierarch. Xia Qing was so excited that she almost cried. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I haven't finished speaking. Nun Jingyi said lightly, our cult gave you a chance this time, which is equivalent to giving you the chance to cultivate the Tao of immortality. In the future, when you're successful in martial arts and have the chance to enter the Tao of immortality, our cult, disciple knows. Disciple doesn't dare to hope that Sir Hierarch will give me another chance. Our Mo Ning Palace has a lot of disciples. Disciple has received this chance and won't fight for the next one. It's good that you know. Then you may leave. In a while, during the sword competition, you'll replace Yuan Hong. Tell him now. This is our order. Disciple understands. Disciple will go now. Xia Qing smiled and ran out after thanking her. Remember not to wear a veil and don't wear a palace dress. Nun Jingyi's voice came from behind. Yes, disciple knows. Xia Qing was in a good mood. After Xia Qing left, Peacock said softly, Sir Hierarch, if Xia Qing wins the 5 elements primordial stone, then Sir Hierarch's plan will be disrupted? Sigh, yes, it will inevitably be affected. Nun Jingyi sighed. This girl is so focused on cultivating the Tao of immortality. How can she not understand that the 5 elements primordial stone is a bait that our cult is giving to the entire Jianghu? Isn't that so? Even I understand. How can Xia Qing not know? Chen Chen was also puzzled. She has walked into a dead end. Nun Jingyi shook her head. This girl met the immortal sect's Huan Senior in Huanshu and saw the magic of the immortal sect. How can she think so much? Forget it, Sir Hierarch, don't worry. It's good to let her go to the arena and let the people of Jianghu see the power of our inner disciples. Don't we still have the imitation purple phoenix hairpin and the broken sword force? They are also very useful. Hee, Nun Jingyi sneered. Xia Qing is a bit narrow-minded. She thinks that our cult doesn't send disciples from Mo Xian Palace and only sent disciples from Ruijin Palace. This means that the disciples of the other sects are no match for the disciples of Mo Xian Palace. On the other hand, I don't know if the Tenryu sect will participate. If they participate, won't they take away all those things? No, Sir Hierarch, it's useless for them to take those things. Chen Chen smiled. Then, we have to consider between the clouds and the water. Do you think that Bai Yanxiu will tolerate the broken sword force that originally belonged to him being lost in Jianghu? Since she wants to keep the broken sword force, how can she let go of the 5 elements primordial stone? Hee, Peacock, among the disciples in white brought by between the clouds and the water, are some of them the ones who tried to kill you outside Dianqi Lake that day? Yes, Sir Hierarch, your disciple saw them a long time ago. One of them was Liang Cangshu who tried to kill me that day. It's just that the other 3 who besieged me are not here. See, Liang Cangshu's martial arts are not worse than yours. Although you have received the inheritance and can be considered a person of immortality, your foundation is still shallow and you can't show any magical powers. Even if you fight with Liang Cangshu now, you may not be able to win. Xia Qing is even less likely. I'm afraid. Xia Qing may not be able to do as she wishes. Sigh, Peacock suddenly thought of a saying. She was too smart and gave Qing her life instead. At this time, Nun Jingyi raised her eyebrows and looked at the entrance of the small hall. After a while, there was the sound of light footsteps and someone asked, Sir Hierarch, your subordinate is the deputy of the fiery temple, Yin. Why are you looking for me? Is this Yin from the fiery temple? Come in. Yes, your subordinate obeys. When Yin came in, Peacock and Chen bowed slightly. Deputy Temple Master Yin, do you have a disciple called Zhang Pinger? Nanjing asked directly. Yin was startled and said in a panic, this subordinate does have a disciple called Zhang Pinger, but this child's temperament is calm and she doesn't cause trouble. Previously, the matter with Great Elder Jing Gang's disciple and the Protector's disciple was all a misunderstanding. This subordinate has already punished Zhang Pinger, she shouldn't bother Mo Xian Palace's Protector's disciple and Miss Si Xia. Seeing that Yin had said so much, Nanjing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After Yin finished speaking, she said, I have already punished all of you for that matter. I won't mention it again in the future. Today, I'm looking for you, because of another matter regarding Zhang Pinger. Ah. Yin was stunned and blurted out, this time, which hall's disciple is it? Which hall's disciple? Nanjing laughed coldly, it's Garuda. Garuda, he's not a very famous disciple. May I ask which hall this disciple is from, Sir Hierarch? Your subordinate will punish them right away. Yin was very puzzled. Garuda of the Tenryu sect. Not to mention you, even I want to punish him. When you go, remember to bring me along. Ah. Garuda, what's his relationship with Zhang Pinger? Yin was stunned. Thus, Nanjing recounted everything that had happened on the platform. Before Yin could speak, Chen said angrily, Sir Hierarch. How can this be? Is it possible that this guy said that whoever has the hidden fire meridians is the one? That he can take whoever he wants away with him? Peacock bit her lips and her face turned slightly pale. At this moment, she understood Nanjing reaction when they first arrived at the small hall and the meaning behind her words. After thinking for a moment, Yin asked tentatively, Sir Hierarch, what do you plan to do? What plan? Nanjing smiled bitterly, your subordinate has already called you here. What do you think I plan to do? Sigh, poor child. Yin also sighed, Garuda's words make sense. Unless Sir Hierarch has Zhang Pinger by your side at all times, with Garuda's lightness skill, it's really easy for him to kidnap Zhang Pinger. But I can't even protect a small disciple from the distant fire temple. This makes me feel very ashamed. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Moreover, this is the time for our incense sect to re-enter the martial arts world. If we fall out with the Tenryu sect because of this, the gains will not make up for the losses. Moreover, Sir Hierarch's plan must be an expedient plan. In the future, Yin could not say what would happen in the future. Chapter 1041. Yes, in the future, what could they do? Zhang Pinger had followed Garuda to Heavenly Dragon sect. Not to mention whether Fragrance Cult had the ability to get Zhang Pinger back in the future, even if Fragrance Cult could get Zhang Pinger back, would Zhang Pinger still be the same Zhang Pinger at that time? Seeing that Yin was silent, Nanjing was also silent. Peacock and Chen were even more silent. Peacock and Chen, at this moment were probably more lucky that they were now disciples of the inheritance cult. Moreover, they were lucky that they weren't born with a gift. Sigh, poor Zhang Pinger. Chen was silent for a moment and said unconsciously, first, she was dumped by Wuxia, and then she was played by Ren Xiaoyao. Now, she finally calmed down, but she was valued by Garuda. Senior sister apprentice, is this the legendary fate of beautiful women? You, shut up. Without waiting for Peacock to speak, Nanjing couldn't help but scold, Wuxia, we don't even know where her corpse is. Besides, there's nothing between him and Zhang Pinger. Ren Xiaoyao, don't even mention him. He's wholeheartedly looking for Zixia, Zhang Pinger is just wishful thinking. Chen curled her lips and muttered, I just think that Ren Xiaoyao is heartless. Thump. Peacock heard it clearly and her heart tightened for no reason. Nun Jing-yi ignored her and turned to Yin. Deputy Temple Master Yin has been the Deputy Temple Master of the Flame Temple for many years. I've also been paying attention to you for a long time. You're excellent in all aspects and now is the time for the fragrance cult to step out into the world. It's also time for you to show your skills. I think it's time for you to change places and take on more responsibilities. Yin heard this and was pleasantly surprised. He bowed and said, "Thank you for your promotion. This is the result of your many years of hard work. No need to thank me." Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said, "Go and tell Zhang Pinger that on her shoulders is the hope of the revival of the fragrance cult. Her responsibility is also great. Let her remember that as long as she's a disciple of the fragrance cult, no matter where she is, she's a disciple of the fragrance cult." "I know this. Yes, I understand. Moreover, Zhang Pinger's sacrifice today will be recorded in the history of the church by the disciples. Her sacrifice today in exchange for the glory of the incense cult tomorrow will definitely earn the respect of the younger disciples. Her tears will not be in vain. This subordinate understands. This subordinate will explain this matter to Zhang Pinger. Alas, now that things have come to this, we can only face reality." Yin agreed and left. When she was far away, Chen called out again, "Sir Hierarch. How can we record this?" Peacock scolded from the side, "Chen, shut up. Senior sister, but, if this matter was to be recorded in the ancient records, how could Lord Sect Master let bystanders withdraw? Only the two of us are left." Peacock frowned and said, "You and I are the next generation successors of the Order of Incense. Our leader has put in a lot of effort to show us the cruelty of Jianghu and how difficult it is for the female disciples of the Order of Incense to survive in Jianghu. If it wasn't for the circumstances, why would our leader allow her disciples to sacrifice themselves? If we don't harden our hearts, if we don't bear the humiliation, how can the Order of Incense flourish in our hands?" But Chen was still unconvinced. Didn't Lord Sect Master say that? As long as we have supernatural powers that others don't have, won't we still be able to bring the Order of Incense to greater heights? Chen. You still don't understand. If we were the number one person in Jianghu, would we still make such a decision today? If we were flying in the air in front of Rejuvenation Valley, using a flying sword to kill the immortal seniors of Longting Villa, would we still make such a decision? Everything is decided by strength. In this Jianghu, only strength is believed. Hua. A soft sound came from outside the hall. Nun Jing-yi used her divine sense to scan the area and laughed. "All right, there will be a conclusion. We still have to pass the days of the Order of Incense. Let's finish this martial arts convention first." When Nun Jing-yi led Peacock and Chen back to the main hall of Huayu Palace, the 100 winners had already been decided. The hua sound came from the inner disciples of the Order of Incense handing out the jade bottles containing the Yuhuandan pill, bone solidifying pill, and small revitalizing pill, to the 100 disciples. The audience cheered and applauded. To the 100 disciples and their sects, this was already the final victory. It was enough for them to record it in their sect's records. The rest could only fight for glory. The main characters on the stages were not destined to be theirs. After that, the 50 stages in the square slowly returned to the ground. Of the 50 stages in Huayu Palace, other than the 8 stages in front of the main platform, the other 42 stages also returned to the ground. Everyone knew that in the second round of the Sword Discourse, the 120 disciples would compete in these 8 stages to determine the final 8 spots. Sure enough, the 100 female disciples of the Fragrant Religion who were supervising the first round of the Sword Arena went to the middle of the ring. There was already a small hole in the middle of the ring, and these female disciples put the winner's name into the small hole. Alright, the first round of the Sword Discourse has already determined the 100 disciples. I represent the Order of Incense to congratulate these disciples. I hope that they can continue to work hard and improve their martial arts to the next level. I hope that they can shine brightly in Jianghu. Nun Xuezhen jumped onto the stage and smiled. Next up is the second round of the sword discourse. As everyone can see, there are 8 stages. Including the 4 disciples of the Order of Incense, the 4 disciples of the Dalan Temple, the 4 disciples of the Order of Righteous Tao, the 4 disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water, and the 4 disciples of the Tenryu sect. There are a total of 120 disciples competing for the 8 spots. 4 disciples will be selected from these 8 winners. The 4 disciples will compete in the sword discourse. The winner will compete for the top spot of the sword discourse, while the loser will compete for the top spot of the sword discourse. Alright, the Order of Incense will send out 4 disciples and place their names on the stage. The other 4 sects, please also place the names of the disciples from their sects who will be participating in the sword discourse. As soon as Nun Xuezhen finished speaking, 4 people walked in from outside the hall. 1 woman and 3 men. Seeing the appearance of the female disciple, not only was Nun Xuezhen stunned, but all the disciples of the Order of Incense were also stunned. Nun Xuezhen turned to look at Nun Jingyi in surprise. Nun Jingyi nodded slightly. Only then did Nun Xuezhen suppress the confusion in her heart. The 4 people jumped onto the stage and bowed to Nun Jingyi. They said, "We are Hu Ben from the Ruijin Palace, Yang Biao from the Greenwood Palace, Li Yifan from the Thick Earth Palace. Xia Qin from the Distant Fire Palace. Greetings to all the sect leaders." Nun Jingyi waved her hand. The 4 people threw the paper in their hands into the small hole in the stage and stood at the side of the stage with their hands by their sides. Then, 4 disciples from the Order of the Righteous Alliance also jumped out. They were all slightly older. They went onto the stage and bowed. "We are Lu Jihua, Chu Feng, Wu Shanghong, and Li Feng from the Order of the Righteous Alliance. Greetings to all the sect leaders." On the stage, Alliance Master Zhang San's face was slightly dark. The corners of his eyes twitched. He knew that while the Order of the Righteous Alliance was famous in the world of martial artists and had been able to summon the wind and summon the rain over the past few decades, that was just the feeling of a normal sect in the world of martial artists. Compared to the sects beside him, his foundation was far too lacking. Disregarding everything else, the older disciples on the stage might not have been famous in the world of martial artists, but they were already extremely outstanding figures among the next generation of disciples in the Order of the Righteous Alliance. They had come to the Order of the Righteous Alliance this time to let them broaden their horizons and did not plan to let them show their faces, but the rewards offered by the Order of the Righteous Alliance really moved him. He had been running the Order of the Righteous Alliance for so many years, and every time he thought of the 4 sects of the Immortal Path, he would feel a sense of inferiority from the bottom of his heart. He had been doing his best to search for the remains of the Immortal Path, hoping to find a way to enter the Immortal Path. However, even though he had spent a lot of effort and obtained a lot of secret manuals, jade slips, and so on, he had not been able to get a glimpse of the Immortal Path. This time, he was participating in the Order of the Righteous Alliance's Martial Arts Assembly. He really did not expect that such a wonderful opportunity would be placed in front of him. Of course, he also believed that Nun Jingyi definitely had some tricks she did not mention about these 3 items, but who was he? He was the leader of the Righteous Alliance, one of the 3 super sections. He firmly believed that even if Jingyi Nun still had a trick up her sleeve, as long as he could get his hands on these 3 items, he would definitely be able to decipher the secret to becoming an immortal. After the Righteous Alliance, it was naturally the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water. Bai Yanqiu seemed to be determined to win Between the Clouds and the Water too. He sent 4 disciples, including Liang Cangshu. At this moment, only the disciples of the Dalan Temple and the Tenryu sect seemed to be particularly relaxed. The disciples of the Dalan Temple stood there cautiously with their palms clasped together. They wore smiles on their faces as they watched the sword competition in a friendly manner. Compared to the rules of the disciples of the Dalan Temple, the Tenryus sect really didn't care about trifles. There were about 20 disciples of the Tenryus sect. They sat at 5 tables, either scratching their heads or resting with their eyes closed. A few of the chairs were empty. No one knew where they had gone. 4 people were sitting at one of the tables. A good-looking woman was holding the hand of a middle-aged man with snow-white hair who looked to be in his 30s. She whispered, "Little Yaya, who do you think the heavenly king will send?" "Shoo, Jiao, don't talk. Whoever the heavenly king sends will go. It's not up to us to judge." These 2 people were Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong, whom Zhang Xiaohua was already familiar with. The 2 of them were separated from Zhang Xiaohua on the sea. Zhang Xiaohua fell into the sea and naturally had a different encounter. The 2 of them were also in the competition between the Tenryus sect and the government. They didn't suffer any injuries. The battle overseas only cost them a lot of manpower. When the ships approached, the Jianghu people, led by Su Jiaowang and the rest, had the upper hand. Of course, the Tenryus sect didn't want to offend the government too much. Although they knew that the ships that were chasing them had set sail without permission, they couldn't annihilate all of them. They only dispelled their arrogance and swaggered off. Chapter 1042. Qin Shiyue caught Zhang Xiaohua to interrogate her about the pill furnace, which Sakura and the others didn't know about. If Qin Shiyue could get her hands on it, it would be a great achievement. Even if she couldn't get her hands on it, she would have other relics of the way of immortality. Therefore, when she saw Zhang Xiaohua fall into the water, she knew that Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't survive, so she left and didn't mention this matter again. Of course, the power behind Zhang Xiaohua didn't show up later, and there were no clues, which made Qin Shiyue quite sad. As for Su Jiaodong, when Qin Shiyue returned to the Tenryus sect, she also went with her. The flood dragon of the 4 seas was a subordinate of the Tenryus sect, so Qin Shiyue took Su Jiaodong with her. As for the status, who cared about it? Su Jiaodong saw Qin Shiyue scolding her, so she stole a glance at Garuda, who was resting on the high platform with his eyes closed, and said in a low voice, "Little Yaya, I know the disciples of the Tenryus sect don't lack this, but this cultivation method sounds very powerful, and it can be practiced to the way of immortality. Even if you don't mind, if you can get it and give it to my father, it won't be a waste of me serving you for so many years." Qin Shiyue frowned. "Jiao, if you want it, I'll ask the Heavenly King for it. We have no reason to mess up the Heavenly King's plan." "So, then, who do you think the Heavenly King will send?" "This." Qin Shiyue looked at the crowd and said in a low voice, "This cultivation method is meaningless to the disciples of the Tenryus sect. Who will fight for this useless thing? I guess, the Heavenly King doesn't plan to let the disciples fight at all." "Really?" Su Jiaodong's face lit up, and she said, "Then, isn't this a good opportunity? If you volunteer to fight, you can make the Tenryus sect famous, and you can also get this secret manual for me. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Are you going or not?" Su Jiaodong really acted like a spoiled child. Qin Shiyue was helpless. She looked around and got up and went to the high platform. As Qin Shiyue said, Garuda didn't take this matter seriously, and didn't plan to let the disciples fight. But since Qin Shiyue volunteered and had nothing to do, she nodded slightly. And the 4 disciples of the Dalan. They were the 4 disciples of the 3rd generation, Yuan Tong, Yuan, Fa, Yuan, Yuan, Yuan and Yuanzas, Yuan. And Yuan. It seemed like Dalan Temple and Dragon sect had the same idea. The Tenryus sect was T, the Tenryus sect S was S B on the sect T T S S S T. The Tes. They had to give face to the Tenryus sect, so they nodded. When Qin Shiyue put the slip of paper with her name into the small hole in the arena, Abbess Shuizhen patted the arena, and the small hole immediately disappeared. After a while, the 8 arenas were covered by a faint light screen. Nun Xuezhen said loudly, 117 disciples will be assigned to the 8 platforms. For the sake of fairness, disciples of the same sect will not appear in the same platform. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a buzzing sound. 2 lines of words appeared on the light screens of the 8 platforms. They were the names of the 2 people who were going to fight in the arena. The platforms looked very fair. Qin Shiyue, who had just put his name in, was arranged to fight in the first round. When he saw his name, he frowned. When he saw his opponent, he became even more impatient. His opponent was an extremely young disciple from the Tenryu sect. When the disciple saw his opponent's name, he was stunned. He didn't expect to be so unlucky as to meet the Tenryu sect as soon as he got on the platform. Qin Shiyue looked at him impatiently. It was as if he was a fly. If he didn't fly away, he might be swatted to death. Therefore, even though the disciple knew that injuries were prohibited on the platform, he still bowed and said with a smile, I was very lucky to be able to pass the first round. To be able to meet Senior Brother Qin on the platform is a kind of fate. I know I'm not Senior Brother Qin's opponent, so I admit defeat. After he finished speaking, he jumped down from the platform. Well, you're from the Tenryu sect. Not bad. Qin Shiyue commented casually and jumped down from the platform. Little you are so awe-inspiring. Su Jiaodong pulled Qin Shiyue and whispered with a smile. Shu, you're not afraid of being laughed at. I'm not awe-inspiring. It's the Tenryu sect's awe-inspiring. Qin Shiyue said proudly. There were several more rounds, but they were all very boring. Whenever a disciple from the other sects met a disciple from one of the 5 major sects, they would all jump down from the platform and admit defeat. The only one who did so was a disciple from the floating mountain village. When he met Hu Ben, he saw Hu Ben's tall figure and thought he was clumsy. He wanted to use his superior Qinggong to fight him. If he could gain something, he might become famous in Jianghu. Who would have thought that when Hu Ben swung his copper staff, he would be mesmerized by the sound of the soul-devouring rod. When he regained his senses, the thick copper staff was already on his forehead. He almost collapsed on the platform. His legs went soft and he couldn't even walk. It was the floating mountain village's head who went up to the platform and carried him down. This disciple from the floating mountain village could be considered a lesson for those who came after him. Those who originally had some thoughts of being careful had long since given up. No one dared to challenge the dignity of the 5 major sections. The disciples of the 5 major sects had a smooth journey until the Righteous Alliance's Li Feng met the Dalan Temple's Yuan Wu. Li Feng was a tall man in his 30s. His weapon was different from the others. He used a white wax spear. When he saw his name appear at the same time as the Dalan Temple's name, he couldn't help but frown. He jumped onto the platform. Among the Dalan Temple's group, a short and thin disciple also jumped onto the platform. He held a very ordinary-looking wooden staff in his hand. Looking at his age, he seemed to be in his 20s. The 2 got on the platform and saluted each other. Li Feng waved his spear and the red-tasseled spear tip exploded. He called out, Young Master Yuan Wu, I'm older. I'll let you have one move. Yuan Wu waved the wooden staff in a circle in front of him. He raised one hand and nodded, Many thanks, benefactorly, for letting me win. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Wu didn't hold back and swung the wooden staff towards Li Feng's waist. Yuan Wu was originally a lower-generation disciple of the Dalan Temple. He was lucky enough to be chosen to come to the incense cult. Elder Changding made it clear that it was a matter of experience and experience. If he really cared about face, Kong Chan, Kong Jian and the other disciples behind him would have been chosen long ago. Before the wooden staff could get close to Li Feng's body, the sound of the wind could be heard. Good move. Li Feng shouted and leaped up like a sparrow hawk. Looking at his Qin Gong, it was obvious that his Qin Gong was better than Yuan Wu's Qin Gong. Yuan Wu's attack was obviously meant to test Li Feng's strength. When he saw that Li Feng's Qin Gong was good, he immediately retracted his staff. He was afraid that Li Feng would have more powerful moves waiting for him. Li Feng was disappointed when he saw that Yuan Wu didn't chase after him. Yuan Wu's move was indeed a bait. Once Yuan Wu chased after him, Li Feng would give him a thunderous strike. Unfortunately, he could only land on the ground, turn his spear, and stab with all his heart. There were very few people who used spears in Jianghu. Those who used such a weapon would have extraordinary moves. Sure enough, Li Feng's spear was like a dragon that came out of the sea. It circled around Yuan Wu's body. As long as there was a slight opening, he would be able to break through the door. Unfortunately, Yuan Wu's performance disappointed Li Feng once again. When Yuan Wu saw that he was inferior to Li Feng, he immediately brandished his wooden stick and countered Li Feng's every move. He was not greedy and did not attack recklessly. The saying that the world's martial arts originated from the Dalan Temple might be an exaggeration, but there was some truth to it. Other than the widely spread Arhat fist and Lyoha fist, they all originated from the Dalan Temple. Even the Chi Mei staff technique originated from the Dalan Temple. As for the monks of Dalan Temple, their martial arts might not reach the pinnacle, but all of them had excellent fundamentals. This was the same for Yuan Wu. Since he had accepted his position, Li Feng really didn't have any good ideas. If it was under normal circumstances, Li Feng would know that as long as he attacked for a while, this monk would definitely show an opening. However, this was the sword discourse arena, and there was only an incense stick's worth of time left. More than half of the time had already passed, and there were no signs of an opening. Li Feng couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Thinking about Alliance Master Zhang San's warning in his deep gaze, Li Feng clenched his teeth and circulated his energy, thrusting his spear forward. Whoosh! It actually caused the sound of the wind as it pierced straight towards Yuan Wu's face. Yuan Wu didn't dare to be careless. He held his wooden stick horizontally, blocking Li Feng's spear, and lifted it up, raising the spearhead above his head. At this moment, Yuan Wu's eyes slightly looked up at the spearhead. With a slight movement of his hand, Li Feng's hand cracked into 3 parts. Li Feng strode forward and raised the end of the spear with his right hand, as if he was using a 3-part stick. With a whoosh, his wooden stick smashed onto Yuan Wu's wooden stick. Bang! Bam! The 2 sticks collided. A wave of pain came from the area between Monk Yuan Wu's thumb and forefinger. Monk Yuan Wu had received several heavy blows from Li Feng and his hand was already cracked. This time, Li Feng used all his strength. How could his hands not bleed? Feeling the huge force from Li Feng's 3-section staff, Monk Yuan Wu felt bitter. However, he still forcefully channeled his inner energy and raised his arms to withstand the force. Then, he spun his left leg and kicked towards Li Feng's lower body. Hee. Seeing that Monk Kong Wu had the intention of attacking Li Feng's weak point to save his weak point, Li Feng understood. He used the momentum to dodge and pulled out his left hand. With a slight movement of his fingers, a flash of light came out from his sleeve. It was a sharp dagger. Li Feng held the dagger in his left hand and bent his body. He channeled his inner energy and stabbed it towards Monk Yuan Wu's chest. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Please tip me. Chapter 1043. Monk Yuan Wu's heart sank when he saw Li Feng's dagger stabbing towards his chest. He knew that if he did not pull out his wooden stick, he would not be able to block the attack. However, Li Feng was still holding the spear in his right hand and he was still holding the spear tip. If he pulled out his wooden stick, he would still be stabbed by the spear tip. Therefore, Monk Yuan Wu made up his mind. With one hand holding the wooden stick, he pulled out his other hand and leaned forward. Facing Li Feng's incoming momentum, he grabbed Li Feng's dagger with his bare hand. Li Feng's attack was very fast. He did not expect Kong Wu to be so reckless. He was stunned. Just as he was hesitating, Kong Wu's hand grabbed the dagger. Immediately, the sharp blade cut Kong Wu's palm and blood dripped down the dagger. Ah! Although the monks of the Dalan temple were calm, they all exclaimed. Even Abbot Chongsheng, who was watching from afar, was stunned. Amitba. It's not good to have too much anger. Huh, you old monk. This brave monk is bleeding for the sake of the Dalan temple's reputation. How can you say that? I like it. If you don't want it, you can give it to the Tenryu sect. Garuda laughed. The Dalan temple's reputation is not something that can be determined by this sword competition. Even if he loses, what can he do? Elder Chongsheng shook his head. Alliance Master Zhang San's face was livid. Kong Wu was just a junior disciple of the Dalan temple, but he had such a strong disciple. He was able to tie with the outstanding disciple he had selected in such a short time. This was something he had not expected. At this moment, a voice shouted, "Time's up." Li Feng from the Alliance of Righteous Sects and Yuan Wu from the Dalan temple are both eliminated. Li Feng was anxious when he heard this. When he looked again, the arena was already as high as the ground. This sword discourse was considered to be over. Sigh. Li Feng put away his dagger and spear and smiled bitterly. Little monk, you really wanted it. I admit defeat. Yuan Wu endured the pain and clasped his hands together. The blood flowed down his wrist. He forced a smile and said, "Thank you for showing mercy, benefactor." Li Feng shook his head helplessly as he looked at the high platform. Alliance Master Zhang San's ashen face had disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Thump. Li Feng was startled. He knew that Alliance Master Zhang was beyond furious. But what could he do? With the righteous alliance's Li Feng as an example, in the future, no one dared to hold back in the sword conference. As long as they went on stage, they would all use their ultimate moves, afraid that they would be eliminated because of the delay. The monks of the Dalan temple, on the other hand, seemed to have received instructions from the great master Changgung. They no longer fought as fiercely as Yuan Wu. Whenever there was a slightly dangerous move, they would immediately withdraw. If the opponent forced them, they would immediately jump off the ring and admit defeat. But even so, under the mercy of the incense cult and the Dalan temple, when the winners of the last 8 rings were determined, except for the disciples of the 5 great sects, the disciples of the other sects were all eliminated. Of course, even though these disciples had been eliminated, they were still able to exchange blows with the experts of the 5 great sects under a situation where their lives were not in danger. This was extremely beneficial to their cultivation of the martial Tao. This was probably even more precious than the Jade Restoration Pill. Therefore, even though they had been knocked out of the arena, their faces were still flushed red and they were in high spirits. There was absolutely no dejection. The 8 disciples of the 5 great sects were Xia Qing and Hu Ben from the incense cult, Liang Cangshu, He Su, and Chen Yang from between the clouds and the water, Yuan Tong from the Dalan temple, Qin Shiyue from the Tenryu sect, and Wu Shanghong from the Righteous Alliance. In terms of the number of disciples, between the clouds and the water, who went all out and sent out a strong lineup, had 3 disciples who won. Similarly, the Righteous Alliance, who were determined to win, only had 1 disciple. The strength of the 2 sects could be seen from this. As for Xia Qing, as an inner disciple, of course her martial arts were much better than the average disciple. It was very normal for her to win. When the list of the 8 people came out, 4 of the 8 arenas were retracted into the ground. The supervising disciples of the fragrant religion sent the list of the 8 people into the small holes in the arenas. Not long after, on the light screen of the 4 arenas, 2 lines of big words appeared: Xia Qing from the incense cult, Qin Shiyue from the Tenryu sect, Hu Ben from the incense cult, He Su from between the clouds and the water, Yuan Tong from the Dalan temple, Yang Cangshu from between the clouds and the water, Wu Shanghong from the Righteous Alliance, Chen Yang from between the clouds and the water. The crowd was in an uproar. Judging from the performance in the sword competition arena just now, Xia Qing's martial arts were very high. She easily won several times. The same was true for Qin Shiyue from the Tenryu sect. Her flexible sword was like a snake, and it was difficult for her opponent to resist. Everyone thought that these two would meet in the end. Unexpectedly, they met at the beginning of the competition. For a time, many people surrounded the two rings, wanting to see the battle between the peak of martial arts. They saw Xia Qing look at her name. Her expression didn't change at all. She used her Qin Gong from the Tenryu sect and floated onto the ring. Qin Shiyue from the Tenryu sect was also very elegant. She waved her flexible sword like a folding fan in her hand. She took a step and stepped onto the ring as if she was climbing a very low flight of stairs. Good, everyone applauded. They were all discerning people. Naturally, they knew that the two's Qin Gong was not ordinary. If it was purely a competition of Qin Gong, Qin Shiyue was slightly better than Xia Qing. Miss, look at your hand. It's much higher than the others. As far as I know, Lihua Temple doesn't seem to have a female disciple with such high martial arts, right? Qin Shiyue asked with a smile. Xia Qing didn't pay attention to him. She waved her flexible sword and said coldly, "If you think you're not a match for me, you should get off the ring as soon as possible. You're saving face for the Tenryu sect, and also leaving room for both of our sections. Why are you being so long-winded again?" Qin Shiyue was furious and said, "You little girl, I'm just afraid of hurting you. I just want to give you a few words of advice." Without waiting for Qin Shiyue to finish, Xia Qing waved her hand. Her flexible sword was also like a dragon exploring the sea. "Oh, little girl, you're really vicious," Qin Shiyue said, but his hands didn't stop. He used his internal force and waved it. His flexible sword straightened like an ordinary long sword. With a "chi" sound, it met Xia Qing's attack. Both of them were from famous sects and were well-known figures in their own sections. Their swordsmanship, moves, and mastery of their internal energy were not far apart. They were evenly matched and had met their match. After fighting for half an incense stick's worth of time, the two soft swords had not clashed. Everyone below the ring was dumbfounded. Everyone was calculating in their hearts. If they were in the ring right now, how many moves could they withstand? As time passed, the ring fell little by little. Xia Qing felt that something was wrong. She clenched her teeth and jumped into the air. She shook her flexible sword and slashed it down. "Huh," Qin Shiyue laughed. Wasn't this the move he usually used? So, he shook his flexible sword and spun it forward, wanting to entangle Xia Qing's flexible sword. Unexpectedly, just as the two soft swords were about to touch each other, an inch-long faint red light suddenly flashed from Qin Shiyue's soft sword. With a soft sound, the faint red light hit the tip of Qin Shiyue's soft sword, and the tip of the sword, which was about the length of 4 fingers, fell. "Sword light!" Qin Shiyue gasped and almost cried out. At this time, there were people below the ring who knew what was good for him. Suddenly, the whole ring was noisy, and everyone was amazed. Xia Qing's face was slightly proud. The inch-long sword light on her flexible sword was expanding and contracting, and a red light was moving up and down her flexible sword. On the other hand, Qin Shiyue frowned and looked a little nervous. Although Qin Shiyue was a disciple of the Tenryu sect's Garuda was best at Qinggong. Therefore, Qin Shiyue was not as proficient in internal strength as Xia Qing. When he saw that the tip of his flexible sword had been chopped off, he knew that he might not be a match for Xia Qing in martial arts. So, he frowned and took back his flexible sword. He reached into his pocket and took out a foot-long thing that looked like an antler. That thing was shaped like an antler and was completely black. It was impossible to tell what material it was made of. Seeing this, Xia Qing didn't hold back and swung her sword again. Qin Shiyue raised his weapon to meet it while chanting. With a chi-la sound, like the sound of a torch being thrown into cold water, the inch-long sword light on Xia Qing's flexible sword immediately shrank when it touched the weapon. Ah! Xia Qing's face was full of horror and she unconsciously took a few steps back. Qin Shiyue grinned maliciously and followed up. She waved her antlers and displayed a strange move, forcing Xia Qing to be overwhelmed. She accidentally touched it again, and the sword aura shrunk a little. As a result, the sword light on Xia Qing's flexible sword had disappeared, and Qin Shiyue became braver and braver as he fought. He stretched out his hand and the weapon went straight for Xia Qing's throat. Xia Qing seemed to have something wrong with her heart. She covered her heart with her left hand and wanted to block the antler with the flexible sword in her right hand. However, she was afraid that the antler would break the flexible sword. She had no choice but to roll the flexible sword and stab it under the antler towards Qin Shiyue's chest. The flexible sword was very fast, and seemed to have the idea of besieging Wei to save Zhao. Go down! Qin Shiyue shouted and threw out the antler in his hand. At this time, his antler was only about 4 inches away from Xia Qing's throat, and the flexible sword was more than a foot away from him. In any case, it was impossible for Xia Qing to stab it first. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A faint brilliance flashed out from Xia Qing's chest, and a faint light shield blocked in front of Qin Shiyue's antler. With a soft poof, the light shield blocked the antler, and the antler couldn't move an inch further. Jade Talisman! Qin Shiyue cried out and immediately tried to use his hand to knock the soft sword away. Who would have thought that before he could use his antlers, another sword light would appear on Xia Qing's soft sword? Although this sword light was much dimmer than before, it was still able to hit Qin Shiyue's major acupuncture point at a distance of 3 inches. Seeing that the flexible sword had succeeded, Xia Qing floated up and kicked Qin Shiyue's chest, kicking him out of the ring with a "pa" sound. At this time, the time limit for burning a stick of incense was up, and the ring had just fallen to the ground. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for recommendation and monthly. Chapter 1044. Senior Brother Qin, thank you for letting me win. Xia Qing cupped her hands and said after Qin Shiyue's acupoints were unsealed by the disciples of the Tenryu sect. It's okay. It's okay. Qin Shiyue waved his hand and said, I didn't expect you to have a jade talisman, so it's normal for me to lose. Hee, I also didn't expect Senior Brother Qin to have a magic tool, so I had no choice. Xia Qing didn't give in. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Qin Shiyue curled his lips and said in his heart. He turned around and comforted Su Jiaodong. He didn't finish what he promised, so he was afraid that it would be difficult to report back. Xia Qing and Qin Shiyue were evenly matched, so they fought for the longest time. The other 3 arenas had already been decided. Although Hu Ben was a disciple of the Rui Jin Palace, he was born with great strength. His crazy devil staff technique could change the wind and clouds. Although between the clouds and the waters martial arts were also very strong, he was still defeated by the staff. The battle between Yuan Tong and Liang Cangshu was the most interesting. As soon as Liang Cangshu took out his long saber and waved it a few times, Yuan Tong knew that he was no match for him, so he immediately jumped down from the arena and admitted defeat. He really had a good attitude. The battle between Wu Shanhong and between the clouds and the waters Chen Yang was basically not on the same level. Chen Yang was similar to Hu Ben, he was also tall and strong, and his arms were very strong. He held a bronze statue in his hand, and when the bronze statue danced, Wu Shanhong, who was holding a long sword, couldn't get close to him. Wu Shanhong wanted to use Qin Gong to fight, but Chen Yang didn't give him a chance and sealed the entire arena. Wu Shanghong was helpless and was forced to jump down from the arena by the bronze statue. So far, the 4 disciples of the Righteous Alliance were all defeated. The sword competition of the Fragrant Religion's Wulian Assembly started in the morning, and now the sun was setting. Only 4 people were chosen. They were Xia Qing and Hu Ben from Fragrant Religion, and Liang Cangshu and Chen Yang from Between the Clouds and the Water. In the middle of Huayu Palace, a platform that was several times bigger than the previous one slowly rose up. Nun Shuizhen jumped onto the arena and said with a smile, "Everyone, after a day of exciting sword competition, we have finally chosen 4 disciples who are qualified to fight for the 3 rewards. There are still 4 more competitions left. For transparency and fairness, here are 4 jade tokens with the names of the 4 disciples written on them. Would the elder of the Dalan Temple please draw a jade token for us? The 2 that the elder draws will form a group, and the 2 of you will form a group. The 2 winners of the 2 groups will fight for the Purple Phoenix Hairpin, and the 2 losers will fight for the 5 Elements Primordial Stone." As she spoke, a female disciple brought a tray with 4 jade tokens on it. Nun Shuizhen casually invited the 4 people below the arena to come up and stand to the side. Then, the elder also came up. Under the gaze of the 4 people, he randomly picked 2 jade tokens and gave them to Nun Shuizhen. He didn't even look at them and jumped down from the arena. Nun Shuizhen took the jade tokens and looked at the names on them. A strange expression appeared on her face. She didn't read it and passed it to the person beside her. That person looked at it and smiled. "The elder is really fair." Then he said, "Xia Qing from the Cult of Fragrance versus Hu Ben from the Cult of Fragrance." Ha ha ha, the people below the arena laughed. "This is great. The internal battle begins." Nun Shuizhen smiled and passed the remaining jade tokens to another person. That person nodded and read, "Between the Clouds and the Water, Liang Cangshu versus Between the Clouds and the Water, Chen Yang." "Alright," Nun Shuizhen said, "since the 2 groups of opponents have been drawn by Master Changsheng, let's continue with the sword competition." The 5 people jumped down from the arena, and Xia Qing and Hu Ben came up again. Xia Qing held a soft sword and Hu Ben held a copper rod. The 2 looked at each other, and Hu Ben cupped his hands and said, "Although I think highly of myself, I know that I'm no match for senior sister. I admit defeat." After that, Hu Ben jumped down from the arena. Xia Qing sighed slightly and followed him down. Liang Cangshu and Chen Yang didn't need to be mentioned. Chen Yang didn't even say a word and directly jumped down from the arena. He was the fastest to decide the winner of the sword competition today. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. Since the 2 sects were enemies, they naturally had to send the strongest people. Between the Clouds and the Water questioned the Cult of Fragrance at the beginning of the sword competition, saying that they couldn't take out the blade-breaking force as a reward. Then they should focus on the blade-breaking force. The 3rd and 4th place would be competing for the blade-breaking force. Why did Chen Yang admit defeat? Chen Yang was indeed strong, but he was still inferior to Liang Cangshu. Wouldn't Liang Cangshu have a better chance of winning the blade-breaking force than Chen Yang? Could it be that the imitation Purple Phoenix Hairpin was more useful than the blade-breaking force? That's what most people thought. At this time, Nun Shuizhen, who had just jumped down from the arena, jumped back into the arena again and said with a smile, "I didn't expect the winner to be decided so quickly." Then, the next battle will be for the 3rd place of the sword competition. Whoever wins the sword competition will get the blade-breaking force. As she spoke, she waved the blade-breaking force in her hand and turned around to stand at the edge of the arena. When Hu Ben and Chen Yang stood on the arena, Chen Yang's words made everyone understand what Between the Clouds and the Water was planning. Chen Yang cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother Hu, I didn't have enough fun in the battle just now." "I think senior brother Hu didn't have enough fun either, right?" Hu Ben was stunned and said, "That's right." "Junior brother Chen, what do you mean?" "Huh, it's nothing. I just want to add one more rule to the arena. I don't know if senior brother Hu is willing to accept it." Tell me about it. Hu Ben was not fooled. It's simple. The time in the arena is short, the task is heavy, and we can't kill people. It's really difficult. Since senior brother Hu is good at physical strength, why don't we compete in physical strength? We can't dodge from the first move until one of us is knocked out of the arena. If one of us dodges the first move, then he loses the battle. What do you think? Everyone under the arena suddenly understood. Although Hu Ben's martial arts were not as good as Liang Cangshu's, his physical strength was much greater than Liang Cangshu's. His copper rod was also a very powerful weapon. Although Liang Cangshu's saber had the blade qi, he was not sure if he could avoid killing people in the time it took to burn an incense stick. When Hu Ben heard this, he laughed proudly, good, except for a junior brother who used his strength to subdue me, I have never met anyone who is stronger than me. Junior brother Chen, what you said is very good, let's do it. As he spoke, he swung his copper rod. The terrifying whistling sound swept towards Chen Yang's body. Chen Yang silently circulated his internal strength. His mind was clear, and the copper man in his hand swayed. With a dong sound, the two heavy weapons collided. The sound was so loud that it deafened everyone's ears. However, this was just the beginning. Next, it was like forging iron in a blacksmith's shop. The dong-dong sound was endless. The two people collided with each other. Haha, good. Hu Ben laughed, this is a real battle. Really, come, take another 300 moves from me. Who's afraid of you? Another sound of forging iron. Below the stage, the crowd watched the exciting battle between the two of them without blinking. However, they covered their ears with their hands. Some of the more powerful ones even sealed their own acupoints so that they did not need to listen to any sounds. 30 minutes passed quickly. Under the two people's unreserved strength, the winner was gradually decided. Just as between the clouds and the water had predicted, Hu Ben's strength was still a bit weaker than Chen Yang's. If he didn't fall into the trap between the clouds and the water and used the crazy demon rod technique, he might have a chance to win. However, now, Hu Ben's arms were numb, and he couldn't even hold the copper rod. Hu Ben, take another move from me. Yang Chen also saw this. He shouted loudly, gathered all the strength in his body, and swung the bronze statue towards Hu Ben's copper rod. With a dong sound, Hu Ben couldn't hold the rod anymore. The copper rod flew out and flew towards the entrance of Huayu Palace. Chen Yang, who had won, was very happy. He raised his head and laughed, I haven't had such a good fight in a long time. Who else wants to come? This guy thought, he was going to challenge him. Before Hu Ben could speak, a voice came from the entrance of Huayu Palace, you brat, who are you? Let this Xiaoxia, see your strength. Who is this? Everyone in the arena was shocked. That guy was just joking when he was having a good time. Who would really go up and challenge him? When they looked up, they saw a man and a woman walking in front of Huayu Palace. The woman was shy and followed the man. The man was tall and thin, with a baby face, small eyes, and a flat nose. He was still holding the copper rod that Hu Ben was knocked away by Chen Yang. If the man wasn't Zhang Xiaohua and the woman wasn't Meng, who else could it be? On the high platform, Garuda, who was bored to death, watched the events unfold in front of him expressionlessly. However, when he saw Meng's face, he was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. With a shout, he stood up and was about to use the levitation technique to fly over, but he was stopped by Nun Jingyi. Garuda Heavenly King. Did you see someone familiar? Garuda was stunned and looked back at Nun Jingyi. His eyes narrowed, and he sneered, Jingyi, how dare you? You don't know who she is. I know. She's an inner disciple of the Aroma sect. Her name is Zixia. Zixia? Garuda was surprised. He looked back at Meng several times and shook his head, this is the saintess of the Tenrya sect. How can she be an inner disciple of the Aroma sect? Saintess? Bai Yanqiu exclaimed. She was also puzzled when she saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng. But she didn't care too much. Even if Zhang Xiaohua told Nanjing Yi about this, Bai Yanqiu knew that Nanjing Yi wouldn't do anything to her. After all, this happened before she came to the Aroma sect. She wasn't just saying that she would let bygones be bygones. But Bai Yanqiu didn't expect that the Mo Xian Gong disciple she didn't want to meet was actually related to the Tenrya sect. And, she was the saintess. Then, this was really troublesome. Chapter 1045. Bai Yanqiu's heart was in a mess. He regretted that he didn't meet this disciple of Mo Sun Gong. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the side of the ring with the copper rod in her hand. She got on the ring in a flash. She cupped her hands and said with a smile, "Senior brother, you must be a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water. I came back late this time and heard your challenge. Hee, my hands are itching. I want to take this opportunity to exchange pointers with you. What do you think?" "Oh, right, I haven't asked your name yet." This. After Zhang Xiaohua finished his words, Chen Yang regretted it just like his Bai Zhangmen. He didn't have any reason to boast. Now, he really got the disciple. Although this disciple didn't look good, was very young, and might not be good at martial arts, but, this was a mistake. He had completed the task given to him by the head. He only needed to slap his butt and jump off the ring. Why did he talk so much? However, Chen Yang had already thought about it. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother, I am Chen Yang of Between the Clouds and the Water. I haven't asked your name yet." Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, "Senior brother Chen, haven't you seen me before?" Chen Yang frowned and looked around. He shook his head and said, "Forgive me, but I haven't seen you before." Hee, well, if you haven't seen me before, then so be it. I am Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of the protector of the incense cult. Zhang Xiaohua's words surprised the people below the ring. These people were, of course, Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong. Qin Shiyue had just been defeated in the arena. She did not complete the task that Su Jiaodong had assigned to her. She only lost because of her carelessness. She did not know how many humiliating conditions she had agreed to, but she did not manage to make Su Jiaodong happy. Just as she was feeling depressed, she saw Hu Ben's copper rod being knocked away. Zhang Xiaohua entered the arena. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's familiar face, she did not care what she was thinking. She immediately shouted, "Jiao, look." This was a way to divert attention. In fact, he might not remember Zhang Xiaohua, a child from 5 years ago. However, Su Jiaodong had some impression of Zhang Xiaohua. Not to mention the old man pushing the cart that day, which made her feel ashamed, Zhang Xiaohua risked her life to save Qin Shiyue, which gave her the opportunity to be with Qin Shiyue. This made her feel grateful. Later, although she felt a little guilty that Zhang Xiaohua was buried in the fish's belly, 5 years were enough for her to forget this inconspicuous person. Now, at best, Zhang Xiaohua was the real Xiaohua who served as a foil to the romance between Su Jiaodong and Qin Shiyue when they first met. However, although Xiaohua was Xiaohua, the scene when Su Jiaodong and Qin Shiyue first met was engraved in her mind. When Su Jiaodong saw Zhang Xiaohua for the first time, she couldn't help but blurt out, "Hey! Isn't this the one who was buried in the fish's belly? Ren Xiaoyao? Ah! We really do know each other." Qin Shiyue wasn't surprised. She took a closer look and shook her head, "It looks very similar. It's exactly the same as it was 5 years ago. But... Jiao, you're a lot more plump than you were 5 years ago." Ren Xiaoyao was a child. He's already become another person. How could it be him? As she said that, her eyes stared at Su Jiaodong's chest with a lustful look. Su Jiaodong was stunned for a moment, but she immediately understood. She nodded and said, "Yes, I only remembered it because I had a deep impression of you when I met you." "You're right." Then, she rolled her eyes at her and said, "I'm so plump. Isn't it all because of you?" You still have to work harder." Qin Shiyue saw that she had successfully changed the topic. She was secretly pleased and actually started to tease Su Jiaodong. The two of them didn't say much when Zhang Xiaohua's self-introduction fell into their ears. "Ah. It's really Ren Xiaoyao. This. How is this possible?" Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong's faces were filled with disbelief. They threw away the gradually rising wetness in their hearts and turned to look at the arena. In the arena, Chen Yang was even more shocked. He secretly said, "Ren Xiaoyao? Is this name so common that I need to know him?" However, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren came late and didn't participate in the sword competition arena. It's really a pity that he couldn't show his martial arts. I also wanted to compare notes with junior brother Ren, but this arena has already ended. I have the heart but not the strength, ha ha ha," Zhang Xiaohua laughed. He had a lot of opinions about Between the Clouds and the Water. If it was someone else in the arena, even if they shouted until the sky was broken, he wouldn't care. It had nothing to do with him. But this. Between the Clouds and the Water. Who let him hear it? He deserved to be unlucky. Could it be? Senior brother Chen's words just now, were just farts. Zhang Xiaohua's words were really hurtful, but it also made the people below the arena happy. Yes, what did they come here for? Wasn't it just to watch the show? Between the Clouds and the Water was a sect that had just shown its face. Unexpectedly, it was able to sit on the high platform. Moreover, it had taken up 2 of the final 4 spots. Any sect that didn't know the ins and outs of the sect would murmur in their hearts. Now that there was someone, and it was a disciple of the fragrant religion who stood out to cause trouble, wouldn't it be exactly what they wanted? Ha ha ha, the people below the arena were convulsing with laughter. Only the sects that were related to Between the Clouds and the Water didn't dare to laugh. But sometimes they couldn't help but laugh. It was really uncomfortable to watch. Junior brother Ren. Chen Yang was furious. He slammed the bronze statue on the stage and scolded, "I respect you as a disciple of the fragrant religion. You are also young, so I don't mind you coming on stage. But why are you speaking so rudely?" Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and pointed her finger outside. "Senior brother Chen's words are funny. You can ask the people below. Who didn't hear it? I am you, the one who invited me to come on stage. Why did I come on stage? If you don't dare to accept the challenge, then your words just now are farts." Farts. Zhang Xiaohua's words, one word at a time, were sonorous, and in the end, she used the word farts to end it. The people below the arena were very happy. They all shouted, "Yes, yes, we can all testify." Chen Yang didn't expect this result. He was very embarrassed. If it was any other time, he would have already challenged her. But in this arena, he couldn't make the decision without permission. He unconsciously turned to look at Bai Yanqiu, who had a complicated expression on his face. Bai Yanqiu was thinking about the karma of the dream. He didn't have time to think about how Zhang Xiaohua and the dream were able to escape Between the Clouds and the Water. At this time, he saw that things were getting out of hand. He couldn't help but look at Nanjing Yi and sneered, "I thought the fragrant religion, as an immortal sect, would have strict rules and their disciples would know the big picture. How come this protector disciple doesn't know etiquette? Today, my eyes have been opened." Ha ha ha, Nanjing Yi laughed instead of being angry. "Bai Zhangmen, these words are very interesting. This is exactly what I wanted to say to you. It seems Bai Zhangmen also doesn't know etiquette." "Nanjing Yi, why do you say this?" Bai Yanqiu became angry. Is the fragrant religion bullying us between the clouds and the water? I won't talk to you about this. Let the elder explain it to you. Nun Jingyi snorted disdainfully. The elder nodded. Nun Jingyi's words are reasonable. By Zhangmen, the sword competition of the 5 sects has always had rules. For 2 disciples who haven't met, if one of them loses to a 3rd disciple, and the 3rd disciple wins against the other disciple, then the disciple can take out his prize and challenge the other disciple. Moreover, the other disciples can also challenge the other disciples who have won in the arena. However, the challenger must take out something of equal value to the prize of the disciple he challenged. Of course, this rule was created by the 5 sects to encourage the other sects to exchange ideas. It hasn't been used for a long time. Moreover, there are too many sects participating in the sword competition today. This is a special case. This old monk didn't expect that someone would take out such a valuable prize to challenge someone. Hearing this, Bai Yanqiu shook her head and said, "Elder, I already understand what you said, but Chen Yang was the winner of the arena, and he didn't want to challenge someone of a higher rank. Ren Xiaoyao didn't win against other disciples." The elder laughed. The rules are set like this, but there are a lot of accidents outside the rules. We're too lazy to make the details. In the past, it was always the disciples who exchanged pointers, and they were always tormented. Moreover, this old monk has really encountered a situation like today. How about it? You don't have to believe the words of this sect, but what about the elder? Nun Jingyi sneered. Moreover, the matter that the elder mentioned, even Garuda knows about it. He, Jingyi, how many years has it been? How can you still remember it? Garuda laughed. That's right, it's this heavenly king. That day, Jingyi got a treasure. This heavenly king coveted it and went to the arena to take it. What about it? That still, where did it happen? Sigh, that was the last time we had a sword competition. How many years has it been? Now that I think about it, it seems like yesterday. Unfortunately, I'm already separated from senior sister Jingyi by life and death. What? Jingyi is no longer here. Garuda said curiously, she's not old enough. I know. She must be too competitive and has gone mad. Nun Jingyi looked at Garuda, as if trying to figure out the meaning of his words. Bai Yanqiu frowned. Nun Jingyi, do you mean that my disciple must accept this challenge? Nun Jingyi came back to her senses and said, no need. It's fine as long as he says no. Then she added, as long as you give up your face between the clouds and the water, it's fine. Isn't it the same as not saying anything? Bai Yanqiu's nose was almost crooked from anger. Bai Yanqiu thought for a moment and said, this is the first time I've met between the clouds and the water. Let me think about it. No problem. Anyway, even if it's a challenge, your disciple has just had a fight. It's impossible for her to continue now. Nun Jingyi was secretly pleased. She ordered her disciples to call Zhang Xiaohua and Chen Yang down from the arena. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote. Chapter 1046. Zhang Xiaohua, Meng, and Chen Yang came to the high platform. Chen Yang walked to Bai Yanqiu with a long face. He sincerely admitted that he had learned the serious consequences of careless talk today. Then he stood with his hands down and quietly waited for the consequences. Jingyi Nun smiled and asked in a gentle voice, Zixia, Ren Xiaoyao, why did you come back so late? Why did you come back to Huayu Peak when you saw that the distinguished guests of the Dalan Temple had arrived and the martial arts convention was about to end? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng and then squinted at Bai Yanqiu. She said, after I came out of the Dalan Temple with senior sister Zixia, I saw that it was still early, so I took the opportunity to deal with some personal matters. But just as this disciple was about to return to the incense cult, I ran into this sect leader Bai's subordinates, who insisted on inviting this disciple to the Water Cloud sect. This disciple wanted to report back to the sect leader, but dozens of disciples from the Water Cloud sect had invited this disciple, so this disciple had no choice but to go. Jing Yi Nun finally understood why Zhang Xiaohua, who usually looked very gentle, was so aggressive as soon as she entered the Huayu Palace. She could not help but sneer at Bai Yanqiu and said, "Bai Zhangmen, since you invited the protectors of your sect, you should be courteous and sincere. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to invite dozens of people." Bai Yanqiu said with a smile, "It's precisely because I wanted to be courteous and sincere that I used dozens of people. Only the fragrant religion can have this kind of face." Zhang Xiaohua said again, "The water island between the clouds and the water is really good, but the route is complicated. Brother Liang used a carriage and a black cloth to bring me and Zixia between the clouds and the water. He, it must have been hard on you. Ren Xiaoyao, you actually managed to walk out on your own." Abbess Jingyi laughed. "That's right. I don't know what Bai Zhangmen is thinking. He came to Huayu Peak to participate in the martial arts circle convention and left his disciple and dream between the clouds and the water behind." Zhang Xiaohua bared her teeth and said. Bai Yanqiu threw caution to the wind and said with a smile, "I invited Ren Xiaoyao to come over because I wanted to ask about the fragrant cult and when the martial arts convention would be held. But when I heard that time was tight, I hurried over." Then, he instructed his disciples to treat Ren Xiaoyao and Zi Xia with respect. Then, he sent people to escort the two disciples back to the incense religion slowly and carefully. "But I don't know what Ren Xiaoxia would say that I left the two of you between the clouds and the water. Could it be that something went wrong? Is there a misunderstanding?" Seeing Bai Yanqiu keep making excuses, Zhang Xiaohua already knew what was going on. She only smiled and said, "Well, Bai Zhangmen is right. Bai Zhangmen might have instructed senior brother Peng. But he might have other important things to do. After sending us out of between the clouds and the water, he immediately went to do other things." Peng Yeyu. Bai Yanqiu was stunned. "What? Didn't Bai Zhangmen instruct senior brother Peng?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Bai Yanqiu with a faint smile. "Oh, no, I instructed him." These words seemed to be said to Zhang Xiaohua, but in fact, Bai Yanqiu wanted Garuda to hear it. That's right, it was Garuda. When Meng went up to the high platform from outside, Garuda's eyes were fixed on Meng. He did not seem to care about Bai Yanqiu's explanation. Meng already knew about her background. Looking at the 5 people sitting on the high platform and then at Garuda's position, she already knew who this person was. But when she thought about her mother's situation, she unconsciously turned a blind eye to Garuda's gaze. On the high platform, where the sect leaders were, there was a restriction that blocked off their voices. The people outside could not hear what they were saying. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to report to Nanjing Yi, the last round of the Martial Arts Society convention had already begun on the arena outside. The last match was naturally between Xia Qing from the School of Fragrance and Liang Cangshu from between the clouds and the water. Peacock had already told Xia Qing about Liang Cangshu's strength when she saw that it was Xia Qing's turn. But when she was done, she realized, was there really a need for that? Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua and Chen Yang left the arena, Nun Xuezhen announced the start of the last match. Xia Qing held a soft sword in her hand, and Liang Cangshu also held a long saber. They both leaped into the arena. But after they introduced themselves, Xia Qing smiled and said, "Brother Liang, between the clouds and the water is a guest from afar. Our sect leader has instructed." Before she could finish, Liang Cangshu suddenly realized that something was wrong. He immediately exerted force on his feet and tried to jump off the stage. Unfortunately, what he thought was exactly what Xia Qing had predicted. Moreover, between the clouds and the water's lightness skill was obviously inferior to that of the School of Fragrance. When Liang Cangshu's figure was still in mid-air, Xia Qing had already landed on the ground and added, "Our sect leader has instructed that in this last match, you can only lose, not win." You. Liang Cangshu was furious. "Since you're not allowed to win, why did you still participate in this match? Who doesn't know that you want the 5-element stone? If I had known, I would have thrown away my pride and jumped off the stage without waiting for you to say anything." In fact, Liang Cangshu had thought of this, but Chen Yang had just been humiliated by Zhang Xiaohua. Even if he tried to cover it up, between the clouds and the water had already lost face. He didn't dare to make trouble for Bai Yanqiu again and again. So he thought of using a trick during the sword competition and pretending to be kicked off the stage by Xia Qing. Who knew? Xia Qing would do anything to get the 5-element stone. Well, right now Xia Qing was only a disciple of the distant fire temple and had nothing to do with Mo Xiangong. It wouldn't be a disgrace to the school of fragrance. Most likely, Nun Jingyi had thought of this a long time ago. Needless to say, the disciples of the various sects in Huayu Palace, even Nun Shuizhen was caught off guard by the change in the arena. She only came to her senses after Xia Qing admitted defeat. With a bitter smile, she shouted, "According to the rules of the sword competition, the one who falls to the ground first is the loser. Therefore, Liang Cangshu of Between the Clouds and the Water is the winner. He has won the prize of this martial arts competition, the imitation purple phoenix hairpin." Ha! The whole arena roared with laughter, followed by a burst of clapping sounds. It was unknown whether it was praise or ridicule. Liang Cangshu was quite helpless, but he still went up the stage and took the imitation purple phoenix hairpin from Nun Shuizhen's hands. This thing. Alas, for sects other than the 5 great sects, it might be a treasure, but now that the way of immortality had been annihilated, Between the Clouds and the Water was the inheritance of the Shindao sect. What kind of broken magic tools did they not have? They even had quite a few complete magic tools, so who would be lacking in this? In contrast to Liang Cangshu's bitter smile, Xia Qing's smile was as beautiful as a flower. It was impossible to tell that she was the loser of a battle. Abbe Shuizhen was also smiling at this time. She handed the jade box with 5 primordial stones in it to Xia Qing and said, "Congratulations, disciple Xia Qing from the Fire Palace. I hope you will continue to work hard in the future and make further progress to become the champion of the Sword Conference." "Thank you, Nun Shuizhen." Xia Qing could not suppress the smile on her face. Seeing the two of them like this, even an idiot could tell that the value of the 2 items were different. Everyone in the arena was a little curious about why Nun Jingyi made such an arrangement. Then, they looked at the high platform where Nun Jingyi and the others were standing. They wanted to see how the protector who suddenly appeared would deal with Chen Yang. Of course, Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong were also looking forward to it. They also wanted to know if this Ren Xiaoyao was the Ren Xiaoyao they knew. However, after some discussion, they agreed that this was just a coincidence. It was impossible for a young man to grow from a person with poor martial arts to one of the top masters in Jianghu in 5 years. Nun Jingyi looked at the farce on the stage and laughed in her heart. She looked at the unhappy Bai Yanqiu and sneered. She turned to Master Changsheng and said, "Master, according to the previous rules, we have decided to provide Ren Xiaoyao with a manual of the same value as the blade-breaking force. He will have a sword competition with the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water. What do you think?" Master Changsheng nodded and said, "Of course, but I wonder if Bai Zhongmen is willing to accept." When Bai Yanqiu heard this, he was moved. He looked at Ren Xiaoyao, then at Chen Yang. He thought about Zhang Xiaohua's performance Between the Clouds and the Water and said, "That's great. Since I'm participating in the sword competition of the 5 sects Between the Clouds and the Water, I naturally have to follow the original rules of the 5 sections. But I have a request." "Please speak, Bai Zhongmen." Master Changsheng said with a smile. "That is, there is no time limit for this competition. What do you think? What do you think, Nanjingyi? Master Chongqing asked. Of course. Nanjingyi said without hesitation. Seeing Nanjingyi's quick response, Bai Yanqiu felt that he had been tricked. However, when he thought about it carefully, there was nothing he could think of. Would Master Chongqing be the supervisor of this competition? Bai Yanqiu stood up and said. Master Chongqing nodded and said, this matter involves the incense cult and between the clouds and the water, so of course I have to be the supervisor. Below the arena, the crowd saw that the host of the Dalan temple had come to the arena in person, and they were all interested. Nun Shuizhen walked to the front and told the whole story. In the end, she took out a small booklet and said, this is my incense cult's martial art, like water. It is also a martial art, but it is more for women. Now I give it to my sect's disciple, Ren Xiaoyao. If he loses this competition, this like water, will belong to Chen Yang between the clouds and the water. If he wins, then Chen Yang's blade-breaking force, will belong to my sect's disciple, Ren Xiaoyao. Great! The crowd shouted. They realized that this was the climax of the martial arts circle convention. However, they were all whispering. Ren Xiaoyao was so young, how could his martial arts be comparable to Chen Yang's? However, when Ren Xiaoyao and Chen Yang went to the arena again, they saw Zhang Xiaohua holding the wrought copper staff. She looked like she knew everything. Everyone had a feeling that this young disciple was not as simple as he looked. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua waved the wrought copper staff and shouted to the crowd, "Senior brother Hu, lend me your wrought copper staff." The people who had just regained their confidence in Zhang Xiaohua were immediately discouraged. This weapon, could anyone borrow it? Chapter 1047. Hu Ben was also amused and said, take it, take it. Smash this guy until his peach blossoms bloom. Well, if you win, I will give you this cudgel. Everyone laughed out loud. Zhang Xiaohua weighed the copper cudgel in her hand and said to Chen Yang, this cudgel is really light. I have no choice. I can't find a suitable one in a short time. I will just have to make do with this for now. As she spoke, she waved the cudgel, which seemed a little jerky. Damn, seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, Chen Yang's eyes were almost burning with anger. He had been scared for a long time and was on tenterhooks when Bai Yanqiu gave him a good face. How come this guy's cudgel was not used at all? Since junior brother Ren wants to fight with me, then I have no choice. I'm older, so I don't dare to take the lead. Please make your move, junior brother Ren. Chen Yang said politely. Well said, well said. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and looked at the elder next to her. I have just learned a new cudgel technique and was looking for someone to test it out. After she finished speaking, she waved her copper cudgel and displayed the Tongtian cudgel technique. This move seems to be the Luohan cudgel. No. Tongtian cudgel technique. The elder's eyes were so sharp that he could see the problem with Zhang Xiaohua's cudgel technique at a glance. However, after 2 moves, he found something wrong again. This is not right. Why is it so different from the moves of the Luohan cudgel? It seems to be more like the twin dragon cudgel technique. This young benefactor Ren has learned so many things. The elder was confused and stared at the competition. Chen Yang's heart was also in turmoil. Since Zhang Xiaohua's first cudgel, Chen Yang had been trying his best to deal with her. He intended to knock Zhang Xiaohua out of the arena to make up for his slip of the tongue. However, the first 10 moves of Zhang Xiaohua's cudgel technique were still obscure and full of flaws. There were also a lot of problems in the connection between the moves. Chen Yang hit her with the copper cudgel several times, forcing Zhang Xiaohua to stop her moves and resist with her strength. To Chen Yang's surprise, Zhang Xiaohua's strength seemed to be no less than his. Every time their weapons collided, there would be a loud sound, which was even louder than the competition between him and Hu Ben. However, after every collision with him, Zhang Xiaohua tried to pick up her broken moves again. After dozens of moves like this, Chen Yang gradually felt that something was wrong, because Zhang Xiaohua's moves were becoming more and more skillful. The cudgel was like Zhang Xiaohua's extended arm, which was natural and easy to control. And the cudgel technique displayed by Zhang Xiaohua became more and more mysterious. Not only were there no flaws, but the moves were also as smooth as flowing water. The overwhelming cudgel waves hit Chen Yang from all directions, making him feel breathless. With a loud bang, Zhang Xiaohua's cudgel hit Chen Yang's copper cudgel. She laughed and said, "Cool, such cudgel technique only exists in heaven." Then, she shouted again, "Chen Yang, watch my moves." After that, she turned her head, and a creaking sound came from her neck. She raised the cudgel high and waved it, like a rolling yellow dragon, rolling and smashing towards Chen Yang's face. Seeing this, Chen Yang suddenly felt that something was wrong. He saw a flaw in Zhang Xiaohua's moves, so he raised his copper cudgel and pushed it. "That's why I asked you to come." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and hit the copper cudgel. Chen Yang's hand was a bit numb. Before Chen Yang could change his move, Zhang Xiaohua waved her cudgel again. With a whoosh, the cudgel hit Chen Yang's left shoulder. Chen Yang had no choice but to raise his copper cudgel to block it. Since Zhang Xiaohua had taken the initiative, why would she be polite? Chen Yang was being hit by Zhang Xiaohua's copper rod from head to toe. Cracking noises were almost audible. Chen Yang was hit by Zhang Xiaohua's copper rod from head to toe. Poor Chen Yang, it was the opposite. Just now, he was chasing after Zhang Xiaohua's flaws and wanted to compete with Zhang Xiaohua in strength. Now, every time Zhang Xiaohua hit the copper cudgel, her strength increased a bit. After a dozen hits, Chen Yang couldn't stand it anymore. He really couldn't understand how this thin and weak young man could have so much strength in his arms. His arms were even bigger than Hu Ben's. Moreover, the strength was increasing little by little, and there was no end to it. Zhang Xiaohua became more and more excited. He had always used prajna, and had never used cudgel techniques. Today, when he used it, he felt that this cudgel was a weapon that a real man should use. It was his strong suit to win with strength. "You brute, if you can block this move, I, Xiaoxia, will immediately jump out of the arena." Zhang Xiaohua shouted heroically. He raised his cudgel to the sky and smashed it toward Chen Yang's face. It was the heaven-shocking cudgel move that he had learned long ago. Ah! Yang Chen was also emboldened by his words. However, when he saw the cudgel that seemed to fill up the sky and earth, his momentum was already weak. He wanted to dodge, but the cudgel seemed to have locked on to him. No matter how he moved, the copper cudgel kept hitting him bit by bit. Good! Chen Yang made up his mind. He waved his copper cudgel, gathered all his strength, and faced the cudgel head-on. First, there was a loud bang, which was louder than the countless sounds that people had heard before. Chen Yang felt pain in his hands, and his arms were numb and numb. He loosened his grip, and the copper cudgel was knocked away. At the same time, there was a cracking sound. When people saw that the cudgel, which was as thick as a goose egg, was bent by Zhang Xiaohua. Ah! Not only Chen Yang was dumbfounded, but everyone in the square was dumbfounded except for Hu Ben. No one expected that this ordinary-looking young man would have such great strength in his arms that he could knock away Chen Yang's copper cudgel. Perhaps no one had heard of Chen Yang yesterday, but today, he was already famous. However, in just a few moments, he was trampled under Zhang Xiaohua's feet. Different from other people's amazement, Master Changsheng, and Great Master Changgung had known that Zhang Xiaohua was so strong that even the guardian disciples of the Dalan Temple were not as strong as him. They had expected this result. What surprised them was the cudgel technique used by Zhang Xiaohua. At first glance, this cudgel technique was similar to the Luohan cudgel, but after looking at it again, it was different. It also had the shadow of the Tongtian cudgel technique. However, in the end, they did not see the complete Tongtian cudgel technique. Is Ren Xiaoyao using the Tongtian cudgel technique? Or is it something else? This was the common doubt in the hearts of the three masters. Well, this sword competition is over. I declare that the guardian disciple of the cult of fragrance, Ren Xiaoyao, is the winner. With Master Changsheng's announcement, the whole square was boiling. Some of the dissatisfaction in their hearts had disappeared. The sword competition just now was a perfect combination of strength and moves, which was really pleasing to their eyes. Different from the excitement of the people below the stage, Chen Yang was extremely regretful. He reluctantly handed the blade-breaking force to Master Changsheng. Master Changsheng turned around and said with a smile, "Young benefactor Ren, last time at the Dalan Temple, I only heard junior brother Changeng talk about your elegant demeanor. Now that I have finally seen it, it is really amazing. You are indeed worthy of being the Xiaoxia of this generation." Zhang Xiaohua laughed out loud and said, "If others said so, I could still be proud for a while. However, how can these things be seen in Master Changsheng's eyes? Just now, I heard from senior sister Mo Zhangdong that the Dalan Temple only sent disciples with the surname Yuan. Senior brother Kongchan and senior brother Kongju did not go on stage. If they came, how could I have the chance to show off? Master Changsheng's praise is mocking me." Master Changsheng laughed and handed the blade-breaking force to Ren Baqian. He said, "This is the reward for this sword competition. Take it. This secret manual is a classic of martial arts. I have read it before. It is especially suitable for people like you who are good at external martial arts. If you have the opportunity, you may really set foot on the path of immortality." Zhang Xiaohua felt warm in his heart. He took it with his hands and bowed. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Changsheng." Yes, although the Dalan Temple and the Incense sect were two different sects and there was some estrangement between the two sects, both Master Changsheng and the nameless old monk of the Sutra Depository Pavilion cared for him with the attitude of an elder. They even gave him some guidance. Perhaps these guidance might not be useful to Zhang Xiaohua, but Zhang Xiaohua enjoyed this kind of care very much. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua displayed the newly learned heaven-reaching staff technique in the arena. On one hand, it was to practice, and on the other hand, it was of course to return the favor of the Dalan Temple. Sure enough, the elder asked, "I still have a question to ask young benefactor Ren." "Please go ahead, master." Zhang Xiaohua replied with a smile. "The staff technique that young benefactor Ren displayed just now. Is it the secret manual that I read in the Dalan Temple?" Zhang Xiaohua asked, "What do you think?" "It seems to be the same but not the same. It seems to be a mixture of many staff techniques." Zhang Xiaohua said again, "I heard the great master Chang Gung say that the world's martial arts originated from the Dalan Temple. This staff technique should be the same, right? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. If Master Changsheng can understand it, then it is naturally the staff technique of the Dalan Temple." Zhang Xiaohua did not directly mention the heaven-reaching staff technique, but Master Changsheng did not ask again. He was slightly stunned and said meaningfully, "Young benefactor Ren. You have a deep affinity with Buddhism. If there is a chance in the future, I would like to invite you to the Dalan Temple for a chat." "Go to the Dalan Temple?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought of the lotus platform, bamboo, and wind beads that she had taken directly from the Dalan Temple. She immediately wanted to shake her head like a rattledrum, but then she changed her mind and said, "I would like to thank Master Changsheng. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely go." As for when there would be a chance, that was up to Zhang Xiaohua. Master Changsheng smiled and did not say anything else. He returned to the platform first, followed by Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, Meng had already seen Zhang Xiaohua's power and secretly gave her a thumbs up. Zhang Xiaohua smiled knowingly, but this made Garuda frown slightly. On the platform, Zhang Xiaohua took out the sword-breaking force and, like water, and handed them to Abbess Jingyi. She said, "Disciple did not disappoint you. These 2 secret manuals." Chapter 1048. Zhang Xiaohua defeated Chen Yang and took back the sword-breaking force, which certainly affected Nun Jingyi's plan. However, seeing Zhang Xiaohua increase the prestige of the fragrance cult in the arena and kill the arrogant man between the clouds and the water, Nun Jingyi was overjoyed. Although the fragrance cult didn't have many secret skills like the sword-breaking force and, like water, they still had a lot of them. Even Xia Qin, who wasn't a disciple of the inheritance cult, could get such skills as long as her martial arts reached a certain level. Moreover, the sword-breaking force was suitable for men. How could Nun Jingyi take it seriously? Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said, "I was waiting for you to reach a higher level of martial arts before I gave you this skill. Since you took it today, you can keep it for yourself." Then she looked at the like water and smiled. "Since I gave it to you, it's yours. But don't spread it to others." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. A few days ago, she had promised Zhang Xiaohu to find a skill for Chang'e and Chen Chen. Now, it was delivered directly to her. The Misty Hall was a part of the fragrance cult, so she couldn't spread it to others. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and put it away. Nun Jingyi smiled and looked at Bai Yanqiu, whose face was livid. She waved her hand and cast a spell to remove the restriction on the high platform. Then, the high platform gradually moved forward. At the same time, the arena in the Huayu Palace gradually shrank into the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, the sword competition of the Wulin Convention is over. After many rounds of competition, the top scorer, second scorer, and third scorer have been decided. They have all been rewarded. Of course, this is just a simple game. What makes me the happiest is that I can see the growth of the new generation of heroes in Jianghu through this sword competition. In the future, the entire Jianghu will prosper in your hands. The cultivation of martial arts will rise to a new height. Nun Jingyi turned to look at Bai Yanqiu and said to the crowd, "This Wulin Convention is not only a ceremony for our fragrance cult to re-enter Jianghu, but also a starting point for Between the Clouds and the Water to enter Jianghu. I hope that in the future, Between the Clouds and the Water can become a big family in Jianghu. I hope that in the future, Between the Clouds and the Water can become a big family of Jianghu and take on the responsibility of a big sect." Everyone clapped their hands, and Bai Yanqiu smiled. He stood up and cupped his hands and said, "Between the Clouds and the Water is a new sect in Jianghu, is a new sect in the Jianghu. I hope that we can establish a good relationship with the other sects in Jianghu and make an effort Jianghu prosper. I hope that we can make Jianghu prosperous together. And I hope that in the future, Between the Clouds and the Water can receive guidance from the other sects in Jianghu so that we can do better and become stronger." Good, some of the sects that were related to Between the Clouds and the Water began to praise them wholeheartedly. Bai Yanqiu continued, "There is one more thing that I need to explain to everyone in Jianghu. Between the Clouds and the Water is the legacy of the Shindao sect. Although we have now appeared in Jianghu with a brand new face, Between the Clouds and the Water will accept everything related to the Shindao sect." When Nun Jingyi heard this, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Bai Zhangmen said it very well. Between the Clouds and the Water has been reborn from the ashes, and it is time to create a new world. Once again, Fragrance Cult wishes that Between the Clouds and the Water can develop smoothly and reach the heights that the Shindao sect reached in the past." "Thank you, Nun," Bai Yanqiu said with a smile. Then, Nun Jingyi continued, "The Jianghu is currently in a period of change, and it needs a brand new sect like Between the Clouds and the Water to enter the Jianghu. I am pleased to announce that Fragrance Cult will be returning to Jianghu. While Between the Clouds and the Water is returning to Jianghu, I also want to tell everyone something." Nun Jingyi paused for a moment, then raised her voice and said, "That is. Misty School will also be returning to Jianghu. Ah! When Alliance Master Zhang San heard this, he almost couldn't believe his ears. He stood up and said, "Nun Jingyi, is what you said true?" At the same time, the entire Huayu Palace was in an uproar. Everyone was talking at once, filling the entire palace. This, how is this possible? Zhang Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. He never thought that Misty School would also be returning to Jianghu. Moreover, it was under Nun Jingyi's control that he returned to the pugilistic world. Everyone, quiet down. Nun Jingyi said sternly. Gradually, the voices in the palace quieted down. Zhang San stood up and felt that something was wrong. He could only stand aside and laugh coldly. What is Fragrance Cult doing? Misty School has already been destroyed. How can it return to Jianghu? Nun Jingyi laughed. Alliance Master Zhang San, what are you saying? Shendao's sect has already been destroyed for thousands of years. Isn't it returning to Jianghu now? Misty School has only been destroyed for 4 or 5 years. Why can't it return to Jianghu? If we do as Alliance Master Zhang San said, between the clouds and the water, won't it be able to return to Jianghu forever? Bai Yanxiu saw that he was being used as an excuse and had no choice but to go along with Nun Jingyi's idea. He said, "Yes, Alliance Master Zhang San's words are inappropriate." Alliance Master Zhang San was flustered. He pointed at Nun Jingyi and said, "Weren't the remnants of Misty School taken in by Fragrance Cult as Misty Hall? It was established at First Faith Peak. How can it suddenly return to Jianghu?" Nun Jingyi laughed coldly. "I'm afraid that the Righteous Alliance can't meddle with the internal affairs of Fragrance Cult. Even if the Aroma Cult had absorbed the Ethereal Sect into the cult and became the Ethereal Hall, but no one can say that the Aroma Cult had trapped the Ethereal Sect's disciples in the Shixin Peak all this time, right? Furthermore, the reason why my Fragrant Cult took in the disciples of the Ethereal Sect was because the mistress of the sect master of the Ethereal Sect was a disciple of my Fragrant Cult. Moreover, she was a direct disciple of my cult. If my cult didn't take her in, wouldn't she have been killed? Great harm to Jianghu. Right now, Misty Hall is in Fragrance Cult and doesn't fit in with the other branches of Fragrance Cult. There's always trouble. Moreover, our disciples have fulfilled their duties as elders and used their own strength to protect the remnants of Misty School's disciples for 4 to 5 years. It can be said that they didn't let down her late husband. She herself told us that she was tired and didn't have the ability to lead Misty School anymore. She begged us to release Misty School's disciples from Fragrance Cult and let them grow in the melting pot that is Jianghu. We've thought about it over and over again. It just so happened that Fragrance Cult's restrictions were lifted. It can be said that the heavens are helping Misty School, so we've decided to let go. To let Misty School become their own Misty School again. When did this happen? Misty School's disciples will also return to Jianghu with Fragrance Cult. Alliance Master Zhang San had an ominous feeling in his heart. Of course not. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said, "Misty School may be an immortal sect, but it's already declining. How can it compare to Fragrance Cult and Between the Clouds and the Water? They don't have the right to hold a martial arts convention." "You're saying?" Alliance Master Zhang San said anxiously, "They have already left Fragrance Cult." "Yes. Let me think." Nun Jingyi tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Maybe 3 months, maybe 2 months, but it won't be less than a month. We've already let them leave Fragrance Cult." Alliance Master Zhang San was shocked. "Oh, that's right. After the Misty Sect disciples left Jianxi Lake, they headed north. As for where they went, I don't know. Anyway, I've already let go of the Incense Cult. It's not appropriate to meddle too much." You. Alliance Master Zhang San stuttered. He didn't know what to say. Since they were heading north, what else could he say? If they didn't go to Pingyang City, where could they go? And this was something that happened 2 to 3 months ago. Why didn't he receive any news? Thinking of this, Alliance Master Zhang San calmed down. The incident had already happened 3 months ago, so there was no need to rush. Even if he couldn't send the news out today, he could do it tomorrow. I'd like to ask Nun Jingyi. Alliance Master Zhang San asked. Go ahead. Then Misty School has nothing to do with Fragrance Cult anymore, right? Yes, our disciples have already stayed in Misty School's palace and no longer care about Misty School's affairs. That's good. Then even if our Righteous Alliance and Misty School have an unexpected conflict, Fragrance Cult won't interfere. Alliance Master Zhang San laughed sinisterly. Of course. Nun Jingyi nodded. As long as this unexpected conflict doesn't affect the safety of Jianghu and doesn't affect the interests of many sects, Fragrance Cult has no reason to interfere. That's good. Thank you for letting us go, Nun Jingyi. Alliance Master Zhang San said and sat back down on his chair. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and asked casually, Oh right, Nun Jingyi, since your disciples no longer care about Misty School's affairs, who became the leader of Misty School? Didn't I already say? Misty School has reappeared in Jianghu and is no longer under Fragrance Cult's control. No matter who becomes the leader, it has nothing to do with Fragrance Cult. Nun Jingyi said flawlessly. However, I seem to have heard from my disciples that Misty School elected a new leader after Dianqi Lake left. Let me think. I think it's someone called Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed. Then, she felt that something was wrong and immediately covered her mouth. Meng Qi was also stunned. She turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a strange expression in her eyes. When Nun Jingyi heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice, she raised her head slightly and looked at her in surprise. Then, she realized and nodded. Yes, it should be the disciple of Misty Hall who brought you out of Orchid Dusk. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Then if I have the chance, I'll go and congratulate Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu saved your life. Of course, you can go and thank him. However, you can't do it under the banner of Fragrance Cult. Nun Jingyi said with a double meaning. How could Zhang Xiaohua not know? He nodded and said, Disciple understands. Alliance Master Zhang San was puzzled. He didn't seem to be familiar with the name Zhang Xiaohu. He also didn't know why this person was elected as the leader. Alright, this time sword competition. Nun Jingyi's expression was refreshed. Just as she was about to announce the end of the martial arts assembly, a powerful divine sense suddenly swept in from outside Huayu Palace. Nun Jingyi's expression changed drastically. Chapter 1049. Zhang Xiaohua also sensed it, but he couldn't release his divine sense. He hurriedly used his heart sutra to hide his divine sense and vital energy. On the high platform, everyone had different reactions. Nun Jingyi was surprised and raised her head to look in the direction of the spiritual sense. Master Changsheng raised his eyebrows and stood up unconsciously. Bai Yanqiu noticed it too late. Her eyes widened as if she had discovered something unbelievable. Of course, her reaction was not as good as Garuda's. With a whoosh, Garuda leaped up from the high platform and flew straight out of Huayu Palace. Alliance Master Zhang San's face was slightly red and then pale. He looked at the strange reactions of the people around him and quickly closed his eyes. After a while, he returned to normal and looked outside of Huayu Palace. Inside Huayu Palace, about 2,000 people were listening to Nun Jingyi's words. Seeing the strange situation on the high platform, they also found it strange and turned their heads. At this moment, a very pleasant voice sounded, both Fragrant Cult and Shindao sect are going to reappear in Jianghu. How can I not come and take a look? Following the voice, a tall and thin figure in black floated in the air like an immortal and flew in from outside Huayu Palace. Behind the black-clothed man, Garuda flew slightly lower with a respectful look on his face. Sakura. Nun Jingyi blurted out. She looked at the elders beside her. Bai Yanqiu and Alliance Master Zhang San also didn't dare to be negligent. They all stood up and went forward to welcome him. The black-clothed man gradually descended from the sky and landed on the high platform. A voice sounded, "I haven't participated in the 5-sect sword competition for many years. I didn't expect to come today. Changsheng, Jingyi, how are you?" "Very good, very good." "Sakura, how are you?" Nun Jingyi and the elders looked nervous, but their faces were full of smiles. "Is this Sakura?" Below the high platform, Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Meng and looked from afar. Just by looking at the levitation technique, it's only a so-so. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel proud of her flying technique. Then, she curiously sized up Lord Sakura whom Qin Shiyue had mentioned before, the sect master of the Tenryu sect. Sakura was wearing a black robe and the style of this robe was rather strange. It seemed to be tightly wrapping around his body. Sakura's entire head was hidden in the bamboo hat and it was unknown what was so strange about the bamboo hat that one couldn't see Sakura's face clearly. Although Sakura had landed on the platform, his feet didn't seem to have really landed on the ground. "I didn't expect Lord Sakura to be able to come, so I didn't go out to welcome you. I hope you can forgive me." Nun Jingyi said with a smile. "It's all right. This heavenly king made a decision on the spur of the moment. I didn't inform you directly about the incense cult and became an uninvited guest. I hope you can forgive me." In the face of the number one person in Jianghu, other than Elder Changsheng and Abbess Jia Jingyi, Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San had been hesitating for a long time. They did not know what to do. Needless to say, below the platform, the whole place was silent. A series of footsteps came from outside Huayu Palace. Another dozen disciples of the Tenryu sect entered in a single file. They walked to the bottom of the platform and stood with their hands by their sides. "All right, everyone, take a seat." Sakura waved his hand and walked to the front of the 5 chairs. He picked the chair in the middle and sat down. Abbess Jingyi frowned, but she concealed it immediately and sat down beside Sakura. Elder Changsheng took a look and also sat down. Bai Yanqiu looked at Alliance Master Zhang San and went forward to greet Sakura. "I'm Bai Yanqiu between the clouds and the water. Greetings to Heavenly King Sakura." "And, so it's between the clouds and the water. I thought it was still called Shindao sect." Sakura said and didn't speak anymore. Bai Yanqiu was bored and didn't dare to say anything. He lowered his head and found a chair beside Abbess Jingyi to sit down. Zhang San walked forward and also cupped his hands. "Greetings to Heavenly King Sakura." "And, Zhang San, long time no see, you, your martial arts have improved by leaps and bounds." Sakura looked at Zhang San and said strangely. Zhang San's expression changed slightly and he smiled. "No matter how much I improve, it's impossible for me to be Sakura's opponent." "That might not be the case," Sakura said. "All the martial arts in the world return to the origin. In the end, all of them can be cultivated to the extreme." Zhang San casually replied with a few words and picked the last chair to sit down. "Heavenly King, I wonder why you have the leisure to come to my place to preach incense cult." Abbess Jingyi smiled. "Jingyi, your words are, against your heart. Didn't you know that I would definitely come?" Sakura replied. Abbess Jingyi nodded and looked around. "I knew that you would come, but I didn't expect you to come so soon. I also didn't expect you to come at this kind of occasion." Immediately, she said, "Please wait a moment, Heavenly King." Then, she stood up and walked to the front. "Everyone, the sword conference of this martial arts convention has ended. My incense cult has prepared food and wine, please enjoy your drinks at Huayu Peak. If anyone wants to leave Huayu Peak now, my disciples will also guide you along the way. Because Sakura of Tenryu's sect is here, I can't greet everyone. I'm very sorry, Abbess Shuizhen will be in charge of the following matters of the martial arts convention. Saying so, she nodded towards Abbess Shuizhen and walked to the front of Sakura. Heavenly King, please follow me. N. Sakura nodded. His gaze swept and he saw Meng, who was with Zhang Xiaohua below the stage. Abbess Jingyi said to Elder Changsheng, Bai Yanqiu, and Zhang San, I have something to say to Sakura, please help yourselves. He, Abbess Jingyi, since the martial arts convention has ended, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll come again when I have the chance in the future. Elder Changsheng put his palms together and smiled. Heavenly King Sakura, we'll meet again if fate allows. As if Buddha and devil were incompatible, Sakura found Elder Changsheng pleasing to the eye. He only snorted slightly and didn't speak anymore. He didn't show the enthusiasm he showed when they first met. Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San looked at each other and also took their leave. Zhang San was already impatient. Thinking that he still had to deal with the matters of Misty Peak, he immediately left Huayu Palace after taking his leave. Zhang Xiaohua stood at a distance. Seeing Zhang San leaving in a hurry, she naturally knew why he left. She frowned and wanted to follow him. After all, Zhang Xiaohu pointed his sword at Misty Peak, which was where the Righteous Alliance was now. A big battle was inevitable. Zhang Xiaohua was still worried about her second brother. However, looking at Meng's flickering expression beside her, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Perhaps she should help Meng understand her background first. Sure enough, not long after Sakura and Abbess Jingyi disappeared from the palace, Peacock came to call Meng and Zhang Xiaohua. It was still the same small palace. However, at this moment, the outside of the palace was covered with a layer of restriction. No one could hear the sounds from inside. Peacock brought Meng and Zhang Xiaohua into the small palace and went out quietly. You are called Ren Xiaoyao. Sakura saw the two of them enter. He didn't speak to Meng directly but asked Zhang Xiaohua first. Zhang Xiaohua only felt Sakura's divine sense rushing towards him, scanning his entire body from top to bottom. Under the bamboo hat that obscured his face, two pairs of eyes also shot out, scanning him up and down, as if wanting to see through all the secrets on his body. A faint pressure came along with the divine sense, pressing down on his body and his heart, making Zhang Xiaohua feel as though he couldn't breathe. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, his heart skipped a beat and sweat appeared on his forehead. Silently, he circulated his heart sutra and tried his best to conceal his cultivation. After about a cup of tea's time, Sakura retracted his divine sense and his gaze also left Zhang Xiaohua and looked towards Meng. Zhang Xiaohua secretly wiped off the sweat on his forehead. Only then did he remember and immediately bowed in greeting, I am Chuanxiang Order's Dharma Protector disciple Ren Xiaoyao. Greetings to Lord Sakura. Sakura looked at Meng but said to Zhang Xiaohua, you are not bad. Although you were in a daze earlier, but, to be able to persevere under my majesty is already commendable. Majesty? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought to himself, is it the pressure earlier? What kind of majesty is this? It seems, there's nothing great about it. However, he smiled and said, I don't dare. This disciple is a junior and there are still many things to learn from the seniors. Good. My Tenryu sect has many inheritances. Since you only know martial arts and didn't cultivate any celestial arts, you can naturally cultivate. When you return to the Tenryu sect with me, I'll pick up some martial arts for you to cultivate. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked unconsciously, this disciple will follow Heavenly King to the Tenryu sect? Sakura ignored him and asked again, how did you meet ya? Tell me the ins and outs of the matter. Oh, yes, during this period of time, you must have found many clues. Tell me everything. Zhang Xiaohua took a look at Meng. At this time, Meng still had her head lowered and didn't know what she was thinking. Hence, she told him everything from the first time she met Meng Qi until she found the small village outside the town. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua talked about Meng Qi's matters and didn't talk about her own matters. Presumably, even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to talk about it, Sakura might not be willing to listen. After Zhang Xiaohua finished, Sakura nodded and asked, "Yeah, presumably, you already know about your background?" Reporting to Sakura, "I already know. However, I have already lost all my memories. I still don't know, why Mother is the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect and why I, myself, have been missing for so many years." Your mother isn't some sacred ambassador. The sacred ambassador is a title to outsiders. Your mother is the previous saintess of the Tenryu sect. However, because of some other reasons, she left the Tenryu sect and chose to live in a small village. As for the reason, I don't need to tell you now. You will definitely understand in the future. And you are the current saintess of the Tenryu sect. Me? Meng raised her head in astonishment and asked in puzzlement, "This matter, how come I don't know about it?" Sakura looked at Meng Qi's familiar face and smiled, "You silly child." Then, he looked at Nun Jingyi and said, "This is the matter of the Tenryu sect. Nun, can you leave for a moment?" Of course. Nun Jingyi stood up and left. Zhang Xiaohua also wanted to leave but was stopped by Sakura. "Ren Xiaoyao, don't go. This is also related to you." Me? Zhang Xiaohua was baffled. Chapter 1050. Not only was Zhang Xiaohua stunned, even Nun Jingyi, who was about to walk out of the small palace, frowned. She looked back at Zhang Xiaohua thoughtfully and nodded. "Since Sakura asked you to stay here, then you will stay here." "Yes, sect leader." Zhang Xiaohua agreed. When Abbess Jingyi left the palace, Sakura used his divine sense to scan the place. He snorted from his nose and waved his left hand. Several wisps of black gas flew out from his hand and landed on the floor of the palace, disappearing without a trace. Sakura then waved his right hand again and quickly threw out a red jade talisman. When the jade talisman landed on the floor, Sakura muttered something. After a long while, several wisps of black gas activated the restriction. A red light screen flashed and disappeared, covering the entire palace. Seeing Sakura's familiar technique and strange incantation, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think, the Tenryu sect is a demonic sect, and the cultivation method they practice is different from the way of immortality. Looking at Sakura's incantation, it is quite different from the way of immortality, but the technique is similar. I'm afraid the Tenryu sect made some improvements after the sharp decline of the qi of heaven and earth. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua staring at him, Sakura was also concerned. After he finished setting up the restriction, he said, "Yeah, about your experience, Ren Xiaoyao has already told me. It's really been hard on you." Then, Sakura seemed to be recalling something and said with a long tone, "Actually, when you left the small village and met Ren Xiaoyao for the first time, you were in the Tenryu sect." "Ah." Meng Qi was surprised. Why don't I have any impression of it?" It's normal that you don't have any impression. Actually, since the previous saintess lived in seclusion, our sect has been looking for her because it involves a great secret of the Tenryu sect. This is bad. Why are you talking about the Tenryu sect's greatest secret in front of an outsider like me? Isn't this? Zhang Xiaohua was a little nervous. Her eyes darted around as if she was looking for a way to escape. In my Tenryu sect, Sakura has always been the leader, followed by the saintess, and then the other heavenly kings. But do you know why the saintess, who doesn't have high martial arts, has a higher status than the heavenly kings? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. Meng also looked at him in puzzlement and asked Sakura, "May Heavenly King please dispel my doubts?" "Because it's very simple. The husband chosen by the saintess is the Tenryu sect's next generation Sakura. The daughter of the saintess is the next saintess. Sakura said word by word, shocking Zhang Xiaohua and Meng so much that their mouths were wide open, not knowing what to do. In my Tenryu sect, there's always a saying, first, there's the saintess, then there's Sakura, then there's the heavenly kings. Therefore, the saintess is the root of my Tenryu sect's existence and also the link of inheritance. But Meng wanted to speak but was stopped by Di Shi Tian. Actually, there's no buts. Madam Aya, who is your mother, is the previous generation saintess. This lord is the husband she chose, so this lord is Di Shi Tian. And you are the daughter of the previous generation saintess, which is also this generation saintess. In other words, you, Xiaoya, is this lord's daughter. Meng and Zhang Xiaohua had already heard it from Sakura's words. They didn't dare to believe it. It wasn't that they didn't guess Lady Aya's position in the Tenryu sect and Meng's position in the Tenryu sect, but they never thought that Meng was actually Sakura's daughter. And the so-called saintess. The extremely important saintess. And he. Sakura pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, if he's the husband you chose, then he's the next Sakura. Your daughter is the next saintess. This. Zhang Xiaohua was really speechless. He never thought that there would be a day when he could be Sakura. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and he asked, Lord Sakura, why are you so sure that we will definitely give birth to a daughter? Ha ha ha, Sakura laughed and said, it's not that I'm sure, it's just that the Tenryu sect has always been like this. The saintess will definitely give birth to a daughter. Then he said, however, Ren Xiaoyao, your martial arts are extremely poor and you don't have a trace of devil cultivation. What makes you Sakura? Didn't I say it just now? You still have to go to the Tenryu sect and cultivate properly. Only when your devil cultivation reaches a certain level can you be qualified to be Sakura. You have to know that Sakura is a symbol of status. All the Sakuras in the Tenryu sect are the number one people in the pugilistic world, the number one people in the world. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, how can it be so powerful? Is there no exception? No. Sakura said proudly, the saintess's heavy responsibility is like this. As long as she chooses someone, that person will definitely be the number one person in the world. But Zhang Xiaohua thought of his second brother who was preparing to attack the Misty Peak. He couldn't possibly follow Sakura back to the Tenryu sect. Moreover, his cultivation was on the path of immortality, so how could he change to the path of devil cultivation? She could only find an excuse to decline, but I'm already so old. Even if I want to cultivate, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Sakura waved his hand, you don't have to worry about this. As long as the Tenryu sect is willing, you and Yuk can go back to the Tenryu sect with me. I can definitely make you the number one person in the world. Then he smiled, even if you can't cultivate in the end, I can just use the enlightenment technique and give you all my cultivation. What's so difficult about that? Meng knew Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts and interrupted, Heavenly King. Xiaoyao, if anything happens, don't make things difficult for him. It's fine if he doesn't go to the Tenryu sect for the time being. It's fine. Your matter isn't settled yet, and I'm also fine. As for the next Sakura, you don't have to decide so early. Sakura smiled, by the way, since you already know how important the saintess is to the Tenryu sect, you should also understand why the Tenryu sect is still brooding over your mother's seclusion and searching everywhere for her. About 10 years ago, the disciples who went out to search for your mother suddenly found traces of you. Although you were still young at that time, your face was exactly the same as your mother's. They could recognize you at a glance. You also know that compared to your mother, you're more important to the Tenryu sect. Therefore, after the disciples of the Tenryu sect couldn't find any trace of your mother, they brought you back to the Tenryu sect as if they had found a treasure. However, at that time, you were muddle-headed and it seemed like there was something wrong with your brain. This seat then sought out the divine doctor in the sect and the Jianghu's divine doctor to treat your illness. They treated you for about 5 years. 5 years ago, when your illness was about to be cured, you suddenly disappeared again. I sent people to search for you, but they couldn't find you at the place where you appeared last time. In these 5 years, it was as if you had evaporated, and there was no news of you. I didn't expect that you would be picked up by Jingxian and brought back to the Tenryu sect. The Tenryu sect did a good thing. Jingxian is also interesting. She actually wanted to take you in as an inner disciple. She's really shameless. I knew that you appeared in the Jianghu and even went to the Dalan temple to deliver the invitation to the Tenryu sect's martial arts convention. I immediately rushed over to take you back to the Tenryu sect. Meng sighed and nodded. I got it. On the way, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng discussed a lot. Meng knew that she was related to the Tenryu sect, so she knew that she couldn't stay in the Tenryu sect any longer. Now that she heard that she was the most important saintess of the Tenryu sect, Abbess Jingyi of the Tenryu sect, she didn't have the guts to take her in. She could only go back to the Tenryu sect. Moreover, the Tenryu sect was also her home in another sense. It was just that. Meng looked up at Zhang Xiaohua. The only thing she couldn't bear to part with was Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng and then looked at Sakura. She smiled and said, Meng, you should go back. Haven't you been looking for your family all this time? Now that it has finally come true, what's there to hesitate about? Moreover, if you miss me, or if I miss you, we can go to the Tenryu sect to see you. Upon seeing this, Sakura took out something from his bosom and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said, this is my token. If you come to the Tenryu sect, you only need to show this token. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took it. She felt a bone-piercing coldness. When she looked carefully, it was a piece of pitch-black iron with a faint flame engraved on it. In addition, you don't need to be the guardian disciple of the Tenryu sect anymore. I already know about what happened in the Dalan temple. Abbess Jingyi must have other plans for you to be the guardian disciple. The Tenryu sect's cultivation method is a mortal cultivation method, so it's not suitable for you. And, this one knows. This one came down to the Tenryu sect for Meng. Since Meng has left, there's no point in the Tenryu sect staying. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. At this time, the Tenryu sect didn't have any disciples of the Misty School and Meng, so he naturally wouldn't stay. Alright, Ren Xiaoyao, I'll take you back to the Tenryu sect in a while. You can talk to her. At this time, where was the appearance of the most powerful person in the world? He was now the image of a loving father. After he finished speaking, Indra removed the restriction around him and walked out without looking back. Xiaohua. Meng pulled Zhang Xiaohua's hand and whispered, You really don't want to go back to the Tenryu sect with me? Zhang Xiaohua held Meng's hand and nodded. You also know. I do have some things to do. After I'm done with them, I'll go to the Tenryu sect to find you, okay? I know. I'll wait for you. You can treat the illness, but, you can't treat it until you forget about me. How can I? Meng smiled and said, even if I forget everything in the world, I'll never forget you. That's right. Don't forget, I still want to be the Tenryu sect's lord. Xiaohua. Meng's face was abnormally red. She peeked to see that there was no one in the hall and threw herself into Zhang Xiaohua's arms, holding him tightly in her arms. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, if you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. To cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 1051. After some time, there was a coughing sound at the entrance of the temple. Zhang Xiaohua and Dream turned around to see Peacock and Chen Chen standing outside. Peacock and Chen Chen's expressions were different. Peacock's face was cold like frost. She was already cold to begin with and now she was even more unapproachable. However, Chen Chen bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with indignation and even a trace of provocation. Her chest rose and fell slightly as if she was feeling aggrieved. Cough, cough, Xia, no, I should call her Xiaoya. I really didn't expect that the usually obedient little tail behind me was actually the saintess of the dragon sect. How come I didn't see it at all? Chen Chen coughed and said, Ren Xiaoyao, you have good taste. No wonder after taking advantage of Nia Xiaoyao from the Rejuvenation Valley, you immediately wiped your mouth and denied it. So you have already noticed Xixia. She's not ordinary. Now that you've climbed the coattails of the Tenryu sect saint, can you be proud? Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. Chen Chen was a straightforward person but he did not mean any harm. Although everything in the refining heart cave was just an illusion, Zhang Xiaohua still had a good impression of Chen Chen and Peacock. Therefore, when he heard this, he did not think much of it. Instead, he felt like he was being jealous, like a wife being jealous of her husband. Zhang Xiaohua laughed dryly and said, Senior Chen, what are you saying? Even you didn't see it, how could I see it clearly? I just like Meng, why would I care if she's a commoner, a disciple of the incense cult, or the saint of the Tenryu sect? You know that although I know Nie Qianyu, but it was after I met Meng. I have never hidden anything about Nie Qianyu from her. Meng was also a little embarrassed. She got out of Zhang Xiaohua's arms but still held on to Zhang Xiaohua's hand and nodded. Little Xiaoyao is right. I've seen Nie Qianyu in the Sorrow City and I know everything. Senior Chen, don't talk about this boring topic. As for the saint of the Tenryu sect, I don't need to explain. I'm sure Senior Chen knows better than Senior Chen what I was like when I first came to the Tenryu sect. Even now, I can't remember whether I'm the saint of the Tenryu sect or not. Of course, since Di Shi Tian said so, I don't think it's wrong. However, during the 5 years I have been in the incense cult, other than Master, that is, Senior Sister Chen has cared a lot about me. I still have to thank Senior Sister Chen. After that, Meng let go of Zhang Xiaohua's hand and bowed. Chen Chen knew Meng's identity and naturally felt that she had been deceived. Moreover, Meng's identity made her feel that she could not compare with her. This kind of gap made her feel extremely uncomfortable, so she felt that it was unfair. At this moment, after hearing Meng's words and thinking about the helplessness and confusion she felt when she first came here, she felt relieved. She stepped forward and said, forget it, forget it. You're just a junior. If I don't take care of you, who will take care of you? But just as she took a step forward, she was pulled back by Peacock. Chen Chen turned back and asked curiously, Senior Chen, what's wrong? Peacock said to Meng, I didn't know your identity before so I could call you Senior Chen. But now you are no longer Xia of the Mo Xian Palace, but Ya of the Tenryu sect. This is a big difference. Although we've been in the 5 sects for thousands of years, but your cult isn't an immortal. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths can't make plans together. In the future, we have to be clear about this. Of course, if you can remember the time you spent at Lingxiang Peak and take care of the incense cult in the future, then both of us will be very grateful. When Chen Chen heard this, she was already depressed and stopped in her tracks. Yes, their status had been confirmed. Xia was no longer the Xia of the past. The difference between immortals and demons, the difference in their identities, the difference in their sects, they were all standing in front of Meng and Chen Chen. It was impossible for them to go back to how they were before. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she also sighed. Meng didn't seem to understand and didn't know how to explain it. From one Wuxin, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the Tenryu sect was created by the ancient Sakra. It was a branch of the demon sect that fed on immortals and was a mortal enemy of immortals. Of course, the demon sect and the demon sect were both rebuilt. The demon sect Sakura must have considered this problem when he created the Tenryu sect and passed down the martial arts. However, the difference between immortals and demons still existed. Moreover, when the way of immortals was annihilated 10,000 years ago, the way of diabolism was also affected. The way of martial arts flourished, and the relationship between the way of immortals and diabolism was already somewhat blurred. In this martial arts society convention, the way of diabolism, sat together with way of immortals, way of diabolism, and by Yensho, instead of facing each other with weapons. From this, it could be seen that the two ways of diabolism had changed. Perhaps the two ways of diabolism were not enemies of each other. Then again, the immortal path was the immortal path and the demonic path was the demonic path. There was a fundamental difference between the two. With the rise of the immortal path, the demonic path would surely undergo changes as well. How could Dream, Chen, or Peacock be able to control these changes? Perhaps drawing a clear line and treating the other party coldly was the best way to go. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua reached out to hold Meng's hand and said with a smile, "No matter where you are, what happened has happened, and happy times have been. Maybe you can't call senior sister Chen senior sister now, but after all, you used to call her that. So, you just need to keep it in your heart. Regardless of the vicissitudes of the world and whether people have changed, you just need to guard your heart." I know. Meng's expression softened. Zhang Xiaohua said gently, "Also, remember this. No matter who you are, I have set my mind on you. Even if you run to the ends of the earth and become a beggar, I will still pursue you." Meng blushed and looked at Chen and Peacock who were not far away. She spat at Zhang Xiaohua and whispered, "Can't you say this when? It's not like I haven't heard it before." And in front of the two senior sisters. When Peacock and Chen heard that Meng still addressed them as two senior sisters, they felt relieved. However, when they heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, their hearts ached. Zhang Xiaohua giggled and said, no way, I want to say this every day, all the time. I want to say it to you, to everyone in the world." Sigh, how shameless. Chen was jealous for no reason. "Junior brother Ren, don't try to make the saint happy, the hierarch has invited you." "Yes, I understand. Please lead the way, senior sisters." Zhang Xiaohua's face stiffened and immediately put on a serious face and said righteously, "Making the saint happy is my next life's mission. If the hierarch summons me, I will have to put it aside for now." Pfft! Meng laughed and pinched Zhang Xiaohua's hand. "Ren Xiaoyao, you bastard." Chen laughed and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua without any demeanor. Peacock could not hold it in any more and laughed. Then, with a straight face, she turned and left. When Meng and Zhang Xiaohua followed the two to Huayu Palace, there was no one else in the palace. The Tenryu sect was here and the world's #1 martial artist, Sakura, was here. Who would dare to stay in the palace for a moment longer? At this moment, there were only 2 chairs on the platform. Sakura and Nanjing Yi each sat on one while the others stood on both sides. Nanjing Fan, Nun Shuizhen, and several consecrators had also arrived. Besides Sakura, Garuda and the others were also standing quietly. Meng came to the platform, hesitated for a moment, and still bowed to Nanjing Yi. Nanjing Yi quickly turned her body slightly and said with a smile, "Congratulations to you for finding out her identity. I didn't work in vain these years. I hope that if there is a chance in the future, you will take care of me more." This disciple, thanks. Nanjing Yi for taking care of me these years. If there is a chance in the future, I will never forget these years of kindness. Nanjing Yi was elated and said, "That's great. My junior sister Jing Xian didn't bring you back in vain because of fate." "Oh, Nanjing Yi, I still want to go to Lingxiang Peak to pay my respects to Master before I leave." Meng hesitated for a moment and said, "There's no need. As long as you have junior sister Jing Xian in your heart, where can't you pay your respects? If you don't have her in your heart, even if you pay your respects every day, what does that mean? Nun Jing-yi rejected without any trace of politeness. Meng sighed slightly and nodded. Nun Jing-yi is right. Alright, Jing-yi. My heavenly dragon cult has accepted your invitation to spread the incense cult and will definitely repay you in the future. This seat will now bring the saintess back. Sakura Jiao Meng didn't like it and continued. Respectfully send Sakura off. Nun Jing-yi also hoped that Sakura would leave early. However, when Sakura stood up and saw Zhang Xiaohua beside Meng, he said, "That's right, just now we were talking about ya and forgot about Ren Xiaoyao. This Ren Xiaoyao came to your Tenryu sect for less than a year and also hasn't practiced the martial arts of your Tenryu sect. It's fine if he doesn't become a guardian disciple." Nun Jing-yi looked at Zhang Xiaohua and frowned slightly. She said, "Ren Xiaoyao indeed hasn't practiced the martial arts of my Tenryu sect, but this guardian disciple, he can also become one. He might have a bright future ahead of him." Nun Jing-yi's words "indeed hasn't practiced the martial arts of my Tenryu sect" were quite forceful. She even looked at Zhang Xiaohua, as if she was hinting something. Who knew? Zhang Xiaohua only looked at Meng, as if she didn't understand at all. Nun Jing-yi saw that Sakura was a little unhappy. Although she was unwilling, she could only say, "Of course, if the Tenryu sect has any better arrangements, I think, it would also be excellent." Zhang Xiaohua heard these words clearly. She moved her gaze away from Meng's face and took out his waist token. She handed it over and said emotionally, "Esteemed leader, Ren is untalented. After coming to the Misty School for more than a year, esteemed leader has taken good care of me and I'm really grateful. It's just that Ren is small and weak, and his martial arts are also low. Even if he wants to do something for the Tenryu sect, he has the will but not the power. Therefore, I can only remember the kindness of the Tenryu sect in my heart and strive to remember it at all times and every day." Nun Jing-yi felt powerless after hearing this. She waved her hand and let Chen Chen put away Zhang Xiaohua's waist token. "Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Com to vote recommendation and monthly." Chapter 1052. At the beginning of the silver moon, at the foot of Huayu Peak, Indra brought Meng along to bid farewell to the people of Fragrance Cult. Meng whispered to Zhang Xiaohua, aren't you going to the Tenryu sect with me?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. He was on the path of immortality, which was poles apart from the Tenryu sect. Why would he go to the Tenryu sect? Could he really be the Sakura? Moreover, this Indra was an expert of the demonic path, and his magical powers were unimaginable. Although he had temporarily concealed his cultivation and didn't let him know, he couldn't guarantee that he would be exposed after a long time. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua also had his own plans. The Tenryu sect was established on the path of the demonic path, and they didn't covet the path of immortality. Although he didn't know why Indra collected the immortal relics, it was safer to expose his immortal secrets in front of Indra if it was exposed. However, one may know a person's face but not his heart. Who knew what Indra was thinking? Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to put his life in the hands of others, even if he felt that he wasn't inferior to Indra in terms of flying techniques. "You also know that I have other things to do. When I have some progress, I'll go to the Tenryu sect to see you." Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to hold Meng's hand in front of everyone. Meng nodded. She knew that these things couldn't be said clearly, so she forced a smile and said, "Then remember to come and see me quickly. Or wait until I'm done with the Tenryu sect's matters, I'll go and see you too." But Meng wanted to ask where to find Zhang Xiaohua, but when she said that, she felt that it was inappropriate, so she changed her words, "You and I help each other in times of need, don't forget each other in your heart." After saying that, Meng took the initiative to hold Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Her eyes were a little moist, and she said, "Be careful, take care, and think of me." "I will." Zhang Xiaohua also forced a smile and held her hand even tighter. Not far away, Abbess Jingyi said, "Sakura, it's already late now. Why don't you rest at my fragrant cult for a night and set off tomorrow?" "Ha ha ha," Sakura laughed and said, "Even if I want to rest, I don't need to preach at your place. If I were here, would your incense cult be stable?" Nun Jingyi secretly curled her lips. "He's quite tactful. Alright, yeah, come with me." Sakura also didn't talk to Nun Jingyi anymore. His figure floated up and he pulled Meng's hand. "Although the martial world is big, there will always be a time when we meet again. There's no need to care about a momentary love." Then, with a pull, the two of them flew up at the same time. They were about 30 feet above the ground, and quickly flew in the direction of Dianqi Lake. "Our hearts are connected, and the world is boundless." A voice floated down from the night sky, "Help each other in times of need." Zhang Xiaohua almost floated up and shouted loudly. Seeing that Sakura had left, Garuda and the others also bid farewell to Abbess Jingyi and walked past Zhang Xiaohua. Although they didn't show absolute respect, their eyes were full of kindness as they nodded at him. It was as if they loved the house and its crow. Zhang Xiaohua's mood was complicated. She nodded with a smile. When she saw Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong, she couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue rolled her eyes and cupped her hands. "Ren Xiaoxia, you look very familiar. I wonder, have we met before?" Zhang Xiaohua's expression immediately returned to normal. She smiled and said, "This. Senior martial brother, what's your name? I've never seen a disciple of the Tenryu sect before, but, where have I met senior martial brother?" Qin Shiyue was slightly stunned. She turned to look at Su Jiaodong and said with a smile, "My name is Qin Shiyue. I'm Garuda Heavenly King's direct disciple." "Oh, senior martial brother Qin." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands. "Junior. Senior martial brother Ren, I met someone who looked exactly like you 5 years ago. It's just that person was very young and shorter than you. When I saw junior brother Ren just now, I almost thought that I was back in time 5 years ago." "Eh? Really?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What's that person's name? Where did you meet him?" "Hee, what a coincidence. That person is also called Ren Xiaoyao. I met him at Shitsui Mountain near Pingyang City." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua looked incredulous. "Is there really such a thing?" "Hee, I happen to have nothing to do. I'll go to Pingyang City to see if I can meet this guy who has the same name and looks as me." Then, she asked again, "By the way, senior martial brother Qin, where is this Pingyang City?" "This." Qin Shiyue was helpless. She simply pointed in the direction of Pingyang City and said, "It's very far from here. Junior brother Ren won't go there out of boredom, right?" "Maybe. I'm just curious." Zhang Xiaohua did not comment. "Alright, junior brother Ren, I'll take my leave. I'll be waiting for you in the Tenryu sect now. I wish you." "Hee, junior brother Ren, you know." After Garuda and the others had left, Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward and bowed. "Sir Leader, don't, Ren Xiaoyao. You're no longer a disciple of the fragrant cult. It's inappropriate to call you Sir Leader." Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said coldly. "Hee," Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "This disciple has always been under Lord Leader's care ever since I came to the incense order to search for my dreams. Although Lord Leader thinks this disciple is inappropriate, this disciple still wishes to call you Lord Leader in my heart." Nun Jingyi listened quietly and did not say anything. Zhang Xiaohua continued. "Actually, it's useless to say anything now. I didn't know that things would develop to this stage. Even if I wanted to stay in the fragrant cult, Sir Leader wouldn't allow it. So, I can only leave. In addition, let's not talk about Sir Cult Leader's grace, just Senior Nun Jing Xian's life-saving grace is engraved in this disciple's heart. In the future, if the incense cult needs this disciple, please tell me. This disciple will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. You're better off saying that than singing. Chen Chen said secretly. You won't even tell me where you're going. Even if the fragrant cult needs you, where can I find you? Chen Chen, Peacock scolded. Don't you know you have a mouth? Chen Chen felt wronged. It's true. He's gone. Where can I find him? Peacock's heart skipped a beat. Senior Sister Kong, Senior Sister Chen, don't worry. With the fragrant cult's methods, how could they not know where Ren is? Alright, I appreciate your kindness. But the fragrant cult has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Who knows how many difficulties and obstacles we've encountered. We've never asked for help from outsiders. Nun Jingyi waved her hand. Ren Xiaoxia, if there's nothing else, please leave the fragrant cult as soon as possible. Seeing that Nun Jingyi had ordered him to leave, Zhang Xiaohua nodded helplessly. I'll leave now. But in order not to be with the Tenryu sect, I'll leave later than them. I'll go to Jinghai Lake tomorrow morning. Ren Xiaoxia, there's no need to panic. Hearing that Zhang Xiaohua did not want to leave with the Tenryu sect, Nun Jingyi's tone softened. Although the Tenryu sect is powerful now and its strength is unparalleled in the world, but it's still a demonic cult. It's not the right path to immortality. Ren Xiaoxia was born with superhuman strength and a kind heart. If he can enter the path of immortality through martial arts, I'm sure he'll have a place in Jianghu one day. With such a bright future ahead of him, why should he submit to the demonic cult? Seeing that Nun Jingyi was trying to rope him in, Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled his lips. If Di Shi Tian had heard this, he would have laughed his head off. This might be useful to others, but if Zhang Xiaohua were to submit to the Tenryu sect, then he would be the next Di Shi Tian, much more honorable than Peacock and Chen Chen. If not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was already an immortal, would he not have followed them? However, Zhang Xiaohua still smiled. Nun, you're right. I'll consider it seriously. After that, he bowed to Peacock and Chen Chen. I'd like to thank both of you for bringing me here from Rejuvenation Valley. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to say this again in the future. Peacock and Chen Chen's hearts ached for no reason. They both whispered, you have to be careful. The Jianghu is dangerous. You have to be careful. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua raised his head. The mountains will not change and the rivers will flow forever. I hope we'll meet again in the future. After that, he leaped onto the David's deer, patted Huan's protruding horn and walked straight along the mountain path. The tall and thin shadow was dragged along by the full moon, winding along the ground. It was incomparably lonely. Nun Jingyi and the rest had already turned around and returned to Huayu Peak. Peacock and Chen Chen were still standing there, looking at the gradually disappearing figure. No one knew what they were thinking. When Peacock came back to her senses, Nun Jingyi and the rest were already far away. Peacock's heart trembled. She reached out to pull Chen Chen, who was still grieving, and walked a few steps to catch up with them. However, after a few steps, she could not help but turn back to look. Usually, although they did not meet often, she knew that he was in Mo Xian's palace on Lingxiang Peak. She always felt a sense of security. However, now that she had to leave and perhaps they would not meet again, she knew that this person had been imprinted in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua went down Huayu Peak and walked along the mountain path. On the mountain path, there were disciples from various sects in the Jianghu as well as the inner disciples of Ruijin Palace. The cult of fragrance had been established for thousands of years. Everything in the cult had long been mysterious. Many people who came to participate in the martial arts convention wanted to see what was going on. They did not dare to stay in Huayu Palace, but they still wanted to stay in the cult of fragrance for a few days. Since the martial arts convention was over, there would be a few days for them to go out. Zhang Xiaohua found an opportunity to ride the David's deer down the mountain path. He threw Huanhuan to one side and then concealed himself. He used the flying spell and flew towards the direction of Lingxiang Peak. However, before he had even traveled halfway, he suddenly stopped and stood on the clouds. He had a strange expression on his face as he alternated between looking forward and left. It was as if there was something strange in those two places. After waiting for the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up with joy. He whistled and flew down. When he landed about 50 feet from the ground, there was a black shadow coming from the direction of Lingxiang Peak. It was like a gust of wind, rushing towards Zhang Xiaohua. On the left of Zhang Xiaohua, there was also a black shadow. It was like a bolt of lightning and was even faster. It was also coming towards Zhang Xiaohua's direction. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Please tip me. Chapter 1053. Ha ha ha, little yellow. Little black. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the air with a big smile on her face. Her heart was filled with warmth, and the sadness from the dream's departure was greatly reduced. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, Goldie was the first to arrive. It stopped when it was about 1 zhang away from Zhang Xiaohua. Its tail, which was larger than its entire body, swung gently behind its back as it floated in the air. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly heard a faint voice in her heart. Mother, is that you? Zhang Xiaohua's face revealed an awkward expression, and she did not know how to answer. She could only curse in her heart, this little brat, I was originally a man, how did I become your mother? But at this moment, Little Yellow seemed to have understood. Its small eyes were filled with joy, and with a swish of its tail, it landed on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder with a whoosh. Its two small claws hugged Zhang Xiaohua's head intimately, but this intimacy caused Zhang Xiaohua's hair to become a mess. Zhang Xiaohua felt Little Yellow's affection, and also reached out her hand, affectionately stroking Little Yellow's body. Little Yellow enjoyed it very much, and its small head rubbed against Zhang Xiaohua's hand again and again. Woof! A black shadow also flew over, and like Little Yellow, it also stopped about 10 feet away. Zhang Xiaohua felt a voice in her heart shouting, Father, is that you? Little Yellow flew over with a whoosh, and directly pounced on Little Black, causing Little Black to fall to the ground. Although Little Black's body was larger than Little Yellow's, it was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Little Black then angrily barked, and stood up again. Its small claws slapped Little Yellow's face, causing Little Yellow to sway. Little Yellow also could not take it anymore, and swung its large tail, hitting Little Black's face. Little Black barked, as if it was in pain. Oh no! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Could it be that the two of them don't know each other? Thinking about it, since these two things were born, although they had always been in his arms, they had never opened their eyes. How could they know each other? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly flew to the two things. Just as she was about to separate them, a voice rang out in her heart, I said it's Daddy, so it's Daddy. How can it be Mommy? Yes, Mother. I've always called her that. You're mistaken. That's right, it's Daddy, it's Daddy. I'm the one who should be called Mother, Mother. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. So, the two little things were fighting because of this. Zhang Xiaohua stood there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She waited for the two little things to have enough fun. One of the little things stood on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, and it kept making noise in its heart. Daddy, quickly tell it that you're Daddy. The other one was not convinced. Mommy, quickly tell it that you're Mommy. If it was a direction, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua could use her hands. If it was to eat, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua could use her hands. But, her mother and father, these two, Zhang Xiaohua really did not know how to explain it to them. After thinking for a while, she stretched out her hand and patted them on the head. The left nodded, and the right nodded. And it was quite effective. The two little things were quiet, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua had agreed with them. My heart is finally at peace. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Then, she looked at the sky and Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. She found the bottom of a cliff and took out the jade talisman. After setting up the restriction, she sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. As for the two little things, when they saw the starlight falling, they were delighted. Each of them floated in a strange position beside Zhang Xiaohua. A lot of the starlight was also absorbed into their bodies. When she woke up in the morning, she saw Xiao Huang and Xiaohe chasing each other in the air and playing on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with sunshine. Then, she frowned again, as if she had forgotten something. After a while, she suddenly patted her forehead and took out two small vitality stones. The moment she took out the vitality stones, Xiao Huang and Xiaohe immediately sensed it and flew over. They floated beside Zhang Xiaohua's hand and looked at it greedily. Hee. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and handed the vitality stones to the two little things. Xiao Huang and Xiaohe looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and the two little things somersaulted in the air. Then, Xiao Huang emitted a white light from his nose and slowly sucked the vitality stones in. Xiaohe also emitted a white light from his mouth and swallowed the vitality stones. Do you want more? Zhang Xiaohua thought and took out two more vitality stones. But this time, the two little things only sniffed with their noses and shook their heads slightly. Well, I think they are full. Zhang Xiaohua put away the vitality stones and put the two little things on her shoulders. She floated in the air and looked in the direction of Lingering Fragrance Peak, thinking about something. She wanted to go to Lingering Fragrance Peak last night because she wanted to take advantage of the time when Nun Jingyi and the others were at Huayu Peak. She wanted to see if she could refine the stone tablet and then see if there were any benefits. However, she was delayed by the two little things. She was afraid that it would be inconvenient for her to go now. She guessed that the disciples of Rui Jin Palace would be on high alert during the day and she might alarm them. Forget it. I got a lot of good things from Lingering Fragrance Cult. That stone tablet. I will leave it to Nun Jingyi. Zhang Xiaohua made up her mind and flew back to Huayu Peak. When they found Huan, the four odd beasts were immediately scared witless by Xiao Huang and Xiaohe. They ran far away and did not dare to come close. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She remembered that when Xiao Huang and Xiaohe were young, she had taken them to ride the four odd beasts. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the four odd beasts in the air and said in her heart, "You two, fly up first and follow me. We will talk when we get out." The two little things were quite obedient. She did not know whether they understood what she said or what they saw. Anyway, they flew up. Then, Zhang Xiaohua led the four odd beasts over and rode them towards Jinshi Lake. The two little things flew very fast. Their figures hid in the forest and were not discovered by others. After a few days, Zhang Xiaohua finally arrived at Jinghai Lake. These few days, Zhang Xiaohua had long wanted to fly out. But after thinking about it, she was now a person that Nun Jingyi cared about. If she did not let people watch her leave, or if she left at a normal speed, Nun Jingyi would definitely be suspicious. She might even send people to Lingering Fragrance Cult to look for her. Therefore, she patiently rode the four odd beasts to Jinghai Lake. Zhang Xiaohua was no longer a guardian disciple. It seemed that Nun Jingyi's decree had also reached Jinghai Lake. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua's performance in the martial arts convention had also spread to Jinghai Lake along with the departure of the people of Jianghu. Therefore, although the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Cult were not as respectful as before, they still had smiles on their faces. They obviously treated Zhang Xiaohua differently from the disciples of other sections. At least, when they were riding the boat at Jinghai Lake, Zhang Xiaohua had enjoyed preferential treatment. When they got ashore, Zhang Xiaohua was a little worried. She found the disciple of Ruijin Palace who was on duty at Dianqi Lake and invited him to a secluded place. She used her enchanted finger to ask for information about the disciples of Misty School. Then, she rode the 4 odd beasts and left. The disciples of Misty School left more than a month ago, right after Meng and I left the Dalan Temple. At that time, the entire Jianghu did not know that Lingering Fragrance cult had opened its doors. I'm afraid that not only the Righteous Alliance, but the other sects also did not know that Misty School had left. Zhang Xiaohua rode on Huanhuan's back and thought to herself, moreover, the opening of Lingering Fragrance cult's doors was also out of Nun Jingyi's expectations. How could she make the decision to let Misty School leave Lingering Fragrance cult in such a short time? Could it be that she was not afraid that Misty School would leave and never return? This Nun Jingyi is indeed powerful. She is indeed the leader of Lingering Fragrance cult. I think she had already planned for this. Moreover, she had taken into account the various reactions of Misty School. The opening of Lingering Fragrance cult's doors was just a preemptive opportunity for her. If she did not have this opportunity, she would have taken action in another year or so. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and thought to herself, perhaps, I don't need to think so much. When I see second brother, I just need to ask him. Second brother has already left for more than a month. I took more than 2 months to travel from Pingyang City to Macho City. It took me more than 10 days to travel from Macho City to Lingering Fragrance cult. However, if second brother and the rest went directly from Lingering Fragrance cult to Pingyang City, I'm afraid it would take less than 2 months. However, there are more than 1,000 of them. They would have to cover their tracks as they travel, so it would not be much faster. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already left Lingering Fragrance cult. There were still many people from the pugilistic world on the road. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine perception to scan the area and saw that Little Black and Little Yellow had already bypassed Dianqi Lake and were running in her direction. She frowned as she looked at the odd beast beneath her. If she rode on the odd beast, it would take her at least a month to reach Pingyang City. By then, the battle between Misty School and the Righteous Alliance would have already ended. She would not be able to help second brother at all, much less protect him. She could only use her flying skill to catch up with the Misty School disciples. However, what should Huanhuan do? Suddenly, Huanhuan panicked and ran towards the forest beside the mountain path. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Needless to say, Little Black and Little Yellow had arrived in midair. However, as soon as he arrived at the forest, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. The odd beasts had been captured by the pill-sprouting Hall's disciples on Tianmu Peak, but they had still managed to escape. No one had been able to find any trace of them. If he left them here, he might be able to find them safely. Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from Huanhuan's back and took the bag. She patted the odd beast's bald head and smiled. Huanhuan, I have something urgent to attend to and cannot take care of you for the time being. You, find a place to hide first. When I'm done with my business, I'll come and find you again. How about that? Please vote for me. Please add me to your collection. Please tip me. Chapter 1054. However, before Huanhuan could say anything, 2 faint shadows descended from the sky. The odd beast let out a low howl and scurried into the forest, not daring to bother with Zhang Xiaohua anymore. Sigh, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Although she was reluctant to part with the odd beasts and felt sorry for Ji Xiaohua who shared the same name as her, but, her second brother's life was more important, so she had no choice but to give it up. With a wave of her hand, Xiaohuang and Xiaohe each took one of her shoulders. Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal to hide her figure, then she soared into the sky, looking towards the north, and flew straight over. Zhang Xiaohua flew extremely fast. In less than 4 hours, she arrived at an unfamiliar place. It was a desolate place with few people. While she was flying, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have sensed something, so she used her divine sense to look down. She saw dozens of groups of more than 100 people looking for a faintly discernible path in the mountain range and moving forward. Aren't they people from the Tenryu sect? Why did I meet them? Could it be that the Tenryu sect is also in the north? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to know why she sensed something, but Sakura and Meng were obviously not in the group. Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to look carefully. Just as she was about to withdraw her divine sense, a woman suddenly jumped out of the group. She came to the side of the mountain path in a few leaps and poked her head out to look at the deep cliff. She shouted, "Garuda, if you don't let me go, I will jump down now." Ah! Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over. Wasn't this woman Zhang Pinger? She was surprised. Why is she here? Could it be that Garuda kidnapped her? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. Zhang Pinger and him, although one had feelings for each other and the other was heartless, Zhang Pinger had brought Zhang Xiaohua from Shixin Peak to Lingxiang Peak. She was also someone whom Zhang Xiaohua was grateful to. How could she let Zhang Pinger be bullied? She waved her hand and Zhu Meng took action to protect herself. Then, she covered her figure and breath and slowly descended. Xiao Huang and Xiaohe stopped in the air far away. "Miss Zhang, why are you doing this?" Garuda's lazy voice was heard. Then, he seemed to take it very seriously. He slowly walked out of the crowd and said with a smile, "Now that things have come to this, why do you still want to seek death? If you don't want to pass down the incense cult, how can I take you from Abbess Jingyi?" What does this mean? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly as she hid at the side. "Garuda, you think I don't know? If you hadn't used the Tenryu sect to force me to spread the incense cult, how could I have ended up like this?" When Garuda heard this, he immediately stopped and said seriously, "Miss Zhang, I have already made my intentions clear a few days ago. You are really important to me, so I can only ask for you directly." Besides, if the incense cult's Abbess Jingyi really cares about you, how can I just threaten her and send you away? Zhang Pinger's face paled, but then she gritted her teeth and said, "Garuda, no matter what you say, I still don't want to. Don't come any closer, or I'll jump off the cliff and we'll go our separate ways." Garuda didn't care and took 2 more steps forward. Seeing that Zhang Pinger really did move a little further away, he stopped and sneered, "If you don't want to, why didn't you say so earlier in Huayu Palace? You followed me all the way here and now you're showing your true feelings." Zhang Pinger also sneered, "In Huayu Palace, I was a disciple of the incense cult. The Fire Temple Master was my master. How can I not listen to her? Abbess Jingyi is the head of the incense cult. How can I resist? It's different here. Since I left Jianxi Lake, I'm no longer a disciple of the incense cult. Who can order me around?" It's a good idea," Garuda said, "but aren't you afraid that I'll go back and kill the incense cult on a whim? I've already told you. The incense cult is the incense cult, and Zhang Pinger is Zhang Pinger. From the moment I left Jianxi Lake, I've already made a clear distinction between kindness and hatred. Even if your Tenryu sect destroys the incense cult, it has nothing to do with me." "Good. This character is exactly what I want." Garuda gave her a thumbs up. "I didn't expect you to be so compatible with my character. But Miss Zhang, you're all alone now. Even if I let you go, where can you go? I only need to announce your escape." "Well, I don't need to announce it. I just need to tell the incense cult. They'll take care of their reputation and capture you. They'll either kill you or send you to the Tenryu sect. Do you think there's still a place for you in Jianghu? Moreover, if you follow me, even if you lose your martial arts, I swear that I'll never let you down. I'll let you live happily for the rest of your life. What do you think? Sigh. Zhang Ping'er looked at Garuda and then at the incense cult. She shook her head and said, I've already left my happiness in Lihua Temple. He's the only one who can give it to me in this world. Even if you have my body, you can't have my heart. He, who is he? Tell me, I'll drag him out of the incense cult. I only care about your body. If you're willing, you can live happily with him in the Tenryu sect for the rest of your life. What do you think? Zhang Ping'er's face lit up. Then she realized something and sneered, I didn't expect Garuda to be so magnanimous. Do you think I'm a fool? Ha ha ha, who dares to covet my woman? Even if you don't say it, I'll ask Abbess Jing Yi and cut that boy into pieces. Let's see if you still dare to go against me then. Garuda took a few steps forward. Garuda, if you take another step, I'll definitely jump down. Zhang Ping'er took another step to the side. Half of her body was outside the cliff. Huh, Garuda shouted, jump as much as you want. I only care about what's in your meridians. Even if it's a dead body, I can still use it. If you jump, I'll enjoy you, strip you naked and hang you next to the incense cult's Jinchi lake. I'd like to see, where's your and the incense cult's face? Zhang Ping'er was shocked. She hesitated. Garuda floated over and tried to catch her. Zhang Ping'er didn't panic when she saw Garuda coming up. She gritted her teeth and didn't look at him anymore. She turned around and jumped down the cliff. However, her face was still looking in the direction of the incense cult. She whispered, Senior brother, I want to meet you first in my next life. Garuda was already in front of her. He reached out and grabbed her. She was just a hair's breadth away. When he wanted to ride the wind down again, he hesitated. The mountain was very high. If he was alone, he would definitely be fine. However, with Zhang Ping'er, he wasn't confident. How could Garuda not consider giving up his life for the sake of breaking through the wind? Zhang Ping'er had already fallen about 20 feet. Suddenly, Garuda, who was in mid-air, shouted, Who are you? In mid-air not far from Garuda, there was a flash. A handsome man in a simple robe appeared out of thin air. He was of medium height and had a handsome face. It was Zhang Xiaohua. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. However, it wasn't directed at Garuda. It was directed at Zhang Ping'er, who was falling down the cliff. Her expression was both desperate and sad. Zhang Xiaohua was hiding beside Zhang Ping'er. He had already heard her whispers. He didn't expect that he was so important to Zhang Ping'er. Once this cold-faced but warm-hearted woman fell in love, she had already engraved Zhang Xiaohua in her heart. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua was so shocked that he exposed himself. He even forgot to save Zhang Ping'er. Garuda and Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. He made a gesture and quickly flew down the cliff to catch Zhang Ping'er, who was falling rapidly. Zhang Ping'er was completely disheartened. However, she was determined and didn't faint. She suddenly stopped and felt a pair of warm hands around her waist. It felt so familiar that she couldn't help but wonder if she was in a dream. She turned around and hugged Zhang Xiaohua. She blurted out, Senior brother, is that you? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said in a hoarse voice, Who is your senior brother? Does he have such magical powers as I? Ah! Zhang Ping'er's face was flushed. She quickly withdrew her hands and calmed herself down. When she looked carefully, she was even more surprised. She was actually flying outside the cliff. Immortal Elder? Zhang Ping'er suddenly realized that the news of an immortal cultivator appearing in Rejuvenation Valley had already spread throughout the Jianghu 2 months ago. Although the fragrant sect was somewhat uninformed, people had already talked about it at the Martial Arts Circle convention. How could Zhang Ping'er not know? However, she had never thought that she would encounter it. Immortal Elder, save me! Immortal Elder, save me! Zhang Ping'er immediately grasped at the life-saving straw. Don't shout, don't shout. If I didn't save you, I wouldn't have helped. Zhang Xiaohua said, amused. When Zhang Ping'er heard this, she blushed again. Her heart was filled with hope again. In the distance, Garuda floated in the air. His expression was uncertain, as if he was hesitating about something. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua flying over with Zhang Ping'er in his arms, his eyes narrowed. He immediately took out a coarse black bottle from his chest. He formed a seal with one hand and muttered something. A black fog flew out of the bottle. Garuda pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. The black fog immediately turned into an arrow and pierced toward Zhang Xiaohua. With a zhi sound, a yellow shadow fell from the sky and blocked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. As soon as the shadow appeared, a white light came from the shadow and covered the black fog. The arrow immediately panicked and was no longer in shape. A part of the black fog was sucked into the white light. Ah! This! Garuda was shocked. He looked at the small and skinny little marten beside the black fog in amazement. Woof, another bark. Another black shadow flew over. Similarly, a white light appeared and continued to suck in the black fog. When Garuda saw this, he calmed down and hurriedly used both his hands and mouth to retrieve the black fog. However, at this moment, 8 sword beams appeared out of thin air and shot towards Garuda from about 10 feet away. Chapter 1055. Garuda was not surprised to see the 8 sword lights. He had heard from the disciples of the Tenryu sect that someone from the immortal Tao had appeared in Rejuvenation Valley, so he was prepared for Zhang Xiaohua's 8 sword lights. Therefore, when the 8 sword lights flashed, he immediately used the wind-controlling technique and dodged to the side. Garuda was indeed good at flying. His wind-controlling technique was different from the one Zhang Xiaohua had learned from the Misty School. It was very strange. While controlling the wind, it seemed to merge with the wind. When Zhang Xiaohua saw such a wondrous imperial wind technique, he couldn't help but be stunned and secretly praised it. However, the 8 sword lights still didn't stop. They only tilted slightly and still pierced towards Garuda. Garuda was even more surprised than Zhang Xiaohua. He had heard of the sword-controlling technique. There were people in the Tenryu sect who could barely control a sword. However, the sword-controlling technique was not much stronger than ordinary hidden weapons. Under the control of the technique, it could fly at will. In terms of speed, it was not as fast as Zhang Xiaohua's Sword of the World. Therefore, Garuda only strengthened his impression of the sword-controlling technique by 10 times to guess Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. However, his guess was far from catching up with Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. Before he could steady himself, the 8 flying swords were in front of him like swimming fish. Garuda was shocked. He tried to move away, but the first sword light pierced the black bottle in his hand with a bang. This. Garuda felt as if he had escaped death. Could it be that I missed? But then, the other 7 sword lights appeared again and hit the black bottle 7 times in a row. Garuda's hand was numb from the vibrations. He loosened his grip and the black bottle fell out of his hand. However, it still floated beside Garuda's hand. In just a few breaths, Little Black and Little Yellow had eliminated 30% of the black fog released by Garuda. Zhang Xiaohua also landed on the cliff with Zhang Ping'er in her arms. Garuda's heart ached when he saw the loss of the black fog. He quickly made a gesture and commanded the black fog to retreat. Then, he reached into his chest and threw a pale white magic weapon that looked like a bone into the air. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised that the flying sword didn't shatter Garuda's black bottle as he had expected. Seeing Garuda take out his Dharma artifact, he didn't dare to be careless. He stretched out his hand and waved it. The dragon binding hoop expanded in the wind, turning into a 3-foot-long hoop that spiraled toward Garuda's bone. At this moment, the dragon-binding hoop was different from before. After Zhang Xiaohua's blood refining, and as Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation increased, it gained a new mystique. Countless crimson flames appeared on the hoop and danced around it. It was like a few small fire dragons were flying around it. The aura was ferocious. This. Garuda frowned when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua had the dragon-binding hoop in addition to her flying sword. He stood in the air and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist, why are you so fierce in your first attack? Even the magic weapon that I dripped blood on was knocked out of your hand. Look at this situation. Are you going to fight to the death with me? Then, he looked at Zhang Ping'er and asked, do you know this Miss Zhang? Dripped blood on it? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. He had intended to destroy Garuda's black bottle with his flying sword. He had used the 8 sword beams, but none of them had landed. They had all hit Garuda, but all he had done was knock the black bottle out of Garuda's hand. Not only had he not destroyed it, but he could not even knock it down. Garuda had only casually waved his hand, and it flew back into his hand. Now that Garuda questioned her. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. Who are you? Why do you call yourself a heavenly king? Fellow Taoist, you don't know me. Garuda was stunned. Are you very famous? Zhang Xiaohua looked up and smiled. It's just that your imperial wind technique is a little special. Should everyone know you? Garuda's imperial wind technique, which he was most proud of, was called a little special by someone else. But look at her, it was a flying technique. She had the right to criticize him. Garuda could only pinch his nose and answer, fellow Taoist, I'm Garuda of the Tenrya sect. Oh. I know. So you're Garuda of the Tenrya sect. No wonder you call yourself a heavenly king and are so arrogant. You snatched a woman in broad daylight. Fellow Taoist. Garuda was anxious and explained, no matter how shameless I am, I wouldn't go so far as to snatch a woman. If you didn't snatch a woman, why did you force her into the cliff? Why did you attack me with a magic weapon when I tried to save her? Remember, you attacked I with a magic weapon first. I had no choice but to fight back. Garuda was so angry that his nose was crooked. He said loudly, fellow Taoist, you're unreasonable. This woman is my concubine. It's only because of some family disputes that she thought of committing suicide. Before I could save her, you appeared and snatched my concubine away without saying a word. Tell me, how could I not intervene? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. She looked at the white bones that were emitting red smoke in the air and said, how could I listen to your side of the story? Moreover, since I have already intervened, there's no reason for me to give up halfway. Heavenly King. I'm afraid you don't want to let this go. If it was someone else, Garuda would have turned hostile long ago. However, he could only say coldly in the face of someone who didn't know the depth of the immortal Tao. I'm Garuda of the Tenrya sect. How could I surrender just because of a few words from you? Fellow Taoist, you must be Taoist Pan and who appeared briefly in front of Rejuvenation Valley. Since you're so righteous and like to see injustice, I'd like to see if you have the ability to take care of everything in the world. Come here. Zhang Xiaohua waved at Zhang Ping'er and said, tell I everything that happened. Yes, Immortal Elder. Zhang Ping'er knew that Zhang Xiaohua was the only person she could rely on. She quickly told her everything that happened in Huayu Palace. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned ashen when he heard this. Zhang Ping'er was just one of the many inner disciples of the fragrant cult. She was just a nobody, not even worth half a copper coin in the eyes of Nun Jingyi. That was why she had been given to Garuda so easily. But for Zhang Ping'er, this was like a bolt from the blue. Her fate had changed in an instant. Jingyi Nun might have thought that Zhang Ping'er's martial arts couldn't reach great success, so it was better for her to be a wealthy concubine in the Tenrya sect. However, In Zhang Pinger's eyes, this was no different from hell on earth. A nobody would never have the right to decide their own fate. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly and said to Zhang Pinger, "What bullshit hierarch? What bullshit decree? I only want to ask you one thing. Are you willing to go with Garuda?" Zhang Pinger said sadly, "Immortal Elder, please no. I don't want to go with him. Now I just want to die. I can't follow his wishes." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "What a woman with integrity." Then she said to Garuda, "Did you hear that? This doesn't seem to be your family's business anymore. I will definitely take care of this kind of forced prostitution. Unless I don't encounter it, I will definitely take care of it." Garuda almost fainted from anger. What did she mean by forced prostitution? Thus, he shouted, "Don't forget that I'm Garuda of the Tenryu sect. I don't want to fight with you, but if you insist on taking care of this matter, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't blame the Tenryu sect for treating you as an enemy." Zhang Xiaohua could tell that Garuda was referring to the Tenryu sect. She leaped into the air and laughed wildly. "There are always injustices in this world. If I can't take care of them, then what's the point of cultivating the way of heaven? Garuda, your Tenryu sect is suppressing I. If you can defeat I will let go." "Good, good, good." Garuda also laughed evilly. "If you can defeat me, I'll also give Zhang Pinger to you." After saying that, he waved his hand and the black bottle that was suspended in the air disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense didn't find any clues. Could this be the magic of using a drop of blood to recognize a magic artifact as its master? Zhang Xiaohua was slightly stunned and thought, what's a drop of blood to recognize a magic artifact as its master? As the name suggests, it's to use a drop of blood to make a magic artifact recognize a master. But how do I do it? Before Zhang Xiaohua could think about it, the red smoke from the white bone in the air became thicker and gradually enveloped Garuda. Zhang Xiaohua pointed with her finger and the dragon binding hoop was surrounded by flames. With a whoosh, it went down. However, before the dragon binding hoop could land, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the red smoke and immediately sensed that something was wrong. The red smoke was different from the black smoke from before. It wasn't formed by small black insects. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense entered the smoke, it felt like it was sinking into a quagmire. It was difficult to even move Garuda, let alone see his shadow. Furthermore, when Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense, the red smoke actually showed signs of counterattacking along with her divine sense. Isn't this somewhat similar to the mysterious black smoke from before? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Since her divine sense couldn't be used freely in the red smoke, the dragon binding hoop couldn't land, and even the flying sword couldn't pierce it. No wonder Garuda was somewhat fearless. Zhang Xiaohua thought and didn't dare to be careless. She released the crimson spirit protection and first protected herself. Then, she tried to throw a fire talisman into the smoke. With a sizzling sound, the flames burned for a while before extinguishing. It didn't have any effect on the smoke at all. What magic artifact should I use? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Although she knew how to use the purple phoenix hairpin and the Sangharama plate, she definitely couldn't use them now. Although the Prajna heavy sword wouldn't be affected by divine sense, it was Ren Xiaoyao's trademark. She couldn't take it out now either. How could I have forgotten about it? Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead and unconsciously came to a realization. Chapter 1056. In fact, when Garuda mentioned the magic item that could recognize its master by dripping blood on it, Zhang Xiaohua was already deep in thought. Now that he saw the crimson smoke getting thicker and thicker, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of the wind pearl he had obtained in the wind-forbidden valley of the Dalan Temple. She remembered that the wind pearl was very unruly at that time. Even the vitality of the bamboo used to suppress it had been depleted by it. However, when she tried to retrieve the wind pearl, she was cut by the wind from the wind pearl. After a drop of blood fell into the wind pearl became much more obedient and no longer released any evil wind. Could it be that the wind pearl is bound by blood? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. As she was thinking, the red smoke approached Zhang Xiaohua. It seemed that Garuda wanted to wrap Zhang Xiaohua in the smoke before killing her. Zhang Xiaohua flew up about 10 feet and reached into her belt to take out the jade box that contained the wind pearl. At this time, the restriction on the jade box was still there and the divine thought was still there. Zhang Xiaohua opened the jade box and held the wind pearl in her hand. Sure enough, she felt that it was connected to her blood. But, how can I release the wind? Zhang Xiaohua wondered. Strangely, just as Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, a suction force appeared from the wind pearl and sucked the vital qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians into the wind pearl. Then, a gust of evil wind appeared outside the wind pearl. With a whoosh, it blew towards Garuda's smoke. At first, it was just a gust of wind, but when it reached the smoke, it became a gust of wind. It was the nemesis of smoke. As soon as the wind blew, all the red smoke was blown away, revealing Garuda, who had an incredulous expression on his face. Then, another gust of wind blew. Crack! The wind blew a crack on the floating white bone above Garuda's head. Ah! Garuda was shocked. He immediately ran away and kept the white bone in his hand. The other members of the Tenryu sect who were watching the battle from afar didn't stop to rest when they saw Garuda escape. They turned around and flew in the direction that Garuda had flown to. Looking at their clumsy appearance, it seemed that they had never experienced such a difficult situation before. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's face was also somewhat pale. Just now, the two wisps of evil wind had sucked away 90% of the true qi in his body. It made him want to kill the thief, but he didn't have the strength to pursue. A drop of blood to claim ownership. It's really amazing, but I don't think I can be the master of this wind pearl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let it absorb my true qi. Zhang Xiaohua thought as she put the wind pearl back into the jade box. At this moment, Little Black and Little Yellow landed from the sky. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua curiously as she put the jade box into her belt. Zhang Pinger was pleasantly surprised. She took a few steps forward and fell to the ground. Thank you for saving my life, immortal elder. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and helped Zhang Pinger up. She smiled and said, "Don't mention it, don't mention it. I just happened to be there at the right time. Anyone would have helped me." Then she looked at the desolate wilderness and frowned. This place is dangerous. It's not a good idea to stay here for long. Where are you going? Let me give you a ride. Zhang Pinger looked miserable and shook her head. I've lived in the fragrance sect for a long time. I don't have any relatives in other places. But now, the fragrant religion has abandoned me. This world is so big, but there is no place for me to stay. This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. Zhang Pinger suddenly thought of something and fell to the ground again. She cried and said, "Immortal Elder is merciful. Can you take me as your disciple? Even if I have to work like a horse, I will repay Immortal Elder for saving my life." Oh. That's a good idea. Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up. In the Beidu school, other than Zhang Xiaohua, Little Martin, Puppy, and Nie Qianyu, who insisted on being accepted as a disciple. If she accepted Zhang Pinger as her disciple, it would also add to the popularity of the school. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Get up." "Yes, master." Zhang Pinger heard that Zhang Xiaohua had no intention of rejecting her. She was happy and got up from the ground. She had already changed the way she addressed her. "You must know that I am a person of the path of immortality. The path of immortality is different from martial arts. If you can't get started, your life will be wasted. I'm not afraid. Even if I can't make any progress, I'll be satisfied as long as I can be under Master's wing. Hee, it's not that simple. If your aptitude is not good enough, what's the use of joining my path of immortality? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, don't mention the matter of becoming my disciple. When I have time, I'll look at your aptitude and deal with it. Thank you for your permission, Master. Zhang Ping'er said happily. Okay. Since you want to be Ai's disciple, I can't leave you alone. Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and thought of an idea. He said, close your eyes first. Open them when I tell you to. Yes, Master. Zhang Ping'er closed her eyes obediently. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and grabbed Zhang Ping'er's waist. He leaped into the air and flew back with Little Black and Little Yellow. When they arrived at the place where he had left Little White Deer and Huan, he landed and said to Zhang Ping'er, whose face was already red, okay, open your eyes. Zhang Ping'er opened her eyes. She looked for a long time but couldn't see where she was. However, she was very obedient and didn't ask. She only whispered, why did Master bring me here? Is this Master's residence? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, I have some trivial matters to attend to and can't return to the residence. I also left a registered disciple in Rejuvenation Valley. I can't send you to Rejuvenation Valley, so I want to help you find a mount. You can ride it to Rejuvenation Valley. Rejuvenation Valley, Nye Qianyu. How could Zhang Ping'er not know? She said in surprise, I know about this, but isn't Nye Qianyu going to enter Beta school? Master, this is. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head mysteriously and said, don't worry about this for now. As he spoke, he took out a jade talisman for communication and handed it to Zhang Ping'er. He said, this jade talisman is the same as Nye Qianyu's. You only need to tell her about it. Yes, I understand. Zhang Ping'er took the jade talisman and carefully hid it. Just as she raised her head, she saw the David's deer in the distance. It was scared and wanted to come closer. She couldn't help but blurt out, Huan. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be surprised. He pointed at the David's deer and said, is that it? You know it? Zhang Ping'er's face flushed. She whispered, yes, this is the mount of a very good senior martial brother before I joined the cult of fragrance. However, it should be in the cult of fragrance. How did it get here? Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, that's good. I wanted to help you find a mount. You actually met an old friend's mount. This is outside the mountain path. There aren't any disciples of the cult of fragrance within a few miles. Perhaps this beast was abandoned here by your senior martial brother. It can't be. Senior martial brother really cares about this David's deer. Zhang Ping'er shook her head. But, didn't you see the David's deer? It looks like it has suffered a great deal and was abandoned. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said, this place is close to the mountain path. If it was seen by others, it might be captured. It's a small matter if it was used as a mount. If it was killed and eaten, wouldn't your senior martial brother be very sad if he knew? Yes, then what should I do? Zhang Ping'er didn't know what to do when she thought of Zhang Xiaohua's sadness. You can ride it away first. When you meet your senior martial brother in the future, you can return it to him. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, you saved his mount. He can't blame you, right? This. Zhang Ping'er felt that it was very reasonable. She could only nod. Okay, you can go up. Rejuvenation Valley seems to be in that direction. You can ask as you go. Zhang Xiaohua pointed in that direction and said, when I finish my business, I will go to Rejuvenation Valley to find you. Master, you can't abandon your disciple. Zhang Ping'er said pitifully. I won't. I am a person of the Tao of Immortals. I pay the most attention to my reputation. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She turned around and flew north. Zhang Ping'er waited until Zhang Xiaohua had flown out of sight before she patted her cheeks and confirmed that this really wasn't a dream. She then happily flew in the direction of Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua flew back and found the great wisdom sword that she had thrown on the ground. She then continued to fly north. However, she had used 90% of her true qi in the fight with Garuda today. Although she had recovered a bit before she sent Zhang Ping'er back, her true qi was insufficient again when the sun set in the west. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't continue on her way. She found a small thatched hut that seemed to be used by hunters in the wilderness and landed there. She set down a restriction and began to recover her true qi. When her true qi was replenished, the full moon hung high in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua stretched and released her divine sense. She looked around for a long time and didn't find anything unusual. Only then did she take out the wind pearl. The wind pearl was abnormally well behaved and quietly stayed in the jade box. However, when Zhang Xiaohua sent her divine sense into it, she still couldn't do anything. It was different from the crimson spirit protection and dragon binding hoop that Zhang Xiaohua had refined before. Dripping blood to recognize it as its master. It doesn't seem as good as refining it. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Apart from feeling connected by blood and being able to blow out evil winds, Zhang Xiaohua still didn't know anything else about this wind pearl. What about the other celestial devices? Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of the celestial devices that her divine sense couldn't penetrate. Zhang Xiaohua first took out the bamboo that was used to suppress the wind pearl. She made up her mind and bit her finger. A drop of blood that contained golden threads dripped onto the bamboo. Seeing the drop of blood seeping into the bamboo as if it was being absorbed, Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly shocked. Why are there golden threads in my blood? Could it be that I've contracted an extremely serious illness? Zhang Xiaohua anxiously checked her own pulse and used her divine sense to check her body for a long time. However, she didn't find anything unusual. She just slowly circulated her true qi in her meridians and still didn't find any clues. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. At this moment, the 7-section bamboo suddenly emitted a faint Buddhist light. Then, it was extinguished. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have some inexplicable things in her mind. That bamboo in Zhang Xiaohua's hand also had a feeling that it was connected by blood. Chapter 1057. The Tree of Seven Wonders. This lousy thing is called the Tree of Seven Wonders. Zhang Xiaohua stared at the ordinary-looking bamboo in her hand in disbelief. It seemed that only the 7 bamboo sections had anything to do with the name, Tree of Seven Wonders. Regardless of whether it was treasure, wonder, or tree, there was no connection at all. Oh my God! This Dalan temple, the old monk really knows how to come up with names. Zhang Xiaohua gave the Dalan temple a thumbs up in her mind as she flipped through the information that had just been transmitted to her. Unfortunately, all that appeared in her mind was a blur except for the name. She did not even know how to use it. Sigh, it must have been because it had been fighting with the wind bead for so long that it had exhausted everything. It didn't even have time to write down its last words. I wonder what kind of awesome name that Lotus Throne 9 could be called. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua threw the so-called Tree of Seven Wonders into her belt. Perhaps in antiquity times, the Tree of Seven Wonders was indeed an extremely important treasure to the Dalan temple. But now, it only had a little Buddha's light left. It needed the help of the Lotus Throne to suppress the wind bead. It was no longer as glorious as it used to be. Zhang Xiaohua endured the pain and dripped a drop of blood on the Lotus Throne 9. Just like the Tree of Seven Wonders, there was a faint Buddha's light, followed by white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. 9 colors flashed on the Lotus Throne 9. Finally, The 9 lotuses on the lotus throne 9 each had a different color and disappeared. At the same time, some blurry things appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. What made Zhang Xiaohua's jaw drop was that the lotus throne 9 did not have a name at all. Perhaps its name was Lotus Throne 9. This. Are you kidding me? The previous ordinary bamboo was so arrogant. Even the famous tree of 7 wonders did not have any treasures. This Lotus Throne 9 could compete with the Black Flag, so it must be of a high level. Since it's only called Lotus Throne 9, I wonder if it's because this celestial device is not good enough. Or the monks who use it are lazy. The things left behind by the 9th grade Lotus platform were also blurry. Zhang Xiaohua only leaped up and sat on the Lotus platform. With a thought, the Lotus platform emitted a faint Buddhist light, enveloping him inside. It should be a defensive magical artifact like the Crimson Spirit Shield. Zhang Xiaohua had no idea how to find other functions. Forget it, forget it. Zhang Xiaohua also put the 9th-grade Lotus Throne into her belt. You're already surnamed Zhang. Even if you grow hair, don't even think about running away. One day, I'll find a way to use you. Looking at the time, Zhang Xiaohua also lost interest in piercing her blood to recognize her as the owner. She sat cross-legged and took out a few of the jade slips that she obtained from Immortal Huolong from Dragon Mountain. She took a quick look at them. Immortal Huolong's Tao was the orthodox Tao of celestials. It talked about how to absorb qi into the body and then refine the qi. When the qi refinement stage was completed, one would have to condense the vital qi into a liquid state in the lower abdomen, which was known as the real liquid. At the same time, one would enter the so-called foundation establishment stage. The cultivation of the foundation establishment stage was obviously different from that of the qi refinement stage. There were many ways to cultivate and the variety was also very complicated. Zhang Xiaohua was confused. What about after the foundation establishment stage? Zhang Xiaohua continued to read, but there was a blank page of martial arts manuals. Isn't that so? Immortal Huolong himself said that he was in the foundation establishment stage. If he himself did not complete the foundation establishment stage, how could he have martial arts manuals after the foundation establishment stage? It's just that. What's the realm after the foundation establishment stage? It seems like Senior Wan Wuxin's cultivation was after the foundation establishment stage, but I've never heard of him achieving it before. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and wanted to keep the jade bamboo slip into his money bag. But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his face was slightly shocked. He released his spiritual perception and impatiently immersed it into the jade bamboo slip. After he finished searching, his face revealed a puzzled expression. No wonder I felt that something was amiss just now. Now I finally understand. This Immortal Huolong's cultivation of the lower dantian is the same as the current martial arts. The martial arts manuals that he passed down all focus on the lower dantian. I am unable to cultivate it. Furthermore, the martial arts manual that Immortal Huolong cultivated, Fire Cloud Sutra, only has 13 levels of the Qi refinement stage. Compared to the Carefree Heart Sutra, it's 5 levels lower. What's going on? Following that, Zhang Xiaohua took a look at Immortal Huolong's martial arts manuals. Although the dantian that he cultivated was different, the martial arts manuals were similar. They all revolved around drawing energy into the body and using the meridians to refine the energy. This is great. Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization. Wasn't the meridians that Immortal Huolong's Fire Cloud Sutra used to refine the meridians that he knew of? Previously, when he saw the meridians of the Byron when they were born, he had recorded it in his heart. However, he was unable to find a way to cultivate it. Now, wasn't this Fire Cloud Sutra a new way to cultivate it? But I've only cultivated 10 levels of the Carefree Heart Sutra. There's still a lot more in the future. The heaven and earth's energy is also insufficient. Where would I find the time to cultivate the lower dantian? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head again. Forget it, I'll wait till I've mastered the Carefree Heart Sutra, before I cultivate this Fire Cloud Sutra. Or, I'll let the Beta School disciples cultivate this Fire Cloud Sutra. After making up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua kept the Fire Cloud Sutra in his money pouch. He did not look at the other jade scrolls. He would wait till the Beta School was established and have the time to sort them out. Seeing that there was still time, Zhang Xiaohua took out the blade breaking force and soft as water. These two secret manuals were the manuals of the Shindao sect and the Incense sect. They were the manuals that helped to improve the martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua was thick-skinned enough to keep them. How could he not take a look at them? After reading them, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. These two secret manuals were similar. According to the manuals, the inner strength of martial arts could indeed be converted into true qi. However, it was extremely dangerous and required luck. It was not much different from the difficulty of drawing qi into the body. It was a supreme technique that could be used when the qi of heaven and earth was decreasing sharply. However, there was a huge drawback. The true qi in the meridians was converted by the inner strength of martial arts. The foundation was too weak. In the future, it would be congenitally deficient. It would be difficult to achieve great success in cultivation. Even when mobilizing the qi of heaven and earth, it would be difficult to achieve great success. Many of the supernatural powers that Zhang Xiaohua knew of, such as the flying sword, would be difficult to achieve great success. Where was I thinking? Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and laughed. The qi of heaven and earth has decreased greatly. Although it is recovering, I'm afraid it will be thousands or even tens of thousands of years later. Even if there is a supernatural power that can mobilize the qi of heaven and earth, there is no qi of heaven and earth to mobilize. Isn't that nonsense? It would be better to just mobilize the true qi in the body. Moreover, haven't I been mobilizing the true qi in my meridians? How many times can I use the qi of heaven and earth? It seems that the sword-breaking force and like water are more precious than the Fire Cloud Sutra and the Carefree Heart Sutra. After all, the former could be used to become a celestial while the latter could never be used without help. Alright, these two secret manuals should be given to second sister-in-law. However, I have to keep a copy of them in Beta School to give the disciples of Beta School a path to heaven. Zhang Xiaohua now had the awareness of the founder of Beta School. Oh yes, what is the use of Elder Hua's Peiyuan pill? I have to find out how to use it. Zhang Xiaohua flipped through Fire Dragon Jinren's jade bamboo slip and found it in one of the jade bamboo slip. As expected, I understand now. When Zhang Xiaohua finished reading it, she was overjoyed. She had always felt that it was extremely difficult to attract qi into the body. Without a trace of cultivation, how could one sense the qi of heaven and earth outside the body? Even the sword-breaking force, and like water, were used by martial arts experts to change their inner strength and sense the qi of heaven and earth. After all, they had inner strength and had a preliminary foundation. The people of the celestial path were extremely powerful. How could they not have thought of this? This Peiyuan pill was a pill that cultivated the qi of heaven and earth in the body of a cultivator of the celestial path. Consuming the Peiyuan pill would allow the cultivator to sense the characteristics of the qi of heaven and earth. Furthermore, using the qi of heaven and earth produced by the Peiyuan pill as a foundation, one would be able to attract qi into the body. It's done. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Disciples of Beta School, you are in luck. Now that everything is ready, we only need one thing." Previously, Zhang Xiaohua had obtained the 5 colors chalcedony from 9 Radiance Peak and the Spirit Gathering Formation. She should be able to set up the 5-element Spirit Gathering Formation. Now that she had obtained the Peiyuan pill and the cultivation method of Immortal Fire Dragon, she even had the cultivation method of martial arts. The establishment of Beta School seemed to be a matter of course. However, what did Zhang Xiaohua mean by "everything is ready, we only need one thing"? After taking stock of her recent gains, Zhang Xiaohua patted her money pouch with satisfaction. Just when she was about to cultivate the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, she suddenly remembered that the small mirror that she used to use often had now been restored to the real Hao Tian mirror. It seemed that, she had not dripped her blood on it yet. This small mirror was extremely powerful and could reflect any light or water. Furthermore, judging from the mirror's movements in between the clouds and the water, it should still have sufficient qi of heaven and earth. It would not give her a half-assed introduction like the Lotus Throne and the Tree of Seven Wonders, right? Luckily, the Hao Tian mirror did not disappoint Zhang Xiaohua. After dripping her blood on it, Zhang Xiaohua used the first level of the Hao Tian mirror's sacrificial formula in her mind. At the same time, she also had the introduction of the Hao Tian mirror. Just as Zhang Xiaohua had expected, the Hao Tian mirror could reflect all attacks. Of course, this attack was within the range that Zhang Xiaohua could withstand. Furthermore, the Hao Tian mirror could reflect all things that were hidden, including cultivation base and traces. Zhang Xiaohua had already seen all of these in between the clouds and the water. As for the other auxiliary functions, Zhang Xiaohua only skimmed through them briefly and placed her divine sense at the end. The Hao Tian mirror could break through space and travel through time. Hiss, Zhang Xiaohua gasped, this Hao Tian mirror is really too heaven-defying. Is this still a magic item? It's simply a treasure. It can break through space. If Wan Wuxin and the others were to obtain it, wouldn't they be able to return to the ruins? But, this item is in the Fragrance Cult and the Shindao sect. Why didn't they discover it? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely puzzled. Chapter 1058. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness I didn't let them get it, or I wouldn't be able to get it. Zhang Xiaohua was happy when he thought about it. However, when he looked at it carefully, he found that the so-called Hao Tian mirror actually had 18 levels of sacrificial refining. After each level was refined, a corresponding skill would appear. If he wanted to break the space and travel through time, he would have to refine all the way to the 18th level. After Zhang Xiaohua memorized the first level of the incantation and tried to cultivate it, he nearly vomited blood. The first level of the Hao Tian mirror was enough for a kid in the middle stage of qi refining like him to slowly cultivate, let alone the 18th level. Moreover, using the Hao Tian mirror required a huge amount of jinqi. If it was only used for defense, Zhang Xiaohua's jinqi would be more than enough. If it was used to attack, except for the self-protection of the Hao Tian mirror, any other kind of attack would definitely empty Zhang Xiaohua's jinqi. It seemed that the Hao Tian mirror was not a magical item for a practitioner of Zhang Xiaohua's level. What can I do? What can I do? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders and put the Hao Tian mirror into his money pouch. He sighed helplessly. Yeah, I'd better memorize the incantation first and slowly refine it. Speaking of which, Zhang Xiaohua was also very unlucky. He got a lot of magical items in his belt, but they were either trash or the best. He couldn't use many of them. On the other hand, he could use some of them, such as the purple phoenix hairpin and the Sangarama plate, but he couldn't take them out. Well, there were also some items he didn't know about, such as the 5 elements bead, the green gourd, the earth's core, the yin-yang fruit. Forget it, he didn't want to talk about them. If he talked too much, Zhang Xiaohua would feel sad again. That night, Zhang Xiaohua rested in the straw hut in the wilderness and cultivated the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. The two little things, Little Black and Little Yellow, also curled up in the starlight and adjusted their breath instinctively. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. She first practiced the Big Dipper magical fist, then took out the wrought copper staff and practiced the heaven-piercing staff technique several times in the fresh and earthy fragrance. That day, Huban had said that if he could defeat Yang Chen, he would give the cooked copper rod to Zhang Xiaohua. After leaving the arena, Zhang Xiaohua didn't look for Huban. She decisively put away the cooked copper rod, giving Huban a chance to keep his promise. The sky-piercing staff technique had a total of 360 moves. The more Zhang Xiaohua practiced, the more comfortable she felt. The more she practiced, the smoother the flow of her real qi in her body became. But as for the specific benefits of her practice, Zhang Xiaohua herself was not clear. She only faintly felt that as long as she continued to practice, not only would she become proficient in the moves, but she would also be able to gain an advantage in a fight. It would also have a profound impact on her own practice. When the sun rose, Zhang Xiaohua soared into the sky and headed north again. In order not to get lost, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense as she flew. When she saw a town, she would land and quietly ask someone to inquire about the direction. She flew for more than 8 days. On this day, when Zhang Xiaohua was flying in the air, her divine sense suddenly found a caravan on the spacious official road. This caravan immediately attracted her attention. It was not that this caravan was different from other caravans, nor was it that the goods sold by this caravan were special. It was just that one of the coachmen in this caravan looked quite familiar to Zhang Xiaohua. When she thought about it carefully, she realized that it was Zhou Mufan, Martial Uncle Zhou, whom she met when she followed Zhang Xiaohu to the ethereal villa at the back of Shixin Peak. Zhou Mufan had lost all his martial arts. It was Zhang Xiaohua who repaired his broken dantian with the meridian nourishing pill. So it's the old, weak, sick and disabled from the Misty School. They, actually followed us out. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Her divine sense carefully scanned the caravan again. This caravan was not big, only a few dozen people. Except for Zhou Mufan, Zhang Xiaohua did not know the rest. Presumably, the thousands of people from the ethereal villa had split up and gone on their own in order not to attract the attention of the Righteous Alliance or other forces in the Jianghu. Since she had seen the disciples from the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu was not far away. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and sped up, wanting to see her second brother as soon as possible. However, after flying for a few more days, and with Zhang Xiaohua's attention, she did see many disciples from the Misty School along the way. Not to mention Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Shernyo, and others from the ethereal villa, she also saw Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, Xue Qin and He Tianshu from the Misty Hall. However, she did not see Zhang Xiaohu. Why is this? Could it be that second brother was left behind? That's not right. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She descended from the sky and hit her figure. She lightly landed on the carriage and pricked up her ears to listen to the movement inside. This carriage was quite big, and it was dressed like a rich merchant. Wen Wenhai and Lu Yueming were sitting inside. Both of them were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, as if they were seizing the time to cultivate. After waiting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient. When she was about to get up, she saw Lu Yueming open his eyes and open his mouth. He wanted to say something but closed it again. At this time, Wen Wenhai also opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Junior brother Lu, if you have something to say, you can say it. Why do you keep silent again and again? Could it be about little tiger?" Alas, yes. Lu Yueming heard Wen Wenhai's question and could only say, "Actually, I've always wanted to talk to senior brother. It's just that before, there were disciples from the cult of fragrance, so I didn't dare to leak the news." Junior brother Lu, as the saying goes, breaking through the confinement of a phoenix and breaking through the golden lock of a dragon. Now that we've left the cult of fragrance, the Jianghu is so big that we can only be fish in the vast sea and birds in the sky. Why should we be afraid of those cult of fragrance disciples? Senior brother Wen, you've forgotten that we haven't recovered our martial arts yet. How can we be so bold? If the cult of fragrance disciples see us, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to little tiger. Then, he sighed, I wonder how senior brother Wen feels. This time, I've really understood how powerful Abbess Jing-yi is. She actually released our Misty Sect's disciples to spread the incense cult. She even sent disciples to help us rebuild the Misty Sect. Isn't she afraid that she won't be able to control us? Yes. When Wenhai also sighed, I'm afraid even Master wouldn't use such a ruthless method when he was alive. Yes, although Master used the same method to deal with the Luo River gang, he also spared Shui Yupeng's family in case she had second thoughts. But Abbess Jing-yi didn't spare a single person. I heard that even Marshal Uncle Li and Marshal Uncle Lu were released. Yes, that's a big move. When Wenhai nodded, but I don't believe that Abbess Jing-yi didn't have a way to defend herself. I'm sure that Gao Kunheng, the deputy faction leader, and those outer core disciples of the incense cult who were sent to assist us, are also Nun Jing-yi supporters. I'm guessing that's one of the reasons. Maybe there's a second reason. We'll have to ask Little Tiger about it. Yes. Lu Yueming was a little hesitant. After a while, he said, moreover, Abbess Jing-yi pushing Little Tiger to the position of faction leader is really out of our expectations. I'm sure Senior Brother Wen didn't expect this either. Indeed, I thought that Abbess Jing-yi would train Little Tiger for a few years and wait for the right time to announce it. Who knew that it would be so sudden? This is also Abbess Jing-yi's method. Lu Yueming sighed. On one hand, she found the chief disciple of the Misty School. On the other hand, she found the easiest person to control. It's both the most legitimate and the least legitimate. Not only can she make us Misty School disciples temporarily listen to Little Tiger's orders, but she can also make us Misty School disciples feel estranged and suspicious of each other. We can't be united. AI, that's right, when Wenhai nodded in agreement but didn't ask any more questions. He must have thought about it for a long time. Could it be? Lu Yueming thought for a while and said, could it be that Senior Brother Wen isn't tempted by the position of faction leader of the Misty School? Seeing that when Wenhai didn't say anything, Lu Yueming continued, previously, we lost all our cultivation and were powerless for this position. But, it's different now. Senior Brother Zhang isn't here, so Senior Brother Wen is the leader. When Wenhai chuckled and said, Junior Brother Lu, what should I say to you? We've been brothers for so many years, how can I not know what you're thinking? Don't try to trick me with words. Actually, when Little Tiger healed me and told me about the chief disciple of the Misty Hall, I already told him my thoughts. This so-called Misty Hall master and the current faction leader of the Misty School, I don't care about them. Actually, even if I care about them, can I fight with my own disciple? How can I compete with my benefactor who has restored my power? Hee. Lu Yueming smiled and didn't say anything else. Junior Brother Lu, I know you admire Little Tiger's chivalrous heart and want to help him. Since you thought of it, how can I, as his master, not think of it? Besides, you and I aren't qualified to fight for this position right now. Lu Yueming was surprised when he heard this. Who else could it be? Are there any other senior brothers still alive? I don't know if any of the other senior brothers are still alive, but we still have 3 senior uncles and senior uncles, they're still alive. It can't be, they're martial arts. Lu Yueming almost cried out. I thought Little Tiger only healed the 3 of us. Don't tell me he healed Senior Uncle Li and Senior Uncle Lu as well. That's bad. If the senior uncles want to fight with Nun Jingyi, maybe Little Tiger's position won't be stable. Junior Brother Lu, you don't have to worry about this. If he only healed Senior Uncle Li and Senior Uncle Lu, Zhang Xiaohua's position would be contested. But, according to Little Tiger, he healed all the disciples of the Misty Mountain Villa. Tell me, how can the 2 senior uncles compete with him? Lu Yueming's jaw dropped. How is that possible? Don't tell me Zhang Xiaohu met a deity. Chapter 1059. Of course he met an immortal, but this immortal is his blood brother. Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed as she eavesdropped from the carriage. This matter concerns little Tiger's life. Even I didn't dare to ask. Anyway, as long as I can restore the martial arts of all the brothers in the Misty School, not to mention an immortal, even if I meet a demon, I'll be happy. Well, I was wondering why little Tiger has been so busy with the affairs of the Misty Hall. He didn't even have time to practice martial arts. So you guys have been plotting all this time. We didn't deliberately hide it from you, it's just that this matter is too important, and little Tiger's foundation is still shallow. It will take a lot of time for him to become the Misty Hall's leader, so we didn't tell you. Well, senior brother one, you don't have to explain, I understand. I've been worried about you, so, oh, right, if it's as you said, little Tiger can sit back and relax as the faction leader, but, thinking about it, there should be two more difficulties. 2. When Wenhai said curiously, I think only martial uncle who will be a big problem. After all, little Tiger was given the position by Abbess Jingyi. If martial uncle who doesn't admit it, it will be very difficult. Yes, of course this is a big problem, but this problem, maybe martial uncle Li and martial uncle Lu have already planned it, but we can't. What I want to talk about is another problem. Junior brother, please go ahead. Wen Wenhai nodded. Of course it's little Tiger's martial arts. Lu Yueming frowned, his martial arts are so bad that he can't even be ranked in the 3 beauties of the Misty School. How can he convince everyone? Even if he has a big contribution, but, it's not a long-term solution. What am I thinking? If it's martial arts, then you don't have to worry about him. Wen Wenhai smiled and whispered something to Lu Yueming. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't hear it clearly, but his heart skipped a beat. He still had some qi replenishing pills in his pouch. He didn't want to attract the attention of the fragrant cult, so he didn't give them to his second brother. Perhaps this was a good opportunity. Inside the carriage, someone exclaimed, "What? Little Tiger." Lu Yueming lowered his voice and said, "Little Tiger actually has such talent." I don't think so. It's not just you. Even I don't believe it. Wen Wenhai was also extremely depressed. I heard that the plain domain mantra is an inner strength mantra of extreme yin and is most suitable for women to cultivate. In order to control Xiao Hu, it can be said that Abbess Jing Yi has racked her brains. Who would have thought that I would actually pick up such an excellent disciple who has successfully cultivated the extreme yang ethereal divine art and the extreme yin plain domain mantra at the same time. Presumably, with yin and yang as one, dragon and tiger blending together, Xiao Hu's martial arts will definitely reach great success and catch up to Master's realm in the future. This stupid brat actually has this kind of aptitude. I really couldn't tell. Back then. At this time, Lu Yueming suddenly remembered that he had only seen Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua in the past and had never seen Zhang Xiaohu. He could only smile and say, back then, I saw his 2 brothers and they both looked quite stupid. Who would have thought that a martial arts genius like him would appear? Hearing this, Wen Wenhai also laughed and said, I don't know about his big brother, Zhang Xiaolong, but I heard from He Tianshu that his little brother was someone who couldn't even cultivate the Arhat fist. Back then, He Tianshu was extremely depressed. Is that so? There's someone who couldn't even cultivate the Arhat fist. That seemingly stupid little boy. Lu Yueming didn't know where he saw Zhang Xiaohua's stupidity and blurted out, however, that child's temperament is firm and resolute. In order to save his sister-in-law, he even stood in front of her and was kicked until he vomited blood. Outside the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua's nose almost became crooked. How am I stupid? Hero Lu, you have to be responsible for what you say. Yes, that's right. I heard from Xiaohu that for a girl, he even killed his way up Shi Chui mountain alone. Sigh, it's a pity that his aptitude is not good, and his fate, is not good either. How am I not good? And, please, I'm still alive. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to jump down and reason with them. He didn't expect that these two heroes of the Jianhu would be so gossipy and actually talk about him behind his back. Oh, where are we now? Lu Yueming lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. I'm not sure and I'm too lazy to ask. Anyway, we're here. Ethereal Heights is Misty Schools. We just have to go in. Haha, that's right. Xiaohu was the one who led the charge. They should be arriving soon. Yes, that's right. Let's come out together. They've been moving stealthily for almost 2 months now. They should have reached the boundary of Pingyang City. Gosh, you should have said so earlier. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose. His heart was hurt by the two heroes' talk. He jumped and flew straight to the north. Zhang Xiaohua's flying technique was swift. In just 2 days' time, he had reached the boundary of Pingyang City. After asking for directions, Zhang Xiaohua was about to fly away when he saw a fast horse galloping on the official road. The person on the horse was so tired that he was drenched in sweat. When he sat down, white smoke was coming out of his mouth and nose. He must be extremely tired. Sure enough, after galloping for another 100 feet, the horse fell dead by the roadside. The person on the horse jumped up lightly. He didn't even look at the horse. He looked around and saw a tea stall and a few fine horses in front of the tea stall. He was delighted. He used his lightness skill to reach the tea stall. Once he lifted the curtain, he shouted, "Which hero does the horse at the door belong to? I have something important to do. Can you give me the horse?" Someone in the tea stall laughed and said, "Hero, we also ride horses. If we give you the horse, how are we going to travel? You'd better look for it elsewhere." These words were reasonable, so the man was not angry. He reached out and took out an ingot of gold from his bosom. He smiled and said, "This humble one really has an important matter. This is the money to buy a horse. Hero, please accept it." That person looked at it. Although there was greed in his eyes, he still shook his head. In the end, that man had no choice. He gritted his teeth and took out 2 ingots of gold and a waist token. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Su Jie, a disciple of the Righteous Alliance. I have something important to do on the road ahead. This is my waist token. Please accept it. In the future, if you encounter any problems in the Jianhu that you can't solve, or if you feel that I can speak to you, feel free to look for me." Righteous Alliance. Those people looked at each other. They were all surprised. The person from before also stood up and said, "So it's Brother Su from the Righteous Alliance. I am Zhou Qingxian from the Vast Moon sect. I have a few brothers in the Righteous Alliance that I know. Since the Righteous Alliance has something important to do, how can I delay it? Please accept the gold and let Brother Su ride the horse." How can this be? Su Jie wanted to hand over the gold, but how could Zhou Qingxian be willing to accept it? Su Jie did not dare to delay any longer. He handed the waist token to Zhou Qingxian and said, "Brother Zhou is so righteous. I thank you on behalf of the Righteous Alliance. I won't say anything else. I will be in Pingyang City for the next few days. If Brother Zhou wants to come, I will be a good host." Well said, well said. Zhou Qingxian smiled and kept the waist token. Su Jie did not dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands and bade farewell. He led the horse and galloped along the official road. He, Brother Zhou is going to treat us. An inferior horse in exchange for a favor from the Righteous Alliance. It's really worth it. The person beside him said with a smile. Isn't that so? Let's go. Everyone, let's go to the town in front. I will treat everyone, not to mention these few people, when Su Jie turned around a big tree on his horse, a tall and thin figure suddenly appeared on his horse. It was Zhang Xiaohua who had seen and heard everything just now. Then, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and pressed Su Jie to a stop. She slapped the horse to death and carried Su Jie to a secluded place. How could she not know what was going on when she used her bewitching finger? It was indeed the messenger from the Righteous Alliance. That alliance leader Zhou of the Righteous Alliance had received the news that Misty School had returned to Ethereal Peak from Huayu Palace. That night, he had sent out the news and used various methods to pass this news to the Righteous Alliance disciples in Ethereal Peak. However, how could they be faster than Zhang Xiaohua? Even the messenger pigeons could not be compared to her. Therefore, he was stopped by Zhang Xiaohua here. He, it seems that second brother has not arrived yet. Zhang Xiaohua thought. She pressed Su Jie's Achilles heel and flew up again. This time, it was even faster. In less than half a day, they arrived at a mountain village. It was already dark. Tents were set up in the forest beside the mountain village and in the ravines. Many patrolling disciples were holding swords and sabers in their hands. They were lined up in several teams and were on duty. At the entrance of the village, a young disciple was holding something in his hand and saying something to the other disciples. Isn't this Du Feng? I haven't seen him for a few days and it seems that his martial arts have improved. Seeing Du Feng here, Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. Needless to say, second brother was also nearby. Sure enough, with a sweep of her divine sense, in a small courtyard at the east of the village, Zhang Xiaohu was sitting in the central room. Chang'e and Chen Chen were also sitting beside him. There was still food on the table, but at this time, the food was already cold. The three of them seemed to have no appetite and were sitting quietly. Zhang Xiaohua also looked to the side. There were no disciples of the incense cult around, so she made a gesture and escaped into the central room. Zhang Xiaohu was in a daze when a voice sounded from the side. Oh, who made this food? It's already cold and you haven't eaten it. How can such a culinary skill be married into our Zhang family? Who? The three of them were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. As soon as they heard someone, they immediately jumped up and raised the long swords in their hands. They were about to stab in the direction of the voice. Ah! Xiaohua! Chang'e's eyes were sharp and saw her first. He exclaimed, why are you here? Chen Chen was also puzzled and said softly, Zhang Xiaohua, why aren't you being an alchemy disciple at Lingxiang Peak? Why are you here? Damn, what the hell is going on? It's been a long time. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Xiaohua, you're here. Zhang Xiaohu was calm. When he saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, he put the long sword on the table and asked. Chapter 1060. Chang'e and Chen Chen relaxed when they saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua. However, they still went to the door with long swords in their hands and looked carefully before coming back. Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly. She had used the earth escape to get in. She didn't know why they went to the door to look. What's wrong? Second brother, second sister-in-law, why are you so nervous? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Who knew that this time, Chang'e was not as shy as before? He said in all seriousness, our ethereal sex return to Pingyang City this time is a surprise attack. Of course, we have to be careful. If the Alliance of Righteous Sects gets the slightest bit of information, not only will there be a lot of casualties in the sect, whether we can take down ethereal heights will also be a problem. How can we not be nervous? By the way, Zhang Xiaohua, aren't you refining elixirs at Lingxiang Peak? Why are you here? Chen Chen asked softly, don't tell me. Nun Jingyi sent you. Oh, she sent an inner disciple to help us. And you, the little dog and little Martin, on your shoulder, are they, the ones I held in Orchid Canyon? They don't seem to have grown much. Chen Chen asked while looking curiously at Xiao Huang and Xiao He who were standing on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. These two little things just walked up and down on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and looked at Zhang Xiaohu and the other two, but didn't seem to care about them. Huh, you asked so many questions at once. How do you want me to answer? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stroked Little Black. She said, it's those two little things. I don't know. They seem to be growing very slowly. Then, Zhang Xiaohua frowned again and said, Nun Jingyi. Inner disciple. I remember that you used to call her sect master at Shixin Peak. Now. Haha, have you all changed to Nun Jingyi? Chang'e sneered and said, that was then and this is now. Back then, we were like fish on a chopping board. As a disciple of the Misty Hall, of course, we had to call him sect master. Now that we are back in Jianghu and have become a Misty school, of course, we have to change the way we address him. Chen Chen also gritted his teeth and said, that's right. At first, I thought that Nun Jingyi was very kind to the disciples of our Misty school. Although I haven't seen her real face, I heard her kind voice and thought that it was only right for me to call her master. But I didn't expect that. She actually used so many tricks to break up senior sister and senior brother. Moreover, in order to control senior brother, she even poisoned him. When Chen Chen saw Zhang Xiaohua, it was as if she had seen her family. She poured out all her grievances as if she was complaining to an adult. What? Poison? Jing-yi, you old beggar. Zhang Xiaohua was furious. He didn't sit down at first. At this time, he slapped the table where the food was placed and his body emitted a kind of anger. Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen had never seen Zhang Xiaohua so angry. At this time, he suddenly became angry and they were shocked. The Zhang Xiaohua in front of them was very different from what they remembered. In a moment, he was like a coiling dragon with its bloody mouth open and glaring at them, which made them shudder. Then, with a crash, the table had been smashed into powder and the bowls and chopsticks on the table were scattered on the ground. Xiaohua. I'm fine. Zhang Xiaohu was a little frightened and didn't dare to know Zhang Xiaohua. He said in a low voice. Oh second brother, I forgot myself. Zhang Xiaohua saw that he forgot himself and hurriedly said with a smile. Outside the yard, some disciples had heard the noise and had come. Second sister-in-law, you send these disciples away. I'll hide for a while. Zhang Xiaohua made an incantation and disappeared. Zhang Xiaohu was not surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua suddenly disappear. Only Chang'e and Chen Chen looked at it in a daze. It was Ding Chao who came in. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu and the other two were fine, he was relieved and cupped his hands, saying, Master Zhang, is there anything wrong? This table. At this time, Chang'e came to her senses. She nudged Chen Chen with her arm and said with a smile, it's okay, senior brother Ding. Xiaohu was a little absent-minded when practicing martial arts and accidentally broke the table. Alas, you know, we can go back to the ethereal heights tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Xiaohu was a little excited and practiced a little harder. Chang'e. Junior sister, I understand Master Zhang's mood. The disciples of our Misty School are all eager to go back to the ethereal heights these days. But Master Zhang has a noble body and needs to rest more. As he said that, he beckoned his disciples forward to clean up the table. But when he saw that the table had already been shaken into powder, he couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of inner strength was this, to be able to shake a table into powder? Could it be that Master Zhang had been hiding his strength all this time? When Ding Chao glanced at Zhang Xiaohu who was calm and composed, he was more sure of his idea. Zhang Xiaohu is really hiding his strength. Alas, we Misty School 2 talents said that his martial arts were not good enough behind his back, but we didn't know that he didn't intend to compete with us for this title at all. Zhang Xiaohu was still thinking about the angry look of Zhang Xiaohua just now. He didn't expect Ding Chao to think so much. Of course, the table was not broken by him, so he didn't need to pay for it. Naturally, he looked calm and composed. When Ding Chao asked the disciples to clean up and leave with a longing mood, Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared again. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't move at all, Chen Chen rolled her eyes and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, are you using a trick?" Zhang Xiaohu also said, "Yes, Xiaohua, you didn't move at all. You're different from before." Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak with a sullen face. She walked to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Second brother, give me your hand. Let me see the poison in your body." "Huh, it's okay." Nun Jingyi said that this poison only acts up once a year. As early as 2 months ago when I took it, it had already acted up. Now I don't feel anything. Zhang Xiaohu laughed, fearing that Zhang Xiaohua would feel distressed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak. She held Zhang Xiaohu's wrist with her hand and carefully looked at it. She used a wisp of true qi to check it. Then her face relaxed. She took out the antidote pill from her arms and poured out one pill. She said, "Second brother, you eat it first. Let me see the effect." Xiaohua, Nun Jingyi said that this poison can only be detoxified by her. Maybe Sakura and Changsheng can detoxify it. "Your pill, is it okay?" Chang'e said worriedly. Zhang Xiaohu didn't pay attention to Chang'e. He reached out to take it and swallowed it. "It's okay, second sister-in-law. I said it can be detoxified, so it can be detoxified." Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about Chang'e's distrust. After all, she was thinking for her second brother. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohu released his hand from his wrist and said with a smile, "Second brother, if you had just taken it, I would have been able to force the poison out immediately, but it's already been 2 months, I don't have any other way, Xiaohua." "Is there really no way?" Chang'e asked anxiously. Chen Chen also stepped forward with a pleading look on her face. Zhang Xiaohu's face suddenly turned red. He swung his hand and rushed out, "Hey, you! What are you doing?" Chang'e and Chen Chen chased after him. "Don't follow," Zhang Xiaohu said anxiously. Then they heard a puff sound. Zhang Xiaohu's face turned redder and there was a stench. At this time, how could Chang'e and Chen Chen not know? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile behind them, "It's been 2 months. I can't force the poison out, so I have to trouble second brother to pull it out." Ha ha ha. Knowing that the detoxification pill could detoxify second brother, Zhang Xiaohua was in a good mood. Chang'e and Chen Chen had already turned red. They covered their noses and went back to the central room. Then they opened all the windows in the central room. Chen Chen hurried into the inner room. After a while, Chang'e entered the inner room, took some clothes from the inner room and handed them to Zhang Xiaohua. Her face was still red and she said, "It's all because of you. Send these clothes to your second brother." "Me? Why should I go?" Zhang Xiaohua looked innocent. She raised her hands and said, I haven't finished my words. Second brother. If you don't go, you want me to go?" Chang'e said angrily. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua had to stand up and take the clothes. This yard was almost the same as the yard of Zhang Xiaohua's Guizhuang house. There was no need to worry that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't find it. Well, Zhang Xiaohua also took water and a wooden basin by the way. After Zhang Xiaohu changed his clothes, he still looked embarrassed. He glared at Zhang Xiaohua several times and then went back to the room. In the central room, Chang'e and Chen Chen saw Zhang Xiaohu's embarrassed look and they both burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Zhang Xiaohu said helplessly. Ha ha ha. It would have been better if he didn't say that. After he said that, Chang'e and Chen Chen laughed even harder. It seemed that they were about to laugh out all the worries they had for Zhang Xiaohu in the past few months. Second brother, let me have a look. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and reached out her hand. Zhang Xiaohu glared at her again. Well, it's okay, second brother. It's not a big deal. There should be some residual poison in your body, but it won't affect you. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Then, she handed the antidote over. If it's okay, take one pill every day for 3 days. Of course. Do you need to say it? Zhang Xiaohu grabbed it and put it in his arms. Oh, by the way, will it be the same as just now? Zhang Xiaohu's face was slightly red. I won't. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Huh, that's good. The three of them were relieved after the big problem was solved. Chen Chen still asked, Zhang Xiaohua, I asked you just now. Why did you come to Pingyang City? Did Abbess Jingyi send you here? Don't mention that old beggar again. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, I have nothing to do with the incense cult now. Ah. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and said, weren't you the guardian disciple of the incense cult a few months ago? You even went to the Dalan temple to deliver the invitation. Why? Did you mess up your job? The guardian disciple of the incense cult. Why didn't I know? Changgu and Chen Chen said in unison. They looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu shrank his neck and did not dare to say anything. No, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, I, Xiaoxia, took care of it. How could I mess it up? The Martial Arts Society convention is over and everything is going well. This young hero's departure from the aroma cult has nothing to do with the mission. Another reason? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. Changgu asked, I heard that the Martial Arts Society convention was held more than half a month ago. How did you know? Chen Chen clapped his hands and said, that's great. Zhang Xiaohua, then. You can join the incense cult again, haha. The three of them asked different questions, but Zhang Xiaohu and Changgu heard Chen Chen's words and their hearts moved. They both looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Don't. Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, I still have somewhere to go. Let's not talk about this for now. Chapter 1061. Zhang Xiaohu was surprised. Where are you going? Didn't you follow me, to help me? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, second brother, isn't this nonsense? If I don't help you, why would I come here? Seeing that Chen Chen still wanted to talk. Then he said, but to help you, I don't have to join the Misty School. Can't I also start a sect? What? You want to start a sect? The three of them exclaimed in unison. Why? Can't I? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose and was extremely helpless. Well, I thought about it. You've been talking about some Beidou school. Don't tell me you want to build a Beidou school. Zhang Xiaohu realized. Yes, second brother, I do have such a plan. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. But. Do you know what is needed to build a sect? How do you manage your money, disciples, and livelihood? Chang'e also asked. This. How would I know? Zhang Xiaohua said with a bitter face, I only need to build this sect and let others do the rest. Ha ha ha. The three of them finally came to their senses and laughed. In their hearts, they had already decided that Zhang Xiaohua was just playing house. Well, second brother wishes your Beidou school to dominate the world and unify the world. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's nonsensical congratulatory words, Zhang Xiaohua knew that his second brother didn't believe it at all, but he didn't say it out loud. Xiaohua. What are your plans in the future? Zhang Xiaohu just opened his mouth and shut it. Zhang Xiaohua was going to start a sect, why should he ask? Right, Xiaohua, about the Martial Arts Society Assembly, you. Who told you about it? Chang'e remembered his question. Second sister-in-law. Zhang Xiaohua said tentatively, I went to the Martial Arts Society Assembly late and only saw the end, but I heard some things from Chen Chen. Me? Chen Chen was stunned and immediately understood that this Chen Chen was not her. Chang'e didn't mind Zhang Xiaohua's address and frowned. Xiaohua, it's not good to lie. The Martial Arts Society Assembly was held half a month ago. How could you attend it? Yeah, little flower. You. Zhang Xiaohu was also stunned. He had always believed in his brother and never doubted him. Now that he heard it, was there really no problem with the timing? Hehe, I used half a month's time to chase after you from the fragrant cult to Pingyang City. Can't I? How is that possible? Chang'e and Chen Chen blurted out, but then they patted their foreheads as if they had thought of something. They both looked back at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu was calm and said after a moment, it seems that what you said at Shixin Peak last time about going back to Lingxiang Peak at night was true. Haha, of course. Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest and said, when did I lie to you? Just now. Just now, you lied to me, let me. Zhang Xiaohu thought of the detoxification pill. Hehe, there will always be accidents. Then. How did you come here? Zhang Xiaohu had already begun to believe her. Is there a need to ask? Of course, I flew. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously. Nonsense, do you think you're a bird? Chen Chen said and blushed unconsciously. But then, the three of them were stunned and thought of Zhang Xiaohua flying in the air in the Yulon Grand Canyon. It had been a long time, the three of them, seemed to have forgotten about it. You. Could it be? You're from the immortal Tao? Chang'e asked, pointing at Zhang Xiaohua in shock. Maybe, I'm not sure myself. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and looked innocent. Great, great, my misty school is saved. Chang'e almost put her hands together and thanked the heavens. Okay, okay. Zhang Xiaohua said, second brother, second sister-in-law, let's not talk about me. You. What's going on? After the martial arts convention, Nanjingyi announced that Misty School would leave Chuanxiang cult and rebuild it. I rushed here in a hurry and didn't inquire about it in detail. Is that so? Nanjingyi has announced it to the world. Then the Righteous Alliance already knows. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, what does she mean? Hehe, of course, the Righteous Alliance already knows. I even met a messenger on the way. But it seems that the Righteous Alliance disciples in Misty Mountain Villa don't know. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That's good. I originally planned to rest tonight and recharge my energy and leave early tomorrow morning. Now it seems that I have to change my plan. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and stood up, I'll go arrange it, you guys wait for me. Chang'e also stood up and was about to leave when Zhang Xiaohua stopped her, second sister-in-law, don't go yet. Tell little brother about Chuanxiang cult. But. Chang'e hesitated. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, Chang'e, tell Xiaohua about Mo Sun Gong. It's good that he knows more. But. Chang'e was still hesitant. Although Mo Sun Gong's matter was very important, but, it was mostly a private affair. It was all planned by Nanjingyi. It was really difficult for her to say it herself. Senior sister. How about I say it and you listen on the side? If it doesn't work, you can tell Zhang Xiaohua. Chen Chen was quite considerate and said softly. You guys talk, I'll leave first. Zhang Xiaohu anxiously left. As for the remaining three people, Chen Chen had already heard the story from Chang'e. Now that she said it, it was also very detailed. After Chen Chen finished talking about what happened in Mo Sun Gong, Zhang Xiaohua secretly nodded, this Nanjingyi is really the leader of Chuanxiang cult. Her schemes are not something that ordinary people can compare to. While controlling second brother, she also inserted her own disciples into the Misty School. She used the whole Misty School as a puppet. Then she secretly raised her little tail, if I didn't get the divine hand and heal everyone's internal injuries in the Misty School, this Misty School wouldn't be surnamed Zhang, but Jingyi. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was moved. She remembered the jade slip she got from Nun Jinggang and the Poison Sutra of the great master Changgung. There seemed to be a method to control others. If it worked, Nun Jingyi would go for wool but come home shorn. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua stood up, straightened her clothes, and saluted Chang'e properly. Second sister-in-law, I called you a little casually just now. From now on, I'll call you seriously. Chang'e didn't blush when she heard Zhang Xiaohua call her that. Now that Zhang Xiaohua suddenly became serious, her face became hot. She quickly stood up and saluted back, saying, Xiaohu and I have been through thick and thin together. It's lucky that we can have this ending. It's a great fortune to have your help in the future. Zhang Xiaohua laughed heartily, of course. If mother and father knew about this, they would be so happy that their mouths would turn crooked. Then she secretly looked at Chen, who was a little sad next to her. With Nun Jingyi's approval, Chang'e was undoubtedly the wife of the faction master. But what about Chen? This little tail seemed to have some resentment in her heart. Now she didn't need Nun Jingyi's approval, but Zhang Xiaohu had never been strict with her. Chang'e was also busy with the Misty School, so she didn't take Chen seriously. Chang'e blushed and said in a low voice, after we take down the ethereal heights, I'll go to the Guizhuang house with Xiaohu. Chen was even more unhappy when she didn't mention herself. She lowered her head and looked at the ground. Well, okay. I'll go back and tell father and mother first, so that they can be prepared. After saying that, she raised her head and saw that Zhang Xiaohu had returned. As soon as he entered the door, he asked, What did you say to father and mother? Then he understood, Xiaohua, you mean? You'll go back to the Guizhuang house first? Well, yes, second brother. Although I've asked the carriage company to send a letter to father and mother a few months ago, I'm still worried. Now I'm near Pingyang City. With my speed, I'll be home soon. I'll tell father and mother first. Well, Xiaohua. You tell father and mother that I'm really unfilial. After the Misty School is finished, Zhang Xiaohu said and stole a glance at Chang'e. Chang'e said shyly, I've already told Xiaohua. That's good. After the Misty School is finished, I'll take Chang'e back to the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, but then he realized something and said, By the way, what about your dream? Why didn't she come? Oh my God, only now did you remember. Zhang Xiaohu secretly despised Zhang Xiaohua and said sadly, I can't make it. Didn't Nun Jingyi allow her to come? Chen was curious. Chang'e said, By the way, how did you come out of Chuanxiang sect? We've been talking for a long time, but you haven't said a word. It's like this. Zhang Xiaohua then told the story of her and Chang'e, and finally said, Chang'e went back to the Tenryu sect with Di Shitian. After all, it's her home. After her illness is cured, we will meet again. The three of them were fascinated by the story and were almost stunned. Chang'e is Di Shitian's daughter. The daughter of the leader of the world's #1 sect. The daughter of the world's #1 martial artist. The unique saintess of the Tenryu sect. Xiaohua, you. Aren't you the son-in-law of the Tenryu sect? Zhang Xiaohu murmured, You won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Go, Zhang Xiaohua really despised her second brother, not only the son-in-law, as long as I, Xiaoxia, want to be Di Shitian in the future, it's not impossible. You want to be Di Shitian? Ha ha ha! Zhang Xiaohu grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and laughed. I'll be the leader of the Misty School, and you'll be the leader of the Tenrya sect. We have 2 leaders of the Zhang family. That's great. That's great. Go away. Chang'e nudged Zhang Xiaohu with her elbow and showed the dignity of the wife of the leader. What do you know? The Tenryu sect is an evil cult. It's not easy to be their Di Shi Tian. Then she turned her head and asked, don't you think so, Xiaohua? Well, you're right. I'm now a cultivator of immortality. How can I be the Di Shi Tian of the Tenryu sect? It's really impossible. But, Zhang Xiaohua, if you don't become Di Shi Tian, how can you marry Meng? Chen Chen was very worried about their marriage. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. About this? I can only talk about it. Alas, then she looked at the sky and said, second brother, second sister-in-law, I can't talk to you anymore. It's getting late. I'd better go back to the Guizhuang house first. If I don't go back, I won't feel at ease. Then she took out a jade talisman from her arms and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu, saying, when you're about to reach the Misty Villa, crush this jade talisman. I'll help you. Chapter 1062. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen, Zhang Xiaohua hid her figure, flew into the air, and went straight to the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into the jade slip while flying, looking for the records about controlling people's minds. She didn't know where Nanjing Gang got the jade slip, but there was a kind of elixir called puppet pill in it. As long as someone took it, the person's mind could be controlled, and they would be obedient to the caster, no different from a puppet. However, this puppet pill had a drawback, that was, the person who took the puppet pill would really be like a puppet, with dull eyes and inconvenient movements. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head inwardly. This puppet pill definitely won't work. If it turns a group of elite outer disciples into puppets, it will lose all its effects. It's better to use Abbess Jingyi's name to control them. Or, can I also refine some poison for second brother? Zhang Xiaohua thought of Nanjing Yi's means. Zhang Xiaohua had already read the things in the Poison Sutra, on the way back to the incense cult. At this time, thinking carefully, she was overjoyed. There was also a kind of poison called soulless powder, in the Poison Sutra, which was also used to make people lose their minds and be controlled by others. It was just that the time of losing one's mind was shorter. However, during this period, the poisoned person's appearance would be the same as usual, and even his martial arts would not be affected. Oh. Putting the 2 elixirs together. Will it work? Zhang Xiaohua was happy and began to think about the formula of the puppet pill and soulless powder. The soulless powder was a martial art item, and the poison and herbs in the formula didn't seem too rare. However, the puppet pill was different. It was used in immortality, and the herbs used in it made Zhang Xiaohua scratch her head. But after looking at the back, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. I don't know if it's I or Zhang Xiaohu's luck, but all the herbs are in I's belt. Of course, the herbs used to refine the puppet pill were all grown in Yin, and the requirements were very special. They were usually very rare, but when Zhang Xiaohua first arrived at Lingxiang Peak, didn't she go to Lichui Valley? It was called the Ghost Valley, and the herbs had long been eroded by the black fog. The ghost mushroom was also the main ingredient of the puppet pill. Could it be that the disciples of the incense cult keep the things in the valley? Is this Jing Gang's idea? Or else? How could that guy Yuzuchuan enter the valley so easily? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Unfortunately, these 2 people had already become Zhang Xiaohua's ghosts. As for the specific reason, Zhang Xiaohua would never know. Well, when I'm free, I'll refine the puppet pill and the soulless powder together. Maybe it will work. This is I's creation, so I have to give it a nice name. How about soulless pill? Zhang Xiaohua thought, and her spiritual awareness swept down. She couldn't help but feel happy. She saw the stars in the sky and the lights on the ground. Now she was already above Lu Town. Guizhuang House. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness swept north like a waterfall. She wanted to see her hometown as soon as possible. Who is this? Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness swept over the village entrance of the Guizhuang house. She saw a beggar in ragged clothes, holding a broken jar, and staggering out of the Guizhuang house. If she saw a beggar in Lu Town, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't be surprised. However, the Guizhuang house was a small village. Usually, there were small farmers living there. Everyone's family was not well off. How could there be a beggar here? What happened next was even more surprising. After the beggar left the village, he looked back as if he hadn't had enough. Only then did he walk quickly to the small path by the river. At the end of the path, on the official road from the Guizhuang house to Lu Town, there was already a person riding a horse. His hand was holding the reins of another horse. When the beggar got on the official road, he looked around and saw that there was no one around. He turned around and mounted the horse, heading straight north. When Zhang Xiaohua flew closer, the two people were already far away. Zhang Xiaohua stroked her chin. Just as she was thinking about whether she should chase after them to take a look, she saw in her spiritual awareness a small courtyard that she was familiar with. A white and fat child was holding a small wooden stick. Under the light of the lantern under the eaves, he was chasing a group of chickens around the courtyard. At this moment, the door to the central room was pushed open. An old woman walked out with a handful of dates in her hand and chased after the child. Mother, Zhang Xiaohua instantly stopped in midair. How could she still think about the beggar? In a flash, she flew to the sky above the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua had just steadied herself in midair. Before she could reveal herself, the white and fat child immediately stopped. He lifted his little face and blinked his big eyes, staring straight at the sky. The old woman was chasing after him. When she saw the child stop, she quickly stuffed a date into his mouth. She looked outside and shouted, "Xiaohua, ah!" Zhang Xiaohua, who was in midair, was so shocked that she almost fell from the sky. It was fine if Zhang Bairen could see her. But her mother didn't even lift her head. She actually called out her name. Could it be that her mother was also a person of the immortal Tao? Mother, Zhang Xiaohua was filled with longing, emotion, and longing. She landed from the sky and called out softly. "I told you to look after the child. Where did you go? Hurry." Guo Sufei scolded without lifting her head. But then another voice sounded from the pigsty. "Madam, you called for me." "Ah." Guo Sufei was stunned. Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. Of course, another thin young man came from the pigsty. Guo Sufei suddenly turned around and saw Zhang Xiaohua still floating in midair. Beside him, the young Zhang Bairen was poking him with a small stick. "Xiaohua. Is that you?" Guo Sufei rubbed her eyes hard. "Mother, of course it's me. I'm Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground. "Ah. My Xiaohua, you're finally back." Guo Sufei was a little heartbroken. She shouted, "Old man, come out quickly. Our Xiaohua is back." Then she said to the Xiaohua who appeared behind her, "Xiaohua, go and call your big brother. Tell him that Xiaohua is back." When the Xiaohua heard this, she was so happy that she couldn't even close her mouth. She jumped and ran out of the courtyard. "Mother, this. What's going on? Why is there a Xiaohua in our house?" Zhang Xiaohua was really puzzled. Could it be that her mother missed her and picked up a child from outside? Go, Bairen, don't poke your third uncle with a stick." Guo Sufei scolded Zhang Bairen and carried him up. Zhang Bairen obediently lay in his grandmother's arms and said, "Grandmother." He flew from the sky. No. He walked. Although Zhang Bairen was young, he could still speak clearly. His eyes were curiously looking at Little Black and Little Yellow who were on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders. Hearing his grandmother's words, he poked Little Black with the stick again. Guo Sufei didn't care if her son flew or ran. She slapped Zhang Bairen's butt and laughed, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is your third uncle, not the immortal in the stories." Before she finished speaking, Zhang Kai rushed out of the room and ran to Zhang Xiaohua's side. He didn't go near her and looked her up and down. He nodded slightly, "Not bad. You haven't changed. You look about the same as 2 years ago." Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were a little moist. She smiled and looked at her father who didn't go forward but missed her as much as her mother did. While they were talking, the door was pushed open with a bang. Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian also ran in. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaolong's face was filled with joy. He rushed over and hugged Zhang Xiaohua in his arms. He smiled and said, "Someone sent a letter a few days ago saying that you were in the south. Worry-free city. Why are you back today?" "Io, big brother, relax a little. I can't breathe." Zhang Xiaohua laughed. He, Xiaohua, I haven't seen you in 2 years. You haven't changed at all. How strange." Lu Qian walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side and said with a smile. Zhang Bairen stretched out his arms to look for his mother. Lu Qian reached out and hugged him. Zhang Bairen chuckled and threw the stick away. With small hands, he wanted Little Martin and Little Dog. Seeing that the house was so warm, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you're the same as before you married big brother. You're even more beautiful. What reason do you have?" These words were exactly what Lu Qian was thinking. After marrying into the Guizhuang house for 7 to 8 years, she indeed didn't change much. After giving birth to Zhang Bairen, she became even more beautiful. As for Lu Yeye, who was younger than her, now, it was too horrible to look at. Seeing that Zhang Bairen liked the two little things, Zhang Xiaohua took Little Black and Little Yellow off her shoulder and handed them to Zhang Bairen. The two little things had already looked at Zhang Bairen for a long time. At this time, they didn't reject and obediently allowed Zhang Bairen to hug them. At this time, the young man standing behind Lu Qian walked forward and said respectfully, "Young master, you're back." "Young master?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned at first, then she came to a realization. Then, she looked at the young man's head in disbelief and shouted, "Ji Xiaohua. Your scabby head. Where did you go? Wasn't this person Ji Xiaohua?" It was no wonder that Zhang Xiaohua didn't recognize Ji Xiaohua now. Not to mention that it was night now and only lanterns were used to illuminate the area. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua hadn't seen Ji Xiaohua for more than 2 years. Now, Ji Xiaohua was much taller than before and also much fatter. She was no longer the little firewood of the past. Just the disappearance of his striking scabby head alone made Zhang Xiaohua at a loss. It was old madam who cured it with a folk prescription. Ji Xiaohua didn't care at all about Zhang Xiaohua's words and answered respectfully. "What old madam or young madam? Didn't I tell you to call her godmother?" Guo Sufei was displeased. "Isn't that so? This Xiaohua is really polite. How many times have I said it? She still calls me old madam and young master Xiaolong. And she even calls me young master Bairen." Lu Qian also laughed. "But, aren't you in Songming town? Why did you run to Guizhuang house?" Zhang Xiaohua was still puzzled. "Oh right, where's auntie? She wouldn't have stayed in Songming town, right?" Ji Xiaohua's eyes reddened at the mention of his mother. He carefully said, "Young master, I was on my way to Guizhuang when my mother was sick. It wasn't easy for me to find this place. She was already on her last breath. She only let go when she saw me deliver the message that young master wanted. Message? What message do I want? You guys. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and suddenly remembered that she met the Misty School's disciple Chu Yunfei in the wilderness outside Songning Town. Yes, wasn't it she who told him that if there was any news about Zhang Xiaohu, Chu Yunfei should bring it to Ji Xiaohua in Songning Town? She also planned to return to Songning Town after sending Nie Qinyu off. But, since she had already arrived at the fragrance cult and met Zhang Xiaohu, Songning Town had actually been forgotten. That you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.